Hey, what's up, people? First time on StreamYard. Let's just see how it goes. I'm gonna stay on here for a little bit. If it picks up, I'll stay on here longer. But if it stays dead, I'm gonna cut my losses and bounce. All right, let's see how to invite people. All right, post comment. Voila. I'm looking at dashboard over here on my YouTube. It shows me like how everything's been going for the last month, right? My channel and analytics currently got 2,381 subscribers, up 81 subscribers in the last 21 days, right? 19,200 views in the last 28 days with 2,700 watch time hours in the last 28 days. Top video in the last 48 hours based on views, Confessions of a Mafia Hitman with 279. Second, The Origins of Turks, Avars, Go Turks, and a few others, but the title cut off. So I'm just going to go right into how many views it received in the last 48 hours, which is 145. And it looks like my third top video in the last 48 hours is Confessions of a Hitman. As again, I suspect that's number two or number three. Number one tends to be the most popular because it's the first one. People generally drop in on generally they watch the first one to see if they're gonna watch the rest, and the first one is always gonna have the most views. You can look at that on any series broken up into pieces on YouTube. So it's not surprised. I'm not surprised. But yeah, it's been a boring Saturday so far. Wife and kids are away, so I have a lot of time on my hands. And I'm gonna be honest, man, they've been away for the last 3 days. I really ain't done nothing too constructive. I mean, for 3 of them days, I've been at work. So, I mean, not really much I can do. And when I do have a bit of time, I'm just resting because of how stressful the day was or how busy it was. So, but yeah, today really didn't do much. Hey, what's up? Make yourself known. We got one person watching. I've been talking to myself for a minute. So if you could at least say hello, that'd be nice. Or salam, if you're Muslim or non-Muslim. Hello is fine. Or heck, even if you jumped on the StreamYard, I wouldn't be mad at that either. But yeah, I'm not over here doing much. Uh, I mean, really, with this StreamYard, I can do a lot more. I'm thinking about probably like reading some books, going chapter by chapter. No, like long, thick books, because I would like to finish them within a couple weeks. But maybe some short treatise type material, literature, whatever. I'm looking at something and talking at the same time. So excuse me if I seem a little disconnected a bit. So yeah, with this one person watching, I guess I'll entertain you. I hope you enjoy the content I've been posting on my channel. I'm trying to come with a little bit more original content, not necessarily rip other people's stuff and upload it. And if I do rip other people's stuff, it has some significance to the content I like to keep on my channel. So yeah, recent subscribers in the last 90 days. Let's see. My last subscriber was March 10th. It's March 27th. I haven't had a subscriber since then. And I'm subscribed to this person as well. Yeah, I don't have too many, not too many subscribers, or at least the people who subscribe to my channel, they don't have too many subscribers themselves. Actually, it looks like Claire might be my biggest subscriber so far. But yeah, who are these people? Okay, it only goes down from there. Oh, I guess my last subscription was not March 10th. Claire was not my last subscription. I got some subscriptions after that, but it's going by how many subscribers everyone has from the most to the least. So, hey, what's up to my second viewer? I'm just over here going over my YouTube analytics. First time doing using StreamYard, as you can tell from the caption. I don't know if it's you that left or if it's you that's still here, but yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. Feel free to jump on if you like. As long as you don't come on here talking crazy, we can have a decent conversation about whatever. I hope you enjoy the content I upload. So yeah. Okay, looks like we got another person. Again, man, I really did this StreamYard stuff just so I can connect with y'all. It's not like just a monologue when I come on here, with me just talking or reading something, but actually give you a chance to participate more than in just the chat. So don't look like anybody's gonna be jumping on though. And what's up to that one person still watching? But yeah, man, I challenge anybody to mic up. What's up? Don't be scared. I mean, you ain't got to show your face. I show mine because I try to, be a little authentic, try to be authentic on here. Let you know I'm not one of these people who hide behind a fake avatar and be talking crazy all on social media to people. Me showing my face kind of and using my real name kind of keeps me in check. One thing I overheard the other day is that you're going to have to show your passport or some type of ID in order to have a social media account or to participate in it fully. Which, if this is true, I don't think it's a bad idea. One thing that I totally contest is that people can get on social media with no face. We don't know where you're at, and you can just talk all kind of crazy stuff to people, and really disrupt and disrupt people's day and upset people's feelings. I'm not saying my day is disrupted by people doing that or that I get upset, but I'm just letting you know that some people really do get bent out of shape over this social media stuff behind, I like to call them robots. I don't know who they are. They're just algorithms to me. They could be some computer somewhere in Russia typing away, trying to upset Tehran based off of the things I search. I don't know, but I don't let it get to me. But I do know some people who it does get to them. So, Fatima Zarda, thank you. Great content. What are good books dealing with Hadith criticism? Harold Motsky got a good book dealing with Hadith criticism. Let's see, I'm on my computer too, so let's try to pull up that Harold Motsky book. I got a really good book by Harold Motsky dealing with the narrations in the Sirah by Ibn Ishaq. And Fatima, thank you for saying I have great content. I appreciate it. I really just try to post content that I think might be relevant to Muslims or helpful to Muslims and even non-Muslims, interested in Islam from a lot of different perspectives. I know a lot of what I post lately has to do with the more academic side of Islamic studies. But yeah, sorry, I was reading your question, David, as I was talking, but isn't Harold Motsky pro-Hadith? Yeah, I think he is pro-Hadith. I think he believes that the Hadith go back to the time they claim they go back to. Now, is the content intact how it was when it was first delivered? I don't think he's too in line with that it is. Uh, I mean, for the most part, I think he believes it to be, but at least the Hadith, the in general, goes back to, from what I understand. Yeah, yeah, he is pro Hadith. You want some people who aren't pro Hadith people? Honestly, I can't take somebody who isn't. I mean, I'm not gonna say isn't pro Hadith, but if you like totally disregard the whole Hadith corpus, I don't think I can take you seriously. Because even Patricia Crone, who's been like really, uh, has really tried to do without the tradition, and the last thing I read from her, which was towards the end of her life, was that the Islamic tradition is indispensable, and that the scholarship it's based on is good shoulders to stand upon for recent scholarship. So, but books that are anti-hadith, and if you want some that are anti-hadith, why don't you try, what is that book? Abu Rayas is by Abu Rayas. Abu Raya. Let's see, I'm gonna type it in. Mahmoud Abu Raya is one on hadith criticism. Is one good on hadith criticism I read a while back. Mahmoud Abu Raya. I believe that's his name. Yeah. Criticism of hadith. But I mean, I think there's a few scholars who criticize hadith, but I think in recent times, if you go and watch Mufti Abu Layth, he criticizes hadith, but not from a hadith rejector perspective. But Mahmoud Abu Raya. Let me see, man. I'm trying to find his book. What's the name of his book he had? Sorry, my computer's kind of slow. But yeah, as far as hadith criticism, I really don't focus too much on it. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I have my own opinion about hadith. I definitely believe there's some baggage that comes along with the hadith that needs to be sorted out. But it's not something that I've been focused on recently. Eventually, I hope to get there. But as you can see, I'm really stuck in pre-Islamic Arabia, and I'm trying to work out of that right now. But the book by Mahmoud Abu Raya concerning hadith criticism is Lights on the Muhammadan Sunnah or Defense of the Hadith. Kind of a weird name, but yeah, he's criticizing Hadith. He's an Egyptian. I don't know if he was a scholar, but definitely an Egyptian who was very learned. Do I got to guess? Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? My
Yeah, I'm
man,
over
my man,
here. What's up?
what's up, man? It's great, great to see you. I just wanted to say salam alaikum to everybody, and I just wanted to be the first official guest on Tehran show. That's all. I just want to make sure I
Okay.
was the first one. I want to make sure I was the first
Yeah.
one to get on. The first one to get
Oh yeah,
on.
man, you my first guest on the Tehran show.
Yeah,
I
all right.
got tired of being on other people's stuff, so might as well try to get my own thing started.
I figured you're gonna do that. I always figured you're gonna do that because because before I started sending you the Claire videos that me and Claire was doing, you was doing videos. You started doing it, so that's why I was like, okay, the minute you start jumping on Claire's, I was like, it's gonna be a matter of time before you gonna start doing your own streams. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew that it was coming down the pipeline anytime soon. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, really, I just needed to see somebody else do it first. I didn't like kind of being on camera because I feel it's kind of a distraction a bit. And when I saw that you can kind of hide your face and talk, I was like, okay, this is cool. I feel more comfortable in that sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Not that I
yeah.
don't mind being on camera, but it can kind of
I
be a
mean,
distraction a bit.
yeah, you can. You're right. You can. You're right. It can definitely be a distraction. Because matter of fact, the first person I used to see this do a lot was this lady called Chrissy. She was this YouTube person named Chrissy. She just talks about like black woman issues, but she's
Yeah,
never
yeah,
shown her
I'm
face.
subscribed to her.
Okay, yeah, Chrissy, she never showed her face. So that's the first time I seen it, but it was actually kind of effective. You know what I'm saying? Her method was
Yeah.
effective in a way because
Hey, Pelu,
I mean,
maybe you can answer David's question right here. Are there the Ibadi position on the second coming? Is Ibadis believe Istiqama believe Jesus is coming back a second time?
no.
Okay. Is there any books that you can recommend to David talking about it? I know.
And no, I don't know. I don't know. Be honest, I don't know. I would have to check with Sheikh Barsha. I know me and Jason. We was talking about this issue when Jason was still in the group, and he made an article about it. I know Jason got an article about it.
Yeah, I might.
Because that's one of the things that we built. Because before you came and even after you came, a lot of what we were doing on the group was a lot of things we were doing was working on Jason's articles together. That's what we used to do a lot of times. You know that, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was a group effort. I thought he was writing them all himself.
He was writing it by himself, but it was peer review. Like he would write it, but then send it to us, and then it wasn't told. It was. I'm gonna say it was 80%. It was like this. Put like this. Put like this. He started it before we started the group, so I'm gonna give him. And it's not like we not like the whole thing was always a group effort. It was his effort. Don't get me wrong. It's his work.
Yeah.
But
okay.
But when we started the group in 2019, when the minute that happened, every new thing after that, he would send us his articles first, and then we would work on it together. I mean, it would be like peer review. We would review it, and he would tweak it, and then and the arguments we have, he used the arguments on our discussions to make the next article, and then send it back to us. So it's his work, but you understand what I'm trying to say? He would use us to piggyback. He would piggyback off the arguments that we would have to build his next case. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Hello?
Sorry. I'm still learning this. I kind of messed up.
Okay, no, it's okay. Okay, I say it over again. I say it over again. What I was saying is that yeah, it's his work. Don't get me wrong, it's his work, but this is how it used to go. He would do an article and he would put it up. He would put it up, and the first thing he'll do was send it to the group, and then we'll do like a review of it, right? And then the arguments we'll have. Sometimes he would change his article according to the arguments that we have. But a lot of times he would, because it depends on the argument. Because it was different cases for different articles. But just our argumentation, he would use that to piggyback to make the next paper. You understand? So it was like that. That's how it used to work. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, so it was his work, but he used us as basically like a think tank. He was using our group as like a think tank to help him build his articles too. I mean, but and that was good. I mean, everybody liked it. It was good, but it was just egos got in the way, and I don't know what happened to him. But it was.
To be honest, I seen what was going on in the group. I remember there was one time and there was a whole bunch of comments going back and forth. It seemed like it was heated a bit. But unfortunately, Jason can be kind of get in his feelings sometimes. Even with some of the things I used to research, he used to kind of get upset with, even though I would. But unfortunately, when Jason was telling me about Ibadism or Istiqama, I really wasn't paying attention. It wasn't until you that kind of got me interested in it, because I just saw how you said it, how zealous you were over it, and I was like, and then you would defend it, and then also you made some really strong arguments just judging the Ibadi community to the other Muslim communities, and you don't hear anything about them. So I mean, I'm back to where I first started when I converted to Islam the first time, like looking at the Ibadis. I was looking at Muslims and wondering like what made them act this way. Now I'm looking at the Ibadis like, man, what made them act this way? So, I'm hoping to try to get some literature on the history, because, right now I can't really defend the school. I can't really explain it as well as you, but I'm hoping to learn more, God willing, in the future.
Nah, it's always like that. Trust me, it's always like that's how I was. That's how I was. You understand? Yeah, it took a while. It was hard. It was really hard for me. I told you. I didn't start getting in contact with other Ibadis or Istiqam Muslims until 2019, and I was Istiqam Muslim from like 2011. So I went
Wow.
like almost like 8 years. I was doing it all by myself for 8 years straight. Praying but used to come by myself. I was doing for 8 years. I would get any book I could get. I was ordering books, getting any that I could get. I was doing it just by myself on my dolo, just independently for 8 straight years. Didn't have physical contact with nobody. The first one I contacted was Saeed and Jason. That's the first people that
Really?
yeah, that's the first people I got into contact. Matter of fact, the first time I got into contact with okay. In the Easter comma, are you the admin for the Facebook group?
No, I was, but then I think it got shut down, or is it still up?
It's still up though. I think it's still up. I don't know.
Oh, if it's still up, man, let's get that thing cracking. There's
Yeah,
right now.
admin. What's your admin?
I don't know who's admin. I remember. I don't know how that worked. Jason made me admin of the WhatsApp one.
No. I'm gonna tell you how you got a WhatsApp. You only became a WhatsApp one. I'm gonna tell you how that happened on the WhatsApp. What was it, Jason? It's because me, Jason, Saeed, we were having a little beef, whatever, and Jason and Saeed left. And what Saeed did was kicking me out of the group because Saeed kicked me out of the group. Right, I mean, he kicked me out of the admin, and it's because he didn't want me to keep the group. He because like Saeed tried to destroy the group. He tried to destroy the group. So because Saeed was the official founder. Because even though we both founded together, because this is how it got founded. Me and Saeed had a conversation, and because I wasn't used to using WhatsApp group. That's the first time I had a WhatsApp group was with Saeed, and he said, "Okay, let's start a WhatsApp group." So he started, but but we started together. But he was official. At starting admin because he's the one who kicked it off. But it got kicked off over a conversation we had. You know what I'm trying to say? Because we had a conversation, and then I reached out to him. Because first person I reached out to was Jason, but Jason didn't talk to me for, but he started sending me texts because I'm gonna tell you what happened. Because that's the reason I'm bringing up the Facebook group. Because the Facebook group is how I came across Jason, because Jason was complaining on the Facebook group that nobody wanted to talk to him, that everybody was always doing borrowed to him, that people was always being silent with him, that he was getting a cold shoulder. So I reached out to him and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm here for you. Like I've been part of Instagram for years, but I don't even talk. I haven't even contacted nobody, but I'm still doing it, so I'm still staying strong." Say, "Don't worry about it. I'll be there for you." Like I told him that I'll be there for you. Let's work something out. So that's what happened. So I said I'll be there for you. And the same day I just contacted randomly. I contacted Saeed. I didn't even know Saeed either. I was contacting people just because after I reached out to Jason, because Jason was saying how he felt, that he felt cold, got a cold shoulder. So I was just trying to build a group. So I just reached out to Saeed, and Saeed picked up the phone. And then me and Saeed started talking. Me and Saeed started the group. Then he put Jason on. He put Barsha on, and that was the original four for the first day. That was the original four. It was me, Saeed, Jason, and Barsha. That was the original four that started everything. They kicked everything off. So that's why I was bringing up the group thing, because I seen that they said you were the administrator of the group. So I'm like, oh, hey, yeah. So you're right. We need to keep that group back off. We need to keep that group back off on the Facebook tip too. So yeah. So
right now the ground is fertile, I believe, to spread the Ibadi school of thought. We don't call it a school of thought, do we? Or
they call it they call it the madrasa ufiq. Yeah, school of thought. You can call it school of thought. You can call it school of thought. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the best way to call it.
The ground is fertile.
Instead of calling it a sect, we could call it school of thought.
Okay,
that's the best way. That's the better way to describe it. Because really. And I don't know. Don't get me wrong. And I'm part of it too, because I told you I'm overzealous. That's a fact. I know. I mean, I hate to. I mean, I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to work on it. I know me myself. I'm overzealous. I know. I'm trying to find a way to be more diplomatic. But it just. I got that way when I was standing on my own for so long. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
When you standing on for so long. It's like the only way I was able to keep that Akita was by standing on it hard. You know what I'm saying? Because I was against everybody. You know what I'm trying to say?
Hey, real quick, because I want to keep David in the loop. I don't want to seem like we're ignoring him, because he's asking some questions. So he says, because Sunnis, he's the one who asked about the second coming of Christ. He said, because Sunnis say Surah Nisa ayah 159 says that it refers to the second coming, when Jesus will essentially die, due to a hadith from Abu Huraira, which is a weak hadith.
Okay.
So is 159 explaining? Does 159 really explain the coming?
Hey, I'm gonna look at it right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna read it right now. I'm gonna get it right now. Let's read. Let's get it. Let's
Yeah,
get
let
it.
me see. I got my Quran right here too.
Yeah. Oh, you actually is. Hold on a second. Let me get my Quran. Let me get my Quran. Look.
What did you say? Surah 4, 159. 4, 159.
It's 159. Okay, 159. Let's go to 159. Okay.
There is not one of the
I'm
people of the
even
book,
like
but will surely believe in him before his death, and on the day of resurrection, he will be.
okay.
Yeah, I see. I'm reading from the Study Quran, and the
Yeah.
comment they have on here is that some commentators for 159 understand this verse to mean that all the people of the book, although here primarily Jews, will believe in Jesus before Jesus' own death. That is, after he returns near the end of time to fight the Antichrist or Dajjal. And they got that from Ibn Kathir, Tabari, and Zamakhshari.
Okay, let me see. And there is none of the people in the book but must believe in him before his death, and on the day of judgment he will be a witness against them. He'll be a witness against them. Okay. Um. Um. He'll be a witness against them, and none but um, because we actually talked about in the group. I will have to send you the stuff on WhatsApp uh, on the Ibadi opinion because they say because we say there's no second coming, and they say he died, and there's none of the people of the book but must believe in him before his death. Or not agree yet. Not agree, it said interpreters are not agreed on the exact meaning. Those who hold that Jesus did not die refer to the pronouns his. Right now I'm reading the comments on the Yusuf Ali version. On the Yusuf, I'm reading the footnotes on the Yusuf Ali right now. This
Okay.
okay. On the Yusuf Ali's version, the footnotes it says before his death, interpreters are not agreed as to the exact meaning. Those who hold that Jesus did not die refer to the pronouns his to Jesus. They say that Jesus is still living in the body and that that will appear just before the final day after the coming of the mighty when the world will be purified of sin and unbelief. There will be a final death before the final resurrection, but all will have believed before his final death. Others think that his is better referred to none of the people of the book, and that the emphatic form must be denotes a question of duty rather than fact. Yeah, even he's saying that he's showing a disagreement, and like and I think the body position will go closer to the to the second because we don't believe in it. It's just a matter of duty. Like people were supposed to believe in him, but a lot of people didn't. And I'm gonna back it up with the verse after that. For the iniquity of the Jews, we made certain. It's showing you that 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 okay, no, that's not really good, but hold on. So yeah, anyway, they crucified him, Allah raised him. Let's get the whole context of this thing. They say we killed.
But see, the way they translated it in the Study Quran is almost like he's about to return. Like, because they said, there is not one of the people of the book, but will surely believe in him before his death. And on the day of resurrection, he will be a witness against them.
Yeah, but
But see, I already know the people who translated this book. Dude's already kind of like it's Hussein Nasser, I think,
yeah,
who
it's already from Sunni perspective. But I mean, we'd have to get we would have to get a good because okay, because my Arabic is not that good. It's like why in okay, wa in min hal halakitabi illa le ila lehu um m- minan minana bihi min anabihi ka ka kab kab kabla kabla mau mautihi, so death. Okay, yeah, before his death. Okay, so okay, inna, I don't know inna mean. I know is this inna mean, that probably there is, I know ala kitabi, yeah, so that means the book, and before his death. But let me see, it doesn't say Jesus. Okay, okay. It says him. Oh, look, I need to perfect my Arabic better. Wayoma kiyama yakun yakunu uh, um alay alayhim shahid. Okay, witness against. Okay, yeah, so a witness against him. Okay, so what I would say is that I would go with how for now. I mean, I would have to get back to David. We'll get back to you. I wasn't prepared for all this, but it's good you're asking questions. I'll get back to you on exactly how we justify it. But our view, but even here, if you read the Yusuf Ali commentary, it'll even show you that there is a disagreement. Okay,
Yeah.
but anyway, whether it's coming back or not. Okay. Let's talk about both hypotheticals. Okay, he could be coming back, you know, but no matter what, he would have to die. So he's gonna come back to the in the day of judgment. Because he said they'll bear witness for him, and they'll bear witness against him. So I mean, I still will go with the duty part, because I think people were supposed to, and the people who didn't, and the people who didn't went against the duty. Do I think everybody will be cursed who went against them? And no, if they repent or something like that. But he's gonna bear witness on their judgment. So to make a long story short, whether you go both opinions, know that Jesus himself he's going to be at judgment day, and he's going to bear witness to everybody who said who spoke against him. Because our opinion is that he died. Like he died, but he wasn't crucified.
He died, but he wasn't crucified. Okay, but did he die? Okay, so he missed crucifixion, and he just lived the rest of his life out and died.
I'm not clear on this, because I wasn't big on this issue. Jason was big on this issue. I wasn't big on trying to figure out this issue hard. But we have the documents, and then I'm gonna have to get back. I'm gonna have to get back to you, David. That's a good question, though. It's a really good thing. I'm gonna get back to David. We're gonna make something, and we're gonna get back to you, David, to exactly get a really good answer. But it's a good question.
I want to look into this, because he's not the first person who asked me about this. Another brother sent me a message over Facebook and asked me if I knew anything more than what Mufti Abu Layth was talking about concerning the return of Christ. Because Mufti Abu Layth was the one who kind of brought this to the forefront of Sunni thought, at least in the social media world, at least, because a lot of Sunnis took it for granted. What's up?
He brought what the Sunni thought. He brought what the Sunni thought.
Well, to a lot of Sunnis who weren't aware that there's disagreement in the return of Jesus. A lot of Sunnis took it for granted. I mean, my first 5 years as a Sunni, I took it for granted that Jesus is going to come back. And I used to give that type of dawah to Christians. Oh yeah, we believe Jesus is coming back. We have that in common and stuff like that. So. But him talking about it, oh my God, they call it totally threw people into a frenzy.
Yeah, because our opinion that he didn't die on the cross, but he lived. I don't know if he died in battle. I don't remember. I'm trying to clear if we know if he died, if he knew for fact that he died in the battle, because there was a lot of rebellions in those times. during those days in Israel, there was a lot of rebellions. You know that, right? There was a lot of rebellions against the Romans. It was all type of wars.
Yeah,
That's why the
yeah,
Jews eventually got expelled from Israel because of the all them wars. You know, and a lot of people don't like to admit. A lot of people don't like to admit the correlation between Judaism and Islam. A lot of people don't like to admit it. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to be honest about the situation, you have to understand the people of Israel was there in that region fighting wars before the Muslims got there. And I know it's a sensitive topic for Muslims because of modern politics. You know what I'm trying to say? But but
yeah,
but
yeah.
but but it was real wars going on. It was real things going on those times. It was a whole rack of rebels fighting everybody those times. It was a whole lot of stuff going on. So I'm trying to. I don't know how 100% clear we on that thing. I'm gonna talk to Sheikh Barsha. I'm gonna make him give me an explanation, and then we'll get back to that. But we don't believe he died on the cross. But we don't believe in the second coming. Like we believe he died. He's gonna be resurrected. He's gonna be resurrected. He's gonna be resurrected with everybody else. He's gonna be resurrected, but he's gonna bear witness against everybody else. Same way the Prophet Muhammad's gonna bear witness, but he's gonna be resurrected. And we also believe in the we also don't believe in the Mahdi. You know that, right? We don't believe in the Mahdi.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so we don't believe in the whole Mahdi. We don't because see, I knew we didn't believe in the Mahdi. See, look, it was Jason the one who first taught me about because I didn't know about Is the Comet didn't believe in the second coming either until Jason. Because Jason was bringing that up. Because I knew the whole thing about the Mahdi, but I always thought I thought that I was like you. I knew I always knew about the Mahdi, but it wasn't until Jason. Like I missed because even I don't think that issue is a big issue in Istiqamah literature because I didn't even run across that. Like I never even ran across that issue until Jason brought it up to me. That's the first time I ran even across that issue.
And I'm gonna be. I believe he actually first heard it from Mufti Abu Layth because before him and Mufti Abu Layth fell out, he was watching his lives every Monday, and I swear it was Mufti Abu Layth that brought this to the forefront of people's minds.
Yeah, it's good. It's good he did, but see, but he's the one who brought it to me. But then of course we also have Sheikh Barsha. We have other. We got some sheikhs who actually studied on mine in the group, and then he said, yeah, well, the Eastern common Muslims we don't believe in the second coming. They say they don't believe in the second coming. They believe Jesus died. But the only thing I'm not sure about is how he died. They believe he died during his lifetime. Like he didn't have like some kind of extraordinary life. Like he died during his lifetime. But I don't know if he died in the battle. I think he died in battle. I think they think he died. I don't know if he died in battle or escaped. Because I'm gonna tell you the funny thing about it. Do you know that there's some groups in India who believe that he escaped and went to India?
Yeah, I heard that. I've heard
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but we don't believe he died on the cross. But we believe he died. The only thing I'm not sure about is exactly how he died. If it was during the wars of those times, because our position that he was one of the soldiers, he was a rebel. He was like I don't want to say he was a martyr, but not a martyr on the cross, but a martyr on the battlefield. I want to say he was a martyr on the battlefield if I remember correctly, but I'm not 100% solid on that issue because I didn't take too much stock in it. But yeah, if I remember correctly, that's our position. Our position, if I remember correctly, was he was one of the rebels who died. He was one of the rebels who died in the Roman Jewish wars. He was one of the people
Okay.
fighting against the Romans. Yeah. Because as a matter of fact, man, we had a long argument. We had a long talk about this one time. We had a long because we were editing one of Jason's articles, and then we were talking about it, but it was long. It was long. It was one of the first. It was one of the first issues we dealt with. It was one of the first issues we dealt with, like really early. We was dealing with this issue. But I'm gonna get back to you on it. Tentatively speaking, we believe he died in battle.
Died in battle.
Yeah, died in battle.
That's an interesting one. I've never heard that take.
Yeah, we believe like because it was. I remember I just telling you there was a lot of battles going on. There was a lot of battles going on at that time with them and the Romans, with the Jews and the Romans.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Because in what AD 70, they had a big one.
Yep. Even before that, there was a lot of rebels going, a lot of everything going, there's a lot of rebellions going. The 80-70 is when the temple finally got destroyed. That was the last battle, but the battle was going on before that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Jen Wallace, our friend from what was it from Zubaida's page?
Hi,
She said,
Jen.
"What's up?"
Yeah, I like Jay. Now, see, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you about that. I'm gonna tell you about what happened today. I don't want to talk too much about it. The only thing I was upset with is like sometimes I feel like it was a double standard. Like they were saying like, oh, they're calling me a kafir, but I can't call him a clown. It was like no, I should be able to, if you want to go no horse bar, I'm gonna go no horse bar. That's what I that's the only thing. So but anyway, Jen. And then I'm happy to I'm happy to see you, Jen, and glad you're trying to be reasonable when we were talking, because a lot of people like talking about things they don't know, but and act like they know it. So and I'm gonna, either they don't know it. I'm gonna tell you the thing that got to me is like let me tell you my real experience. You know what I'm trying to say? It's almost like my problem is it's almost like people want to make a boogeyman, and if you try to tell me real experience, they don't want to hear it because they want to keep that boogeyman there. It's almost like people love having a scapegoat. You know, and it's like oh, they don't want to humanize their scapegoat because they'll have to stop having a scapegoat because so that's the thing. I'm like, let's stop having scapegoats and let's deal with reality. I'm here to share my experience and open up to you. Let me share my experience and open up and tell you what I actually been through, so you actually know for a fact what goes on. Even if you don't want to believe me, at least you heard the story from a horse's mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they have prejudices already. They're coming already with their preconceptions, and it seems like they're not ready to let them go. I don't know if again, when people say, "Oh, I think he's wrong," I tell people, "Hey, I believe you." I'm not really in a position to say, "Hey, I disbelieve you," to be honest.
Yeah.
But see, other people won't even recognize that about themselves. They feel like whatever preconceived notions they had before talking to you are just as valid as what you know to be the truth because you're in it.
Yeah, and it's like it is something I did. It was an experience I had. I come from a different background. I'll love to tell people the story one day. I don't want to go into now, but I love to tell people the story one day. I just want people to know what really went on. That's all, because it's almost like it's no more demystifying, but it's the reason why these things came about. And people take for granted the world we live in now, where everybody could just be free. It wasn't like that before. So all these traditions came about in a different world that we don't live in today. You understand? But everybody takes everything for granted. You know what I'm saying? People gotta stop taking the world for granted. You understand? Humanity has progressed far. Like we used to live in a time where you couldn't say nothing. You know what I'm trying to say? So
you're the one
like,
who really got me thinking about the First Amendment and why that was put in place, and the history that preceded that came before it in Europe, where you couldn't have the freedom to speak about theological differences, without being persecuted. So.
And Claire is strong on that too, and that's one thing Claire is strong on. Claire is strong on that point too. That's one of her good points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of why she pushed back on you on blasphemy, because she is kind of strong on that point.
No,
she don't want.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. But see, but yeah, you're right. You're completely right, Tehran. But I was trying to say is that you're right, Tehran. But we it's a balancing act. Like, for example, because we're talking about it in light of America. So if you look at it as a balance, like you could still be a blasphemer in America, but America affirms that there's God, and all the documents say God. You know what I'm saying? Even the motto saying God we trust. So it's a. I was trying to show her that's why I was trying to show her the superiority between the providential constitutionalism as opposed to her secular Quranism. I'm trying to say that is a way to affirm God and still not persecute people, because that's how America did it. America is able to affirm God, but not persecute disbelievers. You know what I mean? I think her system is going to actually benefit atheists more than it's going to benefit believers. If we go. You know what I'm trying to say? And the thing about it, the funny thing about her is that I love her to death. Don't get me wrong, that's my girl. That's how I started talking on YouTube. I didn't start talking on YouTube before I met Claire. So I want to make clear to everybody. Claire, me and Claire, both are still tight. I'm just trying to tell everybody the source of our disagreement. When you hear us talking, I just want to tell people the source of our disagreements. It's almost like this. It's almost like she's an agnostic trying to fight atheism, and it doesn't really work. You understand? You understand? You understand?
I don't know, but I'm trying to fight you, and you for sure feel like you know.
Yeah. She's like agnostic trying to fight atheism, and I'm telling her that it doesn't work like that. Like, you can't be agnostic trying to fight atheism. It just doesn't mix. I don't know how to put it. You know what I'm trying
Yeah,
to
it doesn't. It doesn't.
say?
I
And for
agree.
agnostic and agnostic sense, but the Gnostic actually agnostic is just basically atheist light to me. It's an atheism light. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like atheism light. So you're atheist light trying to fight atheism hard. It's almost like you're a moderate communist trying to fight hard communists. You know what I'm saying?
But how she come to these conclusions? I mean, the conclusions she's came to without actually having being a believer, I find to be fascinating. That's one of the reasons why I
You're
used to
right.
watch you guys' lives and hear what she had to say, because she speaks as if she's a believer, but yet she's not. But she wants these things to be implemented in society.
That's the same reason I started talking to her first. I was fascinated too. The same thing. That's how I got involved with her. I was fascinated by that. That's for the same reason you said. The same reason why I started talking to her. For the same reason, I was like, "What? You're not a believer?" But you, I was fascinated. I really was fascinated. I was fascinated, so I started talking to her. Same reason.
And her audience is specifically white ethno-nationalists, Jews, ex-Jews, and cultural Christians or post-Christians.
Yeah.
That's why
Because
I
her
was like, we need
background.
to get some Muslims, man. That's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna hang on here with Palu, give him some support as another Muslim brother. But and I think you were already telling Claire, hey man, you need to expand. Where you were at last year, you can't be this year, and where you're at this year, you can't be next year. You need to have like goals. Like, I'm trying to do this and trying to do that, but I think it's working for her. She's starting to spread out. She was on Zubidas. I'm
Yeah.
trying to hook her up with some other the white Muslims I told you about,
Yep.
Islam for Europeans. And I would like to
Yeah.
have him on too, so we can
Yeah.
have
I
like
love
just
it.
one.
I want to
Oh, go
expand
ahead.
her channel too. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm breaking up with you too. I'm interrupting you too. But yeah, you're right. Everything you're saying is right. I would like her to expand too. I tell you, I was fascinated. But then, see, when I first hooked up with her, I didn't know how long she was doing it, saying the same thing over and over again. I ain't know,
Yeah.
but because I didn't go back and look at her old stuff. I caught her like about almost a year ago, a little bit less than a year ago. I caught like one long joint she did with Vincent Bruno. I caught that one, and then I didn't catch her back until I caught a couple. I used to check in with her like once in a blue moon. I used to check it back in with her, but then like about like a week or two before we started talking, so like maybe a month and a half ago, I started checking out some more of her stuff more consistently, and I was like, yeah, you making good sense. Like what you're saying, I was leaving comments, and then she told me to get on. So that I got on, and then we'd been there for that. But yeah, she needs to expand because she done built up a. Because see, when I first started, I didn't know that she had her system like locked down, that this all she wanted to do is her system was set in stone. I didn't know that, because I first thought she was brainstorming. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I first thought
Yeah.
that she had ideas, but she's trying to develop it. So yeah, so that's her problem right now. Her problem is that she's stuck in the framework she's made. She's made a framework that it's, don't get me wrong, it's fascinating, but it can only go so far, and it's not going any
Yeah.
further. She has to expand her framework. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's,
She needs more engagement with Muslims. She needs more engagement with Muslims and what we believe. You
yeah,
can't
she
just
does.
go based off of your own interpretation off the Quran. I don't think she's going solely based off of her own interpretation, but it seems like she's coming to it solely with her intellect and not seeing what the greats of the past have had to say about a lot of these same verses. At
You're
least so
right.
you know that you're not going too far off.
Yeah, you're right. It's because she's trying to reinvent it. We're trying to take the Quran, and first of all, and her problem is that she don't understand exactly what you're saying. Everything you're saying is exactly right. I'm gonna tell you how right. I'm gonna tell you how right you are. Her issue right now is that she don't understand the limitations of her knowledge. She has to understand that her knowledge is limited. Like, first and foremost, she don't understand Arabic. So you can't
Yeah.
really study the Quran and you don't know Arabic and say that and say you know how to make a overall political legal system based on the Quran, and you don't even know Arabic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she has to understand the limitations of her knowledge. You can't say I'm going to use translations of the Quran to make an entire legal system built on Quran and say that that's what the Quran says. Like if you want to do this, you actually have to become a real Quranic scholar. You learn Arabic. become a real scholar, but she don't want to do that because she wants to keep everything in an agnostic philosophical mindset, and she has to be able to transcend her fixation on the agnostic philosophical mindset that she's trying to build. Because she don't want to approach it from the believer. She wants to she wants to keep it agnostic.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. She wants to
Because
keep it
I only
agnostic.
started believing in a lot of this stuff after become. I only submit to the laws of Islam after believing in God, in the oneness of God, and that it's expressed in the Quran for me to basically, man, you can't put the cart before the horse. You have to believe in God before you are willing to accept everything else that comes after that.
And that's exactly what I tell her all the time. And no, you hear me tell her all the time.
Yeah, I know.
That's where the blasphemy clash is coming into. That's part of the blasphemy clash. You know what I'm saying? That's part of
Yeah,
the blasphemy clash. Okay,
because your Cooper is blasphemy. Your Cooper is blasphemy in and of itself. You ain't got to say nothing.
okay, let me put some clothes in laundry quick, I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, no worry. I'll
I'm,
still
I'm,
be here.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna do some laundry real quick. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, people, thanks for watching. We got 3 viewers, more than what I'm used to. Jen, if you're still here, thanks for watching. Yeah, I know we don't need to explain to you. You seem to be very understanding with everything that was going on. And when things got too heated, you dipped out. You didn't want to be a part of that, and I appreciate it. But yeah, anybody else, if you got something to say. David, sorry we couldn't really expound a whole lot on your questions. I really don't know a whole lot about what you're talking about. I do know that there's difference in opinions about the second coming of Christ. Muhammad Iqbal being another proponent in that is not going to happen. Me and Pelu talked about the Ibadi perspective. We touched on it a bit. I mentioned Mufti Abu Layth, yes, is the one who kind of, at least for me and a lot of other brothers I know, brought the whole idea of the second coming of Christ being, not authentic to the forefront of Sunni thought in this day and age. But, you know, some of those right-wing UK folks don't really have good intentions. I really do believe that they don't have. Some of them don't have good intentions, and I believe some of them do at the same time, and that they really feel that what they're doing is in their best interest. But through dialogue, I hope to show them. I think it's a group effort. I think all of us, through dialogue, we can knock down a lot of these borders we set up or barriers we set up between each other. Race, nationality, ethnicity being those barriers. Not saying that they shouldn't be there and that we shouldn't respect them and preserve them to a certain extent, but we shouldn't use them as tools to hate each other or try to exclude each other from opportunities and being in certain places. Anyway, I'm not trying to go on I have a dream speech, or spill, but yeah, that's just how I feel about it. But Jen, would you say right-wing folks in the US have better intentions? I think as a minority, we're kind of suspicious of right-wingers anyway. I mean, by default, in the minds of a lot of minorities, right-wingers don't have our best interest. I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but just speaking for the collective of minorities, that's kind of how it is. That's kind of how it seems, at least. So, but I would like to hope. I would hope that they have good intentions. I would hope that they come to me, seeing me as an outsider, hoping to kind of, build some type of bridge, or at least come away not knowing something that they, didn't know or whatever. So. But yeah, I shared it. I'm surprised that you jumped on, Jim Wallace. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't. I think I have some decent content. A lot of my content tends to deal with the historical side of Islam and some other points in history that have nothing to do with Muslims or Islam. I just like history in general. Right now, I'm trying to upload more audio books, and there are a few small books short books that I would like to read chapter by chapter. You know, going live on a StreamYard platform like this. So yeah. Other than that, not much. Okay. Because yeah, okay, we already talked about that question. But yeah, I'm not doing much, man. I'm actually glad Palu jumped on. This guy really knows how to get the conversation started, you know? And I think if it was just me by myself, I would have just been rambling on and on and on about nothing. But you know, it's really good to have people in the chat, somebody who jumps online with you so you can have a discussion. And so far, I think it's been fruitful, you know? Sorry, it's intermission right now. Wish I could play some music, man. And what y'all like listening to? Mm. Probably won't play any music to be honest, because I don't want to get my thing copyright strike. Hello?
Hi, how are you guys?
Oh, we're doing all right. We're doing okay. Palu stepped away for just a second to do some laundry, but you know, hanging in there. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah, I had subbed to your pages last time, I think, when you set them on Zabeda's channel, so I jumped over and saw, yeah, just saw you were live and figured I'd stop by and see what's up, you know?
Yeah, feel free. I hope to try to do more. This is my channel. You feel free to subscribe. I tend to try to post things more dealing with history.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
go
great.
live. Yeah. Are you interested in history or what are you into, Jim?
See, like I am, but I'm not a very good I did bad in high school, right? So like I failed math, I failed history, so I guess I don't like retain information very well, but I do like love discussing it. So I don't consider myself like an intellectual or anything like that. But yeah, I have like bits and pieces of randomness here and there. But
Yeah.
it definitely, yeah. Um,
One thing.
we're kind of taught not to really cling to history. Like not to really live, not to attach too much to the past and also not to attach too much to the future, just because.
Is that a
like,
Buddhist teaching?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. So the meaning behind that's just because he says it causes suffering. So since you can't do anything about the past, it's only like in your head, you know? So if you dwell in it and, you know, you constantly worry about things that you can't change, then it just brings you, you know, sadness or brings up bad memories or, you know, things like this. So
It
even
does.
the smallest sense, it's considered suffering.
It does. I mean, because
So,
I heard one time,
yeah,
just as much as we're insecure about the future, we're just as insecure about our past because we can't go back and change it.
facts.
You
Yep,
know,
that's big facts. So yeah, I
and
think like the past is important to, like, I guess, to learn from, but like investing emotionally in it doesn't really do anyone any good, you know.
yeah, I don't believe in the over glorification or the romanticizing of the past.
Yeah, because the facts are like we'll never know, right? So
Yeah,
like
we'll never know. We
we'll
only go
never
by what survived, or the
exactly.
people who survived and the people who won.
The people who won keep right there. All depends on who you ask, right? Is their version of this or their version of that? So that's like,
And
you
that's the
know,
one thing that me and Palu talk about a lot concerning our own religion. As you've
mhm,
noticed, the Sunni narrative is the dominant narrative in Islam.
mhm,
While
mhm.
there's two other narratives that, might not have as many followers, but doesn't necessarily mean they're not as valid, or that they don't have points that should be reflected on as well.
I hear you, bro. Like, to me, like with religion, right? Like, I feel like if it makes you a better person, then do your thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many different, like, even you could call them sects or schools in
Hmm.
Buddhism, right? But like, I really don't even ascribe to one certain school or whatever. So it's just more labels. I feel like labels provide, but
Is there sectarian beef in Buddhism?
I'm sure back in the day there was. I'm not really sure.
But
I
as
know
of but as
after
of
he
now,
died.
you guys, as of now, you guys aren't on social media, going back and forth like we are on Discord and YouTube and
Oh no,
Facebook.
no, no, no. Like we would not. No, not at all. Like it's
Okay,
they all have like a really deep respect for each other. You know, and that's
okay.
one thing I've noticed. The schools, they really all seem to, you know, have a lot of respect for each other. And like a lot of the monks that I learned from are Theravada monks. Um, but then the temple I go to is a Mahayana temple. So it's like a whole different, you know, and you can see the differences. But like the Theravada monks will, you know, if I ask them questions that falls under like Mahayana, you know, then they'll just, you know, respectfully be like, oh, you know, we're not sure about that. Like this is Mahayana practice or whatever. So yeah, it's like they're pretty. I mean, they would never like excommunicate the other schools or anything like that, or like,
Okay.
you
So you guys
know,
don't have no
yeah.
cute names for each other like Muslims have for each other when we want to excommunicate each other.
I don't think so.
Okay.
At least I haven't came across any yet. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I haven't come across anything like that yet.
That's good. That's good. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
get that deep into Buddhism when I was interested in it. But yeah, I was always attracted to by the peace and serenity it seemed like Buddhist practitioners had within themselves. That was something that I was really looking for.
Yeah, and that's something that I totally found with it, you know, and like I said earlier, it's changed my life in so many different ways, like for the positive, that I just got deeper. I'm like, all right, this guy, like, this is working. Like, I'm seeing tangible, like, benefits and changes in this practice, you know, just meditation. So I'm like, well, like, you know, where does this come from? Who taught this? You know, and then as you're reading what he taught, and it's just like, I don't know, it just amazes me how the Buddha had such an insight into like human psychology and the nature of like ourselves and our brains, that it's
Yeah.
just it's pretty amazing. Yeah.
You know, some Muslims believe that it's possible he could have been a prophet.
Yeah, I've heard there's been videos back and forth. You know, I've heard that he possibly could have fell under the criteria of prophet. Then some people say there's no way because he didn't bring a one creator message, you know, so that like automatically excludes him. Most of the people online, like the Sunnis, or not Zabeda, she's really cool, and like the people who are in her server, but there's like a couple other channels, and they always remind me that like I'm mushrikeen and I'm, you know, this and that, and it's just really like it's kind of a downer, you know, like
Yeah. I know.
whatever,
To be
like
honest, because
I don't.
nobody wants to hear that. To be honest, I mean, and Christians could go up to them and say the same thing based off of preconceived notions they have. You know, um, and if
Yeah,
they were trying to,
I
if they
mean,
were really trying to convince you of the error of your way, if they believe that you're in error, if they were trying to convince you of it, that's the most horrible way to go about it. Is to call somebody a name or to
well,
name calling.
yeah, and like, you know, even with the Kafir thing that gets thrown around, you know, like that's all right. It is what it is, and everything. Like, okay, I'm a non-believer, but like, why not just? I don't know. They said, oh, it only means non-Muslim. But like when you're getting called like a
Nah,
filthy kafir and like a dirty kafir and like
yeah,
you mean
that's
nothing.
like saying the B word only means female dog.
Well, that's what I'm, you know, like things have kind of have different connotations sometimes. And yeah, like depending on, you know, how it's coming across, like it's a little bit, you know, I don't know, it's a little jarring. It's like, all right, man, like,
I totally agree. I totally agree because I
yeah.
mean I can see from your perspective as a non-Muslim, as coming from a Muslim, it's thrown around. We use it against each other. I mean, way too liberally, as I mentioned before. And it is unattractive. You know, how do you want people to be a part of or to even consider what you believe in if this is how you act towards not only the people outside of your religion, but even to the people who claim to be inside of your religion? You know, it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
make it that appealing,
Yeah, facts.
you know, so
Yeah, for
I don't like
sure.
that type of behavior. And Pelu
It
said
just
that
lays down,
sorry.
yeah, it lays down like a clear divisive, like you're on this side, I'm on that side. Like it's just a like a clear line, you know, like okay, you're a kafir, like you're not on this side of my line, you know, and that's what I think it does. Like it just puts a straight divide, and it's like, okay, well, why can't we just still be like have a civil conversation, you know?
Exactly.
Like
Or how
yeah.
come, okay, we might not be part of the same religious family, but we're still part of the same human family. And I personally, I don't believe you should put religion before your humanity.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Let me jump in. Hi, Jen.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I missed most of what you just said, but I'm loving what you're just talking about. What Teron's talking about, and that's basically the purpose of true dawah. Because true dawah is putting the human family first. You understand? We all nafsin wahida. We all come from one soul. So the only way to really be a Muslim is have the manners. It's about manners. If you don't have the right manners, how is somebody gonna be attracted to what you're teaching? You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Yeah,
mhm.
If you don't have the right manners and the right and it's about hospitality. If you're really hospitable and you're really courteous, people are gonna be drawn to you. You understand? You
Mhm.
could draw the whole world into you if you have the right manners. You could draw the whole world into you. So that's all I got to add with that part. But yep.
no, but you're right. You're right.
Okay.
That's what attracted me to Islam first. I was working at an apartment where it was predominantly Muslims. Outside was drug dealers and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I was wondering, like, what is it that kept these people together? compared to everything else that was going on around them. I attribute it to Islam, and with how they treated me while I was at work. I was like, okay, I believe it's their religion. Let me look into it. And seeing the religion, even though I don't always equate Muslim behavior to Islam nowadays, but yeah, definitely there are things in Islam that promote having good behavior towards people who are different from you as well as the same. So
well, I know that there's I don't know if it's from Quran or Hadith that said the Prophet only came to perfect good manners.
yes.
And then there's another one. It's like you shouldn't fight people who don't fight you for your religion, or something to that effect. So it's like these are the principles that are beautiful. Like those are beautiful principles of Islam, that don't get portrayed as much as I think, some of the worse ones.
I agree. I totally agree. And one thing that I found, I don't know where he said this, but how do you say it? Goethe? That German poet spelled Goethe.
I have no idea. Goethe, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, well, he was a famous German poet, novelist, playwright, philosopher, diplomat, civil servant. And he said, I searched in history for the best human example and found it to be in the Arab prophet Muhammad, and I truly believe, I mean, I don't know too much about
your voice is off, Teron.
Oh yeah, he cut out.
Yeah, Teron, your voice is out. Okay.
Anyway, am I back?
Yes, yep. You're back now. You're back.
Okay. But no, yeah, I do believe the prophet came to perfect good character because he had it himself and he showed it even to his worst enemies.
Right.
So
yeah, it's a different world over there, I think, in the UK, as far as like they're very like centered on religion and like sect and manhaj and akida, and like these are words I never would have even known, just from over here. Like I said, like the most Muslims I see are like Nation of Islam brothers, or not 5%ers, but what's the other ones?
More science
temples. Yeah, more science temples. Yep. And it seems like those brothers, like I don't think they put such a divide on like sect. Like I feel like they would see like a Sunni guy or whatever, and they'd be like, "What's up, brother?" Like everyone's just brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no like, what sect are you, or you're not this or you're not that. Like I feel like they're more laid back over here, but that just could be my small non-Muslim perspective,
Yeah. No, I have to say, Jen, I want to speak on that. I want to speak on that. As a matter of fact, that's kind of what me and Claire talk about, and Tehran talk about on Claire's channel. Part of it, I believe, is that America's society built itself perfect. Like I'm gonna tell you what I think about American society. I think American society has found the perfect balance between religion and not religion. What I mean by that is that, like America, in the Constitution and everything, they affirm God. You know what I'm saying? They affirm that there's a God. They say, "In God we trust." We the people. It says, but we got our rights from our Creator. We die with our Creator by certain unalienable human rights. By nature's God. So from the beginning of America, America has put God first, but not necessarily has put any religion first, so it allows everybody to be their own religion in a way. So America has a good
Mm-hmm.
system when it comes to religious diversity. You know what I'm saying? They built the perfect system of religious diversity where is that yes, they affirm that there's a God. Everybody believes there's a God. Not everybody, but the central notion is that yes, there's a higher power, but that everybody gets to the higher power how they want to get to. So it makes America more flexible than other countries that they don't have that system. You understand? Because some countries
Mm.
they're either stuck on one religion or it's or,
or
or,
no
or, or,
religion.
or it's stuck on or it's stuck on being overly secular. That's the problem with Europe right now
Mm.
because Europe don't know Europe doesn't know if they want to be religious or secular. They don't know. But America has the best balance because it believes in God, but it lets everybody believe in God in their own way. And that's why even the biggest holiday in America is Thanksgiving, because anybody can celebrate Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I'm a Muslim, but I celebrate Thanksgiving. That's my favorite holiday, Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Because
And
That's a
Thanksgiving
good
works.
point.
Muslims have been way more assimilated into American society than here in the UK. Even though Muslims have a bigger presence here in Europe than they do in America.
Because American culture is built better for assimilation for exactly the reasons because it puts God first, but it doesn't say, but it lets everybody get to God how they want to get to God. So it's perfect for that's a perfect recipe to assimilate the most amount of people. To me, in my
Because you know what? Because you never hear about Muslims, Islam and American values, but out here you always hear about, oh, Islam and British values, are they compatible and all this other type of stuff.
yeah, exactly for the reason, but I'm trying to say there's a reason for that. You're exactly right, Teron. Everything you're saying is exactly right. But I'm trying to say there's a reason for that, and we need to understand the reason behind that so we could teach other people why America's working. Because that's the only thing I don't think we're missing is that we haven't put our finger on it, and that's why I came up with the providential constitutionalism
Providential
as
constitute, that's a good idea too.
yeah, because I think that's how it started. Because that way is because that's the broadest way of looking at God to me. That's the broadest way of looking at God. That's the broadest way of affirming that God exists, but allowing everybody to have the most latitude of how to get to God. Because I believe that the minimum we have to do is affirm God exists. I think a nation should always affirm God exists, but they should let people get to it in different manners. So if they let people get to it like how America does it, where it says, "Oh, in God we trust," but it don't say, "Oh, it has to be a Christian country," or "You have to be Jewish," or "You have to be Buddhist," "You have to be anything." All they say is, "In God we trust." You know what I'm trying to say? So it allows everybody to
Yeah.
work. It allows everybody to work out the situation. Everybody has a chance to work out how they're going to get to God. Like me, I personally believe some ways are better than others, but I still appreciate the ability to work it out. You know what I'm trying to say? Give
Yeah.
everybody the opportunity to work out how they're going to get to where they got to get to. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Definitely. And you know what? You're the one who really put that in my mind. I never thought about it like that. I would have said that the United States is a fake God believing country. But see, that's my perspective coming from California. Because, if you were to judge the United States based off of California concerning belief in God, you would think atheism is way more prevalent than what it is.
Yeah, California is basically the exception to the rule in America. That's the exception to the rule. Because yeah, California is a whole different world
Because
out
I
there.
found that
But
Washington was just as
California is
liberal.
like, yeah, it's
No, go
like
ahead.
really, it's the liberal shit that's got Cali in the way that it is, like, and it's like, I don't know. I think it's got its good and its bad points. Like, well,
It's got its
you
good
know,
point in that people really do genuinely try to help people. But they say what the highway to hell is built on good intentions
good
or something like that.
intentions. Yeah,
Because
yeah,
sometimes
for
these
sure.
people with their good intentions, especially in San Francisco, miss the mark. Especially with things like the free or clean needle handout, where now people are walking around the streets trying not to step on needles, and they're just left out and so
Mm.
or just giving the homeless people free food and phones, like literally. I don't know, man. It's like they set up these programs, they get a lot of funding in order to really try to help, but the way in which they try to help is like so far off from what's needed. you know it's unbelievable.
Yeah, That's what I'm saying. Like they forsake the people. That's they've sold us out. They've exploited us. They've used us and then left us for dead. You know, and like I just think that America should be so much in this century or whatever, like 2021. Like we should be so much further than we are right now, and like
I
I don't
I
know.
agree, because although there are ways to still, there's still a lot of opportunities, no doubt, but it's definitely not the country my father was raised in. I growing up, I wanted to work the job, for like 30, 40 years, then retire. But it seems like
Mm-hmm.
now, everybody's switching jobs every several years, every 7 years, 10 years, or whatever. And just the stability in society it isn't what it used to be.
No, companies don't want to invest in their workers anymore. They want cheap labor, so they don't want their 25-year workers to have that 3 weeks paid vacation because that's costed them money. They can fire someone and hire someone for $10 an hour. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
companies don't have that like level of investment anymore that they used to. So and they don't make it easy for them to. So it's like a lose-lose situation.
And
But
see, that's when
that's what I'm
people ask me
saying.
about the UK compared to the States. I will tell you, the States,
Yeah,
there's no country more advanced than the United States, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? As
that's what I'm
far as
saying.
like
Like at the end of all
co-
that, would I rather live anywhere else? Like I
the
don't
only
know,
it,
bro.
the only yeah, because to be honest, there are real differences between living in the United States and Europe. Europe is not what it used to be. Now I will say the social system, the cost of living compared to what your wages, the average wages are, I believe are great. But there are certain perks that you would get as an American, you would have to really adjust to living in the UK, or I would say in a lot of other European countries as well. Um, America really does have it, but I think we should have it a lot better than what we do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak on that. I'm glad we have. I'm glad it's going this conversation, but I'm glad the conversation is going the way it is. And what I would add to it is that yeah, I hear what you're saying, Tehran. I hear what everybody's saying, but I think it's because it's another level that we need to get to in America. And because I think America is like a spearhead. It's like a spearhead of the rest of the world. Like America gets through stuff is America is like the catalyst for the entire world integration. So the only way, so Americans need to understand that every generation has its battles. Like for
Mhm.
example, the World War II generation had its battle having to fight World War II. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
So now we have a new battle. It might not be like a physical war we all have to go fight, but we have another war we're fighting right now. Every generation has its war, but the reason, but our enemy or our adversary is not clearly defined, so we don't know how, we don't know what we have to overcome in this generation. Like
Mhm.
a Hitler generation, everybody knew what they had to overcome. They had to overcome Hitler. You know what I'm trying to say? But but now but now the thing is that we have to identify what this generation in America has to overcome, and one of the things, and that's kind of what I was trying to do with Claire's channel and to talk about providential constitutionalism. I'm trying to find a way to overcome. Because I think right now. Well, I think right now we're fighting intellectual war, and we're fighting a war of intellectual stagnation. We have to become more creative and find new ways of making a new America and a new century with new technology. So right now we're fighting intellectual war, and that's kind of why my thing. I'm so strong about this no clown or no goofy behavior because I
No
because
clown.
I really think we're in intellectual war, and we have to stay sharp. You know what I'm saying? It's a war to
Yeah.
stay sharp. So that's what I'm saying. So we have to fight. We have to fight intellectual laziness now. That's our biggest war in this generation. Fighting intellectual laziness. To me, anyway. That's all I got to say about that point.
No, I definitely see it, but and a lot of it is trying to go back to an idealized past that probably never was. You know what I'm saying? I think we need to kind of think towards the future. Like I totally agree with learning history, reflecting on our great heroes, in Islamic history or whatever history that you have. But you kind of got to be forward thinking. You know, they a lot of times you don't see them like reflecting on, oh, in the past this person did this person did that. They were out trailblazing, you know, and I think that's kind of what we need to see more of, at least in the Muslim community. I'm not saying that it's not there. People always accuse me of making general statements concerning, you know, a lot of the things I say, but I'm just saying that because I just don't see it with my, you know, insignificant perspective or significant perspective, however you want to spin it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think you kind of pretty much said it all. I really didn't have much to add to that, but
Yeah, I mean, everybody has something to add to it. I'm gonna say why you have something to add to it, because no matter what, you're thinking about it. I'm just trying to get us to think that level, because, I just think I think right now intellectual deadness can get set in, because I think our old ways of thinking are become outdated. The old ways of thinking around the world become outdated because we have way more information now. So it's like we have a whole nother things we have to deal with now, because then it was different. But now we have so
yeah,
much integration, so much information. It's like our technology is forcing us to keep up with it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like
yeah,
our technology is forcing the humans to keep up with it with technology. Okay? Before humans were trying to get technology to keep up with them. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
They were trying to develop technology, but now humans have to develop to keep pace with technology.
I know. We do. Humans have to learn to keep up with technology, and I think that's where a lot of this depression and mental illness is coming in.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
we're like things have sped up
Preach.
to a degree to where we haven't ourselves sped up to keep up. So but I think what we're doing right here, all of this, man, I would have never imagined doing this 5 months ago. To tell you the truth, 2 months ago, I would have never imagined doing this. It's only COVID that put me in a position like, man, I ain't seen nobody in so long. I can't go visit my family in the States. Even people out here, they got old people, old folks they need to tend to. They don't want to, like, you know, if this is how they say it is, they're not trying to get anybody contaminated or whatever. So I need to try to reach out in a different manner. And I thought, hey, going live is the best way to do it. And what's the best way to go live? Talking about the stuff you're interested in. So
Assalamu alaikum, Quran first brother on the chat. I just want to say he said salam alaikum to us. Salam alaikum.
oh yeah, walaikum salam, bro. Quran first Muslim. Yeah, man. You know, this is also my. Let's see. Oh, okay, he wants to jump on. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, there have been a lot of like
Salam, bro.
studies done on depression and this online stuff. Like the young folks, like the youngins these days, like the ones that have like grown up with a phone in their hand, have more likely to have depression, and they all got some kind of freaking mental issue. You know what I'm
I
saying? Like
believe so.
kids
I
are
believe
just,
so.
they don't know how to talk to people anymore. Like they don't know how to communicate. And I've got 3 daughters. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not like I know like how they are with this online shit. It's like I don't know.
You
It's
got to
like a
watch
part
them
of
though.
their
There's a lot of
culture.
weirdos. There's a lot of weirdos
Man,
online.
oh my God, you
You know,
telling
there's a
me?
lot of weirdos out there offline. You know,
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
2 daughters, so I feel your pain.
yeah. I got 2 grown ones and a little one, but still, like I've seen the effects on like the grown ones. Like they're dealing with stuff I never had to deal with. Like their relationships are all messed up because it's all online now. Like you got to worry about who's like posting what on Facebook. You got to worry
Yeah,
about who's
you got
liking
to be a spy. You
your
yourself, you
man's
have to be a
face.
spy.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like how could you? I don't know. Like, and then if you get mad and fight, you text each other. Like you don't even have to talk that person in the eye or like look the person in the eye and
Yeah,
say what you got to say anymore. Like you could totally slip up and just like send them a text message. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. The communication, there's no lines of communication. They don't know how to talk to people.
yeah.
It's messed up, man. It's all messed up.
So Quran first Muslim. Hey, salam alaikum, man. How are you
Salam,
doing?
bro. Good. How are you?
Uh, I'm all right, man. Would you like to introduce yourself, or should we introduce ourselves first? I don't know how long you've been subscribed to my channel, but
Yeah, no, just since Just if you know my name, don't say my name. But I joined your WhatsApp group. I'm that guy who posts a lot of stuff in your WhatsApp group.
Is this Timor? Oh no, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm not gonna say.
No, it's not Timor.
All right, I don't know who this is anyway, but I'm not gonna. That's my anyway. But whatever. Okay. Well, man, do you got anything you like to talk about, bro, or contribute to the conversation we've been having?
Well, what have you guys been just online stuff? You talking about like what happens online? I didn't catch. I just jumped in like a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah. We just been talking about yeah, man. Oh man, I lost my train of thought. Anybody want to jump in?
Just kind of like how online affects different types of people, like how it affects younger people. Like there's been like correlation to depression, and then like how people use it. Excuse me. It's like a social, like not like an outlook. What is it? Like a just like a social platform.
Yeah,
to kind
I
of,
got
like
you.
this guy was saying, to talk to other folks and kind of just have conversations with other adults. That's like what I do. Like, I'm bored a lot of time and I don't watch TV or something. So I just try to like read books and have good convos. You know what I'm saying?
No, I would say like whenever people bring that stuff up, I would say the pros outweigh the cons for sure. Like whenever people say, oh, online this, online that, all these problems, social media, the pros still outweigh the cons of the internet.
I believe it's getting better. I think this is starting to get a lot
worse,
more
dude. Like
personable.
social media, the stuff. Like
people are adapting better as it gets worse.
Because the trolling is, I've noticed at least the trolling has gone down from the first time I jumped on social media, 2009, 2010, to now. Yeah. It's that people have become a lot more sophisticated.
Well, yeah, it also depends on what community you're in, because like I was in the, I guess you could call it gaming community for a little while there, and the trolling there is like next level off the hook, like still like insane. And then when you
said
get
the gaming
around, like,
community.
Yeah, man, it's pretty rough out
Yo,
there.
David, jump in the conversation.
But yeah, and this like little speakers corner, like UK circles, it's pretty much like all adults. You know what I'm saying? And you are gonna definitely get trolls. There are definitely trolls that have been around for years, and then you just have to kind of weed them out.
Fortunately, I've been troll free for a minute, thank God, because or maybe because I ain't been giving life to them. But
we're just
even
trying
on
to gain your trust first. We're just trying to gain your trust first.
Okay, so then you gonna so Trojan horse methodology. I see. Okay, all right.
Well, David in the comments, he's talking about what are good books dealing with Hadith criticism. Yeah,
I talked about one, Mahmoud Abu Rayas. He was an Egyptian guy. I don't know if he was trained traditionally, but he wrote a book called Lightning Defense of Muhammadan Hadith or something. I mentioned it earlier already in the live. But I read that last year. That's what really started me on Hadith criticism, because I really didn't even have it in my mind before that. Because as a convert, and in the way Muslims spin it, you just
accept everything, brother.
Accept everything.
So do you guys follow Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, or no?
Man, all of that is up for if there's a million hadith out there, I believe there's probably like a million hadith out there. I think like 1% is real out of 1
really?
million. Maybe. Why is that too high?
I would say more. I would say definitely more than that. But
okay,
here's the thing.
I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept that there's more. But I'm just saying. Yeah. But what I'm really trying to say is that the whole corpus cannot be what they say it is. Even I wouldn't even say 75%.
I mean, here's what I think is like. I think the bigger issue is this trend that, especially nowadays, which started back with the Shafi'is, the Ahlul Hadith, where they basically said, any given hadith that comes to you that is labeled Sahih, this equals Sunnah. This equals Sunnah. And this is, I think, the problem. Whereas the earlier the Ahlul Ra'i, the people of like considered opinion, which were the Hanafis, mainly the Hanafis, and also
Malikis to a certain
Malikis too. Malikis again, it transitioned more, right? But definitely the Hanafis were the pioneers of this, where they said not every hadith is evidence. So just because there's a hadith out there doesn't make it evidence. And this is why the Hanafis, it's really funny how the Hanafis are like considered like Sunnis and like the top Sunnis. If you look at a lot of their rulings, like you compare the rulings between the Hanafis and the rest of the groups, like the Malikis, Shafi'is, and Hanbalis, they have some very different rulings.
No, I know. I have right here the Kitab al-Athar. I have Kitab al-Athar by Imam Abu Hanifa, and reading that
in English or in Arabic?
Yeah, in English. In English, it's yeah.
Give a link. What's that link?
Huh?
You have a link, or is it like a
no? I have the book. I have the book. I tell you the truth, I got 2 copies of this because they put out another edition, and the new edition is better than the first one. But no, it's in English, bro. Turath Publishing. The Kitab al-Athar of Imam Abu Hanifa.
Yeah, that's like the hadith collection that he used, right?
Yeah, but it's not. He don't got too many hadiths that go back to the Prophet. It's a lot of it is a lot of it just goes back to companions.
Yeah, that's how they used to do it. Like a lot of the hadiths were like that back in those days.
Yeah. I read in Joseph. I can't pronounce his name. Shaf. Yeah, he said that it was Imam Shafi. I don't know if it was Imam Shafi that changed that, but in the what he called ancient schools of law, they that a lot of the hadiths really only went back to the companions, and they saw that as more they saw that as stronger evidence.
Okay. I mean,
I can't unpack why that was. You would have to look at his his most famous book.
Are you talking about Shaf?
Yeah.
He's been like refuted. I mean, he's
like he's been refuted. There's a really good guy, Hamza. Yeah, there's a really good guy, Hamza, the historian, that goes over why he was refuted.
Dude, yes. When you mentioned that, actually, the Kitab al-Athar, I was thinking about Hamza, the historian.
Okay, so he goes over why Joseph Shah was refuted, and that early on they were working with limited translations in English.
Yeah, I mean,
so I thought all the
even
ones
Mutsky, right? Mutsky refuted this whole idea, like the one that David mentioned in the chat, or you mentioned, I guess, as well. Harold Mutsky, he with the his writing about the Musannaf of Abd al-Razak as-Sanani, right? And he showed that this hadith collection, which goes back to, it's dated to either the late 1st century or the early 2nd century, so well before Bukhari. This is a overall, of course, not every hadith, but overall, this is an authentic collection of hadiths.
Yeah,
and this is, people don't even know this.
People
don't even know the Muwatta of Imam Malik. People don't even know the Muwatta of Imam Malik
because it's not in the flipping famous 6 or the
6. Which is weird. Why is it not in the 6? This is like more.
I know. And to be honest, just reading the Muwatta of Imam Malik in English translation, of course, it just feels different. You know what I'm saying? Than when I read Imam Bukhari or at least the translation, of course. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It just has a different feel to it that makes me feel more at ease.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like there's many quotes from like scholars, right? There's one quote that I remember, which says that hadiths are misguidance except for the fuqaha, except for the jurists. So and there's another quote, like if it weren't for Malik and Layth, right, the 2 scholars in Medina, we would be lost. Like if it weren't for them telling us leave this and take that, we would be lost. Because like this is the problem when you try to look at every single hadith and you're like, what is going on here?
I know. Especially a Ahad narrative, or really just the way that. But you're right. The fuqaha brings context to it.
And then we know exactly what they acted upon, right? I mean, that's stronger evidence than just Bukhari coming later. It is stronger evidence. So
yeah, so I mean, but a lot of Muslims don't think about. I'm not gonna say a lot of Muslims don't think about this, but this was not even something I considered. I'm not trying to give Mufti Abu Layth all the praise, but it really was his kind of line of thought that got me thinking like this. I don't agree with everything he puts out, but he kind of just broke up some beer. He kind of changed my thinking a little bit about this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, people, it's very good. Like the traditions, a lot of traditionalists, they come out like that because, like, for example, I was a Qur'anist before, right?
Yeah.
And when you kind of see that actually, wait a minute, traditional scholarship wasn't like hardcore on where they weren't so dogmatic about hadiths.
No, they weren't.
They weren't. And when you learn that, it's like, whoa, hang on, like maybe I can take a balanced approach, like.
Maybe so is that why you have the name Quran first? Is that almost similar to like Quran-centric?
Well,
where
Quran-centric means like I accept both the Quran and Sunnah, and generally, of course, if we lived at the time of the Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, you would take whatever order he gives you, right? But the fact of the matter remains that today we don't have that. Today we don't have recourse, right, to a living messenger. So what do we have? We have books, right, and we have schools of law. And I think it's a fact, everyone would agree that the Quran is the most authentic book we have and the most authoritative book we have.
Yep.
Right? I think we would all agree on that. So,
of course.
So it's natural to be Quran first. Quran first doesn't mean that we'd throw away the Sunnah. Of course not. It simply means that whatever hadith I come across, whatever opinion of a scholar I come across, and whatever madhab I come across, whatever, if there's clearly a clash with the Quran, I don't accept it.
Yep.
That's as simple as that,
And see, more and more people are starting to come to that. It doesn't
mean I necessarily pick and choose, right? But it's like, if it makes me feel uneasy, where I'm like, wait a minute, God said this, and these people are telling me that, I'd rather stay on the safe side and side with God, so.
Of course.
So this is like one of the questions I've always had, like as a non-Muslim to like my Muslim friends or whatever. We discuss this a lot, so I'll run it by you guys. How do you put so much like weight into? So all right, so to me, it's hard to understand why some people put. It seems like everything they quote is from hadith, and nothing is like Quran. So it's like, it seems like some people in some schools put so much weight into these scholars and these people who wrote the thing versus like, you say you have an actual book that's written like basically from God, but why aren't you allowed to read that book and come up with like, your understanding of it versus having to think like basically what I think, like they get to put their own narrative on the Quran. You know what I'm saying? So like all these hadith books, it's like, oh, isn't it convenient that this scholar gets to just make up a background story and like this is what happened at this time and that's what you have to believe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so I mean, I understand that. The problem is like, where does it end? Because I know with a lot of Qur'anists, and I was in the community, I see it still. I still active, like commenting on their stuff and reading their stuff. If you take that to the logical conclusion, you'll end up with making up your own religion as you go. Like that's all you're going to end up with. Like, oh wait, this means that. Oh wait, look at this. I think it means that. Oh, I think this means that. And now you end up with a new religion. Like, like literally, people took the word for prayer in the Quran and they said, this doesn't mean prayer. This means following closely. And then they say there's no prayer. They take like Ramadan. They say this means hot moon. like the month of Ramadan doesn't mean month of Ramadan. It means like hot moon. So we don't have to fast in Ramadan. You know, like bit by bit, they chip away at the religion. And I think what you mentioned with scholars, Hadith books is not what scholars say. So Hadith books, but what that is simply collections of different reports that people reported from one person to another person, which are attributed to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. So they're not actually like scholarly works. But yes, there are commentaries on it. But really what scholars do is they take all of that and then they come up with a system of law. So they say, well, okay, we have the Quran, we have these hadiths, we have this practice here, the living tradition, and now let me codify this. Let me say, okay, what are the rulings for this and that? So people can follow something, right? So the layman can say, okay, fine, I think I'm going to go with that, right? But yeah, you're right. Like, and another thing is like the hadiths are very detailed, right? There's so many of them, and they're pretty much like it's like the difference between a bird's eye view and being like on the ground, right? Like, or like the CEO of the company versus like the worker on the field, right? It's a lot more detailed, like the day-to-day things that are going on. So that would make sense, right? It would make sense to quote the more all these different things with the detail and the amount of things you have and so on and so forth. And if you think about it, like the Quran was revealed over 23 years by a human messenger. And it's not that big of a book. It's a pretty small book. Like,
yeah, you can really get through
pretty
it.
Compact, right?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, it's not that big.
So over 23 years.
Easy to remember. Easy to remember.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. You have a human messenger, 23 years, revealing just this book. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Of course, he's going to have other things. He's going to explain things and teach people things. He's going to be an example. So, of course, you're going to have more hadiths. You know what I mean? Like, it's 23 years, and all you're going to have is one book, like one.
Yeah, but see, I mean, I think you might know this already, but I was talking to a Qur'anist the other day via Facebook, and he had the assumption that the best dawah is just handing the Quran to whoever you're trying to give the message to and just leave it at that and hope that they read it, and that there shouldn't be no human interaction at all.
OCD.
And that
that's like the OCD of the Quranists.
Yeah, I was like, this guy is tripping, as if
I talked to someone like that today as well. Like, he told me was, no, I told him, I already addressed that point you're bringing up, right? He said something about like the whole shahada thing and all these things that they are OCD about, that they say everything's like shirk, right? Everything's polytheism. like the shahada is shirk.
It's yeah, I've heard that before. I'm in Quranist groups on Facebook.
Yeah, they go way overboard, right? So it's like too extreme. And basically,
what do you think about Sam Gerrans?
Well, let's get to him. But 1 second.
Okay.
So this thing, I told him, go check out this post that I wrote. And then he's like, well, no, because I don't want to, like, why don't you just tell me? Because I don't want to read it because it's a hadith. I don't want to read what you wrote because it's a hadith. He doesn't want to read because it's a man-made language. I'm using man-made words to explain something. So he doesn't want to listen to it. But me talking, that's okay, right? Like, what?
Yeah, no. Or even the Quranists that don't speak Arabic or read Arabic, you using it in English is an interpretation, of the Quran.
It doesn't make any sense, dude. Literally, hadith means
I've heard that before.
A narration. So what difference would it even make me speaking and you writing? This goes back to the whole Orientalist thing where they think, Bukhari was the first collection because that's like the most famous one that was written. It's like, no, you had like tons and tons and tons of hadith before. They were orally transmitted and then written down later. Like,
yeah, I mean, Jonathan Brown wrote about it in his book.
Who?
Jonathan Brown wrote about it in his hadith book. Yeah. And like you said, you already said the Musannaf of Ibn Abi Shayba, which predated.
I mentioned the Musannaf of Abdul Razak.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Ibn Abi
Sorry.
Shayba is another one. Yeah.
Yeah, Ibn Abi Shayba. So which one predated? Was it Razak?
I don't know, to be honest, man.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you have Kitab al-Afar that I think predated, no? Because Abu Hanifa lived in the year
They
80.
say, yeah, this is the first book from the I mean from the introduction. It says it's the first book uh by after the Quran. Let's see, I have it right here. Let me see if I
Well, I
can.
mean, the Ibadis would have had, like, I mean, Jabir bin Zayd, right? He would have had a collection too, no?
I think Brill has a translation of his works, or
Of
they
which
might
one?
have something. Brill has a translation of early Ibadi theology. I'm not sure if it's from the guy you just mentioned.
No, Jabir bin Zayd, he's a tabi. He was a student. He's said to have been the best student of Ibn Abbas.
Okay.
Ibn Abbas was one of the top scholars among the companions.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the Ibadis, they do have a point. Like, something about it. I think it's interesting. So I'm still like learning about it. Like,
I'm still learning
what about
about it as
you?
well, but I have a great interest in them right now.
Me too. Me too. Yeah, I'm leaning
So
towards it. I'm leaning towards Ibadis.
I'm leaning towards it as well, but it's definitely an uphill battle from where I'm at because just
Why?
it's such a minor school. I mean, I think from
Who
where
cares?
anybody was at, if
Who
you
cares?
heard Payluz, huh?
Who cares?
Yeah, wwho cares? No. Trust me, I'm not that type of person that gets disheartened by something like that. But I was just throwing that out there and hearing Palou's story about how he didn't come across a single Ibadi for like 7 or 8 years, and it was only recently through a mutual friend of ours who was writing Prima Quran, and even with him, I wasn't convinced, bro. Like,
Yeah, dude, I came across it with Prima Quran. That's how I came across it.
I knew him, man. I used to talk to him every day. Like Jason, me and him used to talk every day, via Facebook, private message, voice note.
Yo,
Man,
re-invite him. Re-invite him. He
yeah, I don't
stopped
know.
writing. He stopped writing.
He goes into his fits, man. You just gotta let him be how he is. Like
Don't
he
backplay.
goes
Don't
into
back.
his.
Don't back.
I know.
Don't.
I've been thinking about reaching out ever since. Um, more of his articles been popping up lately. I'm gonna try to reach out to him because he really takes a beating, man, by some people because you know what, he puts himself on the front lines. He really puts himself out there, but
Yeah.
at the same time, with a lot of the stuff he gets in return from other Muslims, is not fair. And so
I mean,
I got
he
to talk
seems
to
to
him.
be very open to all the Muslim groups, right? He seems to be quite
Yeah,
open, like
no, he is.
Shiites, Sunnis.
He is, but he goes, you know, him and Pei has have a lot of similarities. Just put it like that. But Jason is more subtle. In it's
He uses
and
a lot of exclamation marks, like Pelu.
Man, I love both of them brothers, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
truly, but Jason definitely, he gets into his feelings. If he watches this, man, he knows how he is. He gets into his feelings, and then he goes into being a recluse, and
But here's the thing, man. So I gotta say, like, I came across his website when I was like Qur'anist, right? And I was still like transitioning. Like,
yeah,
I was like, because I took it step by step, right? I wasn't like, like Jake, right? Jake Brancatella, where he basically pretty much, I mean, I don't know his whole story. I talked to him before, but he was pretty much just went straight into Maliki school, Sunnism, right?
yeah,
Just going for it. Whereas I'm a lot more cautious, right? So I took it really step by step over months, over many months. I've been, taking steps, getting more and more towards traditionalism. Whereas now I would consider myself traditionalist, just not like necessarily following any particular school, but just looking at the different, like, again, the Ibadi school and the Hanafi school, I think, are the most interesting to me in terms of the jurisprudence.
I agree.
And
even though I'm more of a Maliki persuasion.
Yeah, I mean, definitely praying with hands down, I think, is the correct way. But just in terms of the usul, right? Just in terms of the principles,
Yeah.
it makes more sense to me that first of all, like putting the Quran first. You know, I really love this one quote there was actually on Prima Quran, right? There's one of the resources, there's a book on Ibadi theology. And it says, there's one Ibadi scholar who said, the Quran is above all madhahib, right? And that really resonated with me. Like the Quran is above all of these schools. Doesn't matter what your school says, cannot clash with the Quran. And I think this is definitely important to keep in mind. You know, I think that principle, but what I was saying before is, like when I was like transitioning, I came across the Prima Quran website, and honestly, like it was because he wrote a lot of stuff like against Qur'anists, right? And I think that's one of the things that really challenged my beliefs, and it also like helped me learn and helped me see like, oh, there is a balanced way. There is a way where you don't abandon the Quran, and you can still be traditionalist, and it makes sense. It makes more sense this way, you know.
Yes.
So that was definitely.
Are you aware of Javid T. Hashemi?
Yeah. I've seen his stuff. I've seen some of his stuff.
Okay,
But he's more of a hadith rejector, though.
I would have thought so until I watched a series of his called might have been the Quranic Mishnah or the Mishnah or the Muslim Mishnah, something like that.
You know, exactly. Like he's basically saying that hadith is not scripture. He's basically saying hadith is not scripture. It's not authoritative. Only the Quran is authoritative. Blah blah blah. Which is like hadith rejection.
I really didn't get that because, throughout the whole thing, he was kind of saying that he wasn't trying to reject hadith and that he was just trying to say the Quran is central, not necessarily that the hadith is not. I
didn't watch this whole thing. I didn't watch the whole series. I
would recommend checking it out just in case maybe I missed something or I didn't understand it correctly. But, at least that's what I took from it, that the Quran is central.
That's fine,
because that's basically what I believe. I believe the Quran is central, and I
agree. I agree with that.
He also took another interesting position in that he said that he felt Ibn Ishaq would take precedent over like the biography Sirah would take precedent over hadith. That's one thing that he was pushing, mainly because it provided context.
No, I remember. Here's the thing: like the Sirah is it's very clear that it's less authentic than the Hadiths. Like it had some of the stuff in the Sirah is just plain out weird.
It depends on what you mean by that. I mean, I guess because I've been looking into pre-Islamic history a lot lately, and when I look at particularly the Sirah of Ibn Ishaq. It only goes back like several centuries before the rise of Islam.
No, it's like 200 something, I think.
I find those traditions in there to be okay. They're not verbatim accurate to what else is out there, or verbatim in line with what else is out there about those particular situations. But a lot of what was going on, such as who was it, Abu Qarib, mentioned in Abu Ishaq, who expanded into Medina and came across the Jewish rabbis. That was a real person attested in history.
It's just not 100% authentic.
No, of course, it's not 100%
and it's less authentic
in the details that it conveys. Of course, like the devil is in the details, of course, right? But in a general sense, at least with some of the people. Especially with the Christian incident in Najran, which the Quran speaks of in Al-Buruj, if I'm correct.
Yeah, the
background story on that isn't verbatim exactly how, if you look for other literature on that incident that's out there, it's not, totally in line, but in a general sense, it's even though who knows where Ibn Ishaq drew his sources from, right? It could have been from exactly what I'm talking about, but yeah.
I mean, there's some weird story. I think the gouging the eyes thing is in the Sirah, and there's some other weird stuff like
Okay, I guess because I'm talking about
fantastical
pre-Islamic,
stuff.
but
You know,
if
like,
you're talking about in the lifetime of the Prophet, uh,
and the Sirah book, like Ibn Ishaq's
yeah,
Sirah
you
book.
know, there definitely there's a lot of weird stuff. I mean, to be honest, what do you think about the massacre of the Jews at K-Bar?
Oh, I haven't looked into that. I'm not sure.
Okay, okay.
But I know the thing about, you know, in chapter 33, it does say like, if the hypocrites and those with the disease in their hearts and those who spread rumors in Medina do not cease, we will let you overpower them. And they will not be your neighbors for a long time. Accursed they are wherever they are found. They're comprehensively killed, something like that. So there is something like that.
Because I was just wondering, like, why is it not attested for? Like, it's only in our tradition. I would have thought Jewish people being so, you know, writing, you know, always writing and documenting things. I mean, since way back, they would also have something of an account.
Oh no, and I'm not saying I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying there is something like that did happen in Medina.
So,
there clearly was like violent conflict.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, it's not like this. You know, this like with the Qur'anists, right? They mentioned the Surah Tawbah, right? They said that, oh, this doesn't really mean that we're supposed to fight. Like there's preemptive payback warfare mentioned, right? It's like when the sacred months have passed, then lie in wait for the pagans, seize them and kill them, and etc. etc. Like this is a real thing that's happening. It's not like let me see the context, and no, the context doesn't change anything about it. Is preemptive, a preemptive strike. It is what it is, because what if you look at the backstory? They were harassing, killing the Muslims. It is what it is. That's what happened. Then they got a peace treaty, and they still violated the peace treaty. So what was going to happen with them? You're gonna be like, hey, please, pagans, please, don't do that. That's naughty. Don't do it, please.
That's not realistic.
7th century Arabia. Are you kidding me, dude? Of course you're gonna be like, hey, listen, stop it, leave the area, clear the area, or we're gonna decimate you. Clear the area. Like Yasser Qadi said, like straight up, he's like, I was like, whoa, I never knew about this. He said that a treaty basically said, or this announcement basically said that the pagan Arabs need to clear the area. They need to leave Mecca and Medina. Otherwise, they're going to get decimated. Because what they were doing, they were killing, they were harassing. So, GG.
I mean, the punishment was upon them, just like the previous people and their prophets, if they didn't accept the message. You know what I'm saying?
That's interesting. That is interesting, because you know, with the previous messengers, it came right away, right? It came right away. Whereas that's what confused me, with Sam Gerrans, right? You mentioned Sam Gerrans. So his whole this God Protocol series, actually, you know, this was a big turning point. Me watching his God Protocol series.
Yeah, I found it to be interesting as well.
Specifically, the video about Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, because I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that was going on. And then basically what it is go through the Meccan verses. All the Meccan verses are pretty much him warning his people, him warning Mecca. That's what it is. Like, and then there's God mentions the other messengers, peace be upon them all. He mentioned all the other messengers, what they did: Noah, you know, Saleh, Shuaib, Hud, Moses and Aaron, Abraham and Ishmael, peace be upon them all. You know, that's what it's all about. And then even says in chapter 17, it says something about they want to drive you out of the land. They're trying to scare you so that they can drive you out of the land, something like that, right? Threatening you. If they were to have done that, they would not. Like basically saying they wouldn't be alive any longer. Like they would be destroyed.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, walaikum salam.
Yeah, salam, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So, hang on. I want to mention this. this what was
I was gonna
is
say
an
something real quick.
interesting channel.
Let me break in. Can I break in for a second?
Wait, let me just finish my point.
Okay.
So there's a channel called like The Believer, and there's a very interesting channel, and the speaker was
I'm
Khalid
subscribed to it.
Zahir. You know Khalid Zahir?
Yeah.
Very interesting guy, Pakistani guy, and also very Quran focused. And he said that actually he talked about this, right? He talked about it. The video was titled about like apostasy. Is there a death penalty for apostasy or not? And they said no, but this whole thing about killing the pagans is not about anything other than this God protocol. And basically what was interesting is that he mentioned the Battle of Badr. And at the Battle of Badr, I think only 70 people died, and it was just the chiefs. All of the chiefs were killed. And none of the Muslims were killed, I believe. So maybe this Battle of Badr was the execution of the God protocol. So just some food for thought. But yeah, you can jump in.
Yeah, your brothers. I know you want to. Do you want to remain
Anonymous? Yes, I do.
Anonymous? Okay, you want to remain anonymous? Okay, yeah, yeah. That's fine. Anyway, Assalamu alaikum. I'm glad you're with us. I'm glad you're with us, brother. But I gotta tell you this one thing, brother. I have to say it. I have to say it. This is what I want you to keep in mind, brother. I want you to keep this in mind, brother. I know that you have a great desire to want to get to the bottom of everything. I know that. I see it, and I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you joined us, and you joined a little family, joined a little fellowship, and all that stuff. But I want you to keep in mind that it's hard for all of us out here. We all struggling, but we all trying to be together and be here for each other. I just want you to keep that in mind that the best way we function in Istiqamah, this is how we always function. This is how the Istiqamah Muslims always function with each other. They put courtesy first because they know how hard it is for everybody else. You understand? We're small people. It's hard for us, and then we have other concerns too. Like we have this, like for example, I was on the line right now, but I had to pick up a call from my boss, and right now I got to go to another job, go to another work. So what I'm saying is that.
Yeah, bro, calm down. Like, well, like I know, like I think you talk about like me asking a lot of questions. It's just I don't expect you to have the answers ready. I'm not expecting that. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting out my questions out there. You know.
But you also have to understand you added a new energy to the group too. You kind of like gave it new blood. That kind of like I mean before you hopped on, it was dead. I mean, it wasn't dead.
No, I noticed. Like, wait, I'm like the most like the person who's talking the most in the group.
Yeah. So it could so really just try to see where he's coming from because it could look like that. You know what I'm saying? Although I don't see it that way, but I know how I can be sometimes when I'm like super enthused about like, something.
Yeah, it's just all my questions. Like just mentioning, like I'm just putting out my questions, right? But like you can answer them on the weekend.
Because I'm telling you, all you brothers are helping me out. I mean, as far as like keeping my interest level like up there, because just seeing that type of engagement between you two definitely keeps me to where like, yeah, man, I'm trying to actually look into some of this. I haven't read, again, when Jason was writing these articles, I wasn't reading none of them, even though he was sharing them with me all the time. But since the discussion about Prima Quran popped up in the group, I've read several articles, in the last couple
I read
days.
most of his articles. Some of them are like hidden, like you'd have to like look for them in his website because they're uncategorized. Yeah. But I think I read most of at least the stuff that interests me, like which is like a lot of it. Like I do like the whole like Ibadi perspective on history, right? What happened at the Battle of Siffin, right?
I do too. That's what attracted me as well.
I share that.
Not too many people know it.
Yeah, no, I share that, or I say like, oh, like Ali kind of gave away his caliphate at the end, right? And then the people are like, no, you're Khariji. People legit call me Khariji now.
Yeah. Pelu, you wanna jump in and say something about the Battle of Siffin?
Do they call you Khariji?
I mean, I could care less, but not I don't want to jump right now. I mean, I'm about to go to work. Yeah, I just wanted to say hi and everything like that. I gotta go to work right now. So,
Yeah, man. I feel honored to have you as my first guest. You know, you kind of got this thing cracking. Man, I hope you enjoy I hope you enjoy your night. I mean, I don't know what time. I mean, you're 5 hours behind.
yeah,
Man, so I hope you enjoy.
it's 7:13 over here right now. 7:13 over here.
Yeah, man. So I hope you enjoy your evening, your night. You know what I'm saying? And
All right.
man, I hope you jump back on later if I do this
Yeah,
again.
I'll probably get back on when I get to work or something like that. I mean, if I'll sneak and get some time. I might jump on. It depends how late you up, but I don't know. You probably
Yeah,
not
I ain't
gonna be
got
up
no
by
life right now, so don't worry about it.
all right, then.
All right, man.
All right,
Salam,
bro.
bro.
Peace. Salam alaikum.
We'll look at some.
Yeah, man. Like legit, some like I shared some of those views, especially like with Sunnis, and they don't want to have it. Like they're not
No.
having it at all.
Well,
Like
we
what?
were on another live chat, me and Pelu, with
Yeah.
Sunnis, ethno-nationalists, um,
Okay.
some other non-Muslims and
That's
stuff like
interesting.
that. I know we were all talking about this.
What kind of
Um,
ethno-nationalists though? Like there's so many, like African or white or what?
oh no, yeah, they were European white ethno-nationalists.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, we were all we were talking about this the other day.
What exactly what you mean? Talk about what exactly? Sifin
Yeah,
or the thing or
I'm sorry,
something
sir. I'm
else?
sorry. Say that again.
What, no, you said we were talking about this. What do you mean?
Oh no, yeah, we were talking about Islam, Ibadi school of thought. They were calling him a Khawarij. They're calling me a Khawarij and stuff like that. And we were trying to explain the history
Dude, I
of
literally
like,
just today I was called Khariji. Just today
yeah.
I was called.
So
I know I was called the dog
a
of
lot
hell.
of Sunnis don't know
Dog
about the Ibadi perspective.
They call me a dog of hellfire. Then I asked them,
Yeah.
right? Because Prima Quran, like he wrote about this, right? And he said, okay, well, they did all these like Sunnis and stuff. They talk about the Khawarij, right? Oh, these are the Khawarij. This is the Khawarij. Then he asked the question: have they ever read what exactly is Khawarij? What are their views on theology? What are their views on jurisprudence? Which books of the Khawarij have they read? I asked them, define what is Khariji. And basically all he said was making takfir on major sins and rebelling. Okay, rebelling. Okay, so wait. So you're saying that rebelling. Okay, what about Muawiyah then? What does that make Muawiyah?
He
He was a total rebel and
what about
mischievous.
Ali's son?
Mischievous.
Wasn't Ali's son on his way to revolt?
Exactly. Hussein, like, what no, we make an exception. That's their ijtihad.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of moving the goalposts.
Based on the information I have, I'm with Hussein. I'm not against him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Muawiyah, no, like that was wrong what he did. And then the funny thing is, like, they call me Nasibi, right? A Sunni called me Nasibi, which is like a term that Shiites usually use for people who hate Ali and the so-called Ahlul Bayt.
Yeah,
right?
Support Muawiyah heavily.
So here's the thing, but the Sunni calls me Nasibi, while he says radiyallahu anhu after mentioning Muawiyah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does that work? Muawiyah literally wanted to kill Ali's army and wanted to take Ali's caliphate.
Yeah.
But somehow, like, oh yeah, no, he's cool. No, why? You know why? Because he was a companion, so he can't say anything against him. And then Yazid, they have no problem criticizing Yazid. Why? Because he wasn't a companion.
So you say you have no problem with Muawiyah?
Me? Who?
Yeah. You're not really like of the opinion of Muawiyah was a bad guy.
No. I'm saying that's their opinion. I think.
Yeah.
He was rebel.
To be honest, I think Robert Hoyland in his book In God's Path, towards the end of, I think it might be chapter 4, chapter 5, I can't remember. He actually made a good case for Muawiyah.
Yeah, I think like Mufti Abu Layth is very big on all the companions in Muawiyah. He's like, yeah, Muawiyah was a good politician. But like, did
he ever expound on that? Did he ever expound on that?
No, he's definitely even like about the Umayyads. Like, oh yeah, some of the Umayyads were really good. Blah blah blah. It's like, what? Calm down.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
because he's from the Maliki school and he's a Sunni, and I read under the comments for one of those videos that he was talking about that the Maliki school especially is very big on companions, and that made me think actually, right? That before I was like, oh, I don't really care about what the companions did and the companions this companion. I think it's all exaggerated, but what is important is if you're trying to pick a school to follow, I think that it's very important. Maybe this comes first, even that you look at which companions do I even trust, right? Because if you're going to follow the Sunni schools, now you have to accept all of them basically, except for the so-called Khawarij, right, or the evil Khawarij, right? Jen, no, Khawarij is just a derogatory term that the Sunnis use against people who didn't follow Sunnism back in the day.
Or if you're a terrorist group. Or
yeah,
if you're
well, I'm going to quote. I'm not going to make the claim. I'm going to quote a former Grand Mufti or Grand Imam of the mosque in Mecca, and he said that Daesh, aka ISIS, follows Salafi books.
Yeah, of course.
But here's the thing: the Sunnis will say, "No, they're Khawarij." No, they're Sunni. They're Sunni.
Yeah, they read the same, except
Show
for
me
that
one
maybe some of
Ibadi
y'all don't.
terrorist group. Show me one Ibadi terrorist group. One, just one.
None.
I read an article in 2016. They made a census of all the 20,000 men or people who joined ISIS, and there's of course women who join as well as war booty, right? And then they come back crying to Europe and they try to get access to Europe again. No,
thank you. The high-profile case.
And then they shouldn't go back there, but they shouldn't also come to our country. So I mean, I don't know where they should go, but
it's a difficult situation.
When we come to prison, rehabilitate, and then anyway. So what was I saying? Yeah. Okay, 2016. No Omanis joined ISIS. 0 Omanis. Not 1, not 2, 0. 0. So who joined ISIS? Sunnis.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like, Sunnis can cry about it, but that's the reality of the matter. No,
and, I can't say enough that my in-laws are impressed with Oman. They've gone there the past several years, 3 months out the year. I mean, they're Somali.
Okay.
But they have connections.
Yeah, they're close by there. They're
close. Close. I mean, they're not living in Somalia. Of course, we're in the UK.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go there during the wintertime. It was for my wife's grandmother. She passed away, unfortunately, due to COVID. They say. But
you're a conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I always leave it. I don't know what's going on, man. I just do what they say and hope for the best.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, just don't go meet tons of people. Like, what's the point? What are you gonna risk now? Why risk? Even if it is, let's say it's exaggerated, right? Let's say it's exaggerated. Okay, so what? Why would you go out of your way to meet up with a bunch of people, not wear a mask? Like,
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I don't know how it is where you were at, but when this thing really was popping off, I think over one weekend when the sun was out, there was like 1,100. Yeah, there was like 1,100 parties over the weekend that they busted.
Damn.
When COVID was at its worst last year around this time, or maybe around April or May.
Yeah, man, listen, my conspiracies, like, I used to be heavy into them, right?
Yeah.
It's like, focus on God, man. Focus on God. Don't focus on the hereafter. What's going to happen with you in the hereafter? Like, your place
definitely. I'm not big on conspiracy theories.
It's like a TV show, right? It's like Netflix, but like they think they're smart because they don't want Netflix. They watch like YouTube. Well, now YouTube banned it. Also, they probably like on other websites with like conspiracies. That's what I used to do. Like, always watch hours and hours of conspiracy videos. It's like, dude, like, how's that going to change your hereafter? Watching a conspiracy video?
Not at all.
Yeah, and then after a couple of them, it's you kind of get the gist of it, right? So it's like, what now? What more are you going to learn by your 1,000th hour of freaking conspiracy videos?
I mean, and if you read anything from the last like 50 years, You know, for the last 50 years, they haven't really been saying anything too different. So, yeah, with new events that come up, they always try to
50
spin it in a
years? No, I think most of the stuff is. You mean 15, like 1-5?
no 50.
No, I mean you got like 9/11, right? That was a big
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that's what I was saying with new events. You know, then they kind of
They got
add
people
on
talking about World War II, Holocaust. You got people talking
Yeah,
about
okay,
flat
all
Earth.
right. I guess you're
You
right.
know,
I guess I was thinking about a particular book. I mean, what was it called? Some call it conspiracy. Um,
Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
you know, and books of that genre, you know, you know, that's when it seems like
Oh
when
yeah,
people really
Shamina
started to get
Begum. That's the name of the woman. Yeah, yeah. She wants to come
yeah,
back. She's come.
yeah, she's
She's
not
come
coming back though.
crying
Yeah, she's
back
not
to
coming
daddy
back.
government. Take
I
me
think she
back.
lost her case.
Yeah, like why would you like? Listen, this is like the female privilege thing, right? Where it's like, oh, just because she's a woman, take her back. Like, what's the difference between her and like, let's say some dude from ISIS, right? Who came back now? Would people
Yeah,
be like, yeah, maybe we should let him back in?
nah, they would be
Like,
like, hell no. They wouldn't
it's
even
like,
think
oh
twice
no,
about it
she
if it
was
was a guy.
deceived. She was deceived. No, dude, she knew what she getting herself into. She
No,
knows what
I
she's
don't
doing.
know, man. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like men do have a great influence over women, greater than what people try to, in that
Yeah, but
sense of
here's the thing.
like
Here's the
peer
thing. Like,
pressure or pressure.
I get that. I get that. And I do agree. Like women are made to be followers. Like I do believe women are made to be followers. Right?
Yeah,
Even men, like people in general are we follow, right? We do, but women definitely more so. But that doesn't change the responsibility, right? It's not like even in
you're
the
right.
Sharia and the Quran, it doesn't say like, oh, women, okay, you get less punishment. No, there's no such thing. No such thing. There's no
Yeah, they,
excuses.
you know, I don't know if I would say they're not following Islam, Jen. Um, you know, definitely not following Islam in the sense that they're going out to commit and be a part of terrorist organizations.
Oh, dude, I was on a Discord server. And this is again the connection between Salafism and terrorism. Man. It is there. I'm not saying all the
Oh yeah,
Salafists are
no,
terrorists.
no,
I'm
but
not
it
even
is
saying
there. There's a
most of them are.
pipeline.
I'm
There's a
not even saying
pipeline.
most of them are, right? Just disclaimer, I'm not even saying most of them are. However, I joined a Discord server and
Yeah.
it was clear to me that they're Wahhabis, right? Because they're like, oh, Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, quoting all the different types of scholars, right? You know, like when they quote different types of scholars, you know, oh, okay, that's probably Salafi, right? Because they don't pick one particular method.
Yeah.
And they talk about like Ahl Sunnah, stuff like that. And then the dude, literally, what he was doing was he started talking about takfir. Right? He got into like all the basics of Islam, basically. And for him, of course, basics of Islam also means takfir. So he said like, oh, it's important that we make takfir on those upon whom Allah made takfir. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I asked him like, do you make takfir on certain rulers? Like, do you make takfir on Erdogan and the king of Saudi or whatever? He's like, yeah, I make takfir on Erdogan, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And then he basically, what he got into is he said something. I don't remember exactly what it was, right? But he quoted something, and then what he cited was Sheikh Osama said this. I'm like, okay, who's Sheikh Osama? Oh, Sheikh Osama bin Laden. Dead ass. I'm not joking here. He said Sheikh Osama bin Laden. I'm like, I still gave him the benefit of the doubt, right? Because I'm like, wait, this guy's just regular Salafi Sunni, right? No problem, right? Who's Sheikh Osama bin Laden? The guy from CNN? Like, yeah, Sheikh Osama bin Laden. I'm like, well, he was a terrorist. I'm like, what are you talking about? Blah, 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 blah. No, he was doing payback. He was among the Mujahideen who they were doing payback, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, yeah. Then like Al-Qaeda. They basically were promoting Al-Qaeda.
Mm-hmm.
Like legit. They're saying that those people were Mujahideen fighting in the cause of God, blah, blah, blah. I was like,
well, one man's freedom fighter is the next man's terrorist,
what?
right?
Dude, that's the first time she was groomed. I'm like, doesn't matter. Like, that's her problem. Like, that's her problem. The thing is, like, this is the first time I ever came across anything like that. Like, when people say, oh, yeah, Muslim terrorists, like, I just, like, cringe. But, dude, that was, like, Whoa. That was like that 1 out of 1,000, right? Or the 1 out of a million that you kind of come across. That's what I came across. Yeah, that's crazy. Sheikh Osama bin Laden. That's crazy.
Was he even a sheikh, though?
What?
Was he even a sheikh?
I guess according to them, yeah. I mean, sheikh doesn't really mean anything. It's just a like sir or lord, or like it's just a honorary title.
Aren't those the people, the guys who lead the mosque, the prayer in mosque? Or is that
Those are
an
called
imam?
imam.
Yeah, those are more.
Okay.
Again, imam just means leader. Like imam can be, like the king can be imam, the leader of the prayer can be imam.
To be honest,
the jurist can be imam, right? Like Imam Abu Hanifa, right?
Yeah.
So,
or I could be the person who leads the prayer at the local masjid, and I'm imam, and I could probably not know too much more than.
You're leading the prayer,
okay.
right? You're leading the prayer, so
Yeah.
you're the leader, so you're imam. That's all it means.
So I heard you refer to a certain prescribed organization as Sunni, like you said they were Sunni, and that's just is what it is. But then the Sunnis will say that they're kafir. They're not.
No,
Muslim.
they don't. They actually don't do that. They don't call them kafir.
They
just call them extremists. They're called khawarij. But here's the thing: they don't. They're not khawarij. They follow Salafi books. It is what it is. They follow.
Do they follow Ibn
Taymiyyah? I'm not making stuff.
Is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to get into the specifics of that. I'm just quoting.
Yeah, I would say they follow Ibn Taymiyyah. One of the famous Akida books they put out of his is Al-Akida Wasatiyah. But see, you know, the thing about Ibn Taymiyyah is that I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe his works have been are used in a way not true to the spirit he was writing in, or the fact that he wrote so much that he has contradictory opinions about, you know, the same matter. You know, like you know, I found things with Ibn Taymiyyah where he wasn't against music. You know, where you would think that based on the
music,
yeah,
that's not acceptable, brother. No music.
Really?
No music.
That's
brother.
one thing I think and it's probably really
okay, I was
selfish.
thinking, bro, you sound serious. I was like, man,
no. I'm just trolling.
I could never give up music.
Yo, where are you, Jen Wallace? Where are you?
Sorry, I live in a city, man. Like
you are like on the side road somewhere under a bridge, or like police
no,
are
man, I'm on the main.
something.
I live on the main road, so.
You just rob a bank or something?
No.
You're going to run while you're on live with us, huh?
They're not coming for me.
That's why you went offline, right? You went, like, let me go rob this bank real quick. I need to go offline real quick.
Mask
now
on.
the police are looking for you. You're like, okay, let me go back.
I was actually grocery shopping when I was first on, and I stopped. I jumped off so I could put all the groceries away and stuff.
No, like Ibn Taymiyyah, I actually literally before I saw this, like in my feed, right? Because I saw this in my feed, that's why I popped in. There was another video about like, was it Sheikh Hassan Farhan al-Maliki? Have you heard of him?
Yeah. I see a lot of stuff.
I
see a lot of stuff about him. Yeah.
Yeah, on Ziryab Jamal's channel.
Yeah. I talked to him. He subscribed to this channel. I talked to him before too.
Ziryab from the UK.
I'm sorry?
Ziryab Jamal from the UK.
I think so.
Probably, yeah.
He's a Qur'anist, or was he a Qur'anist?
I don't think he's a Quranist because he posts Ibadi stuff
as
well.
He's like Quran first, you know. I think like me.
Yeah, Quran
first. Oh no, maybe I'm not thinking of the right person.
No. He probably like Quranist. People use that term for like a variety of people, so he's probably right. Anyway, he had a video up on with Sheikh Hassan, and it was about Ibn Taymiyyah, and that basically he said that Ibn Taymiyyah repented from all this takfir.
Oh, I seen that today.
But it was all like, it was already, his works were already spread out, right? So his teachings were already spread out, but he himself, it's like the Salafis, what they say about Imam al-Ghazali, where they say that he became Athari later on, because he was like Ashari, right? But they say, no, he repented from that, and he became Athari, quote unquote, repented.
What do you think? What do you think? Because I've never heard that. What do you think about that?
personally, I don't care.
Okay.
Because I don't believe in Ash'ari and I don't believe in Athari. I don't believe in any of the Sunni Aqidas. I think the Mu'tazila are the closest to the truth, you know?
You know, I used to focus heavily on that. Like, I used to be in the trenches as far as Akida wars go, defending the Athari creed,
two
you know,
right
against
hands,
the Ash'ari.
right
Yeah,
hands.
yeah, two right hands, man. You can't
Right
have a
hands,
left
a
one. That's a
face,
defect. Can't have
foot.
a left one. That's a defect. You know, we got.
Damn.
Oh man, I used
Honestly,
to get
some of that
really
stuff
worked
is
up over that.
borderline, like just borderline. Just what on earth is going on? Like, yeah,
People really get
to be
worked
honest,
up over
I
them
kind of
things,
get it.
over
Like,
those points.
see, here's the thing. That part of creed, I don't think there's a point in debating about, because that's all that is mutashabi, and we're not supposed to take a final meaning for that anyway. It says this in the Quran, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, personally, I would say, what does that mean? Like, I'll agree with the early people, right? The early authorities, like, yeah, sure, don't say it means this specifically, but also don't say it means a hand that's not like our hands. Like,
yeah,
no.
And see, that's where I'm more at now. I'm more at like with the early Athari,
so,
with that position. Like, man, just stay unassuming.
I would say take the lesson. So, like, for example, if it says God's hand is over their hand, yeah, that's not like a literal hand. That what that means is like, it take the lesson, right?
Yeah.
You know, God is like, his throne goes over, like, expands over the heavens and the earth, right? So he's in control over the whole heavens and the earth. Am I saying that that's his throne is just a symbol? No, I'm not saying that, but that's the lesson from it. Do I know what his throne is? No, I don't know. So I'm still going to take the symbolic lesson without talking about the physicalities of it. Right?
The devil is in the details.
So, yeah. So again, for me, the whole theology thing, what's way more important to me is hereafter theology. Do you believe?
Yeah.
People, like, once you enter, like, for me, one of the main points why I'm interested in Mu'tazila and why I'm interested in Ibadis is because they agree, this is what's in the Quran. Like, there's no two ways about it. Whoever enters hell is going to stay there forever. There's no two ways about it. Anyone who enters hell is never coming out. And there's no two ways about it. No one can claim otherwise in the Quran.
No. And I've always felt,
I thought you only went there for a little bit until you got. I'm sorry.
That's tradition. No, that's a good point.
You got punished. You got punished, and then, like, you had to spend a certain amount of time there before
the Quran
you could
was
That's what the Jews claim. That's what the Jews invented.
Yeah, exactly.
It says, it literally, there's a verse. There's two verses, 323 to 324, where it says about, have you considered those who something about, like, they're invited to the book of God to settle their dispute, but then they turn away arrogantly, or something like that. And it says, that is because they say the fire will not touch us except a limited number of days. And they were deceived by what they invented in their religion. They were deceived by what they invented in their religion. What did they invent, and what were they deceived by? Saying hell is a temporary punishment. And then there's
Peilu's introduction entry to Islam was through the Mu'tazila school before he came to Ibadi.
Yeah, they have some good ideas for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about him. Again, as I mentioned early on, I mean, it was actually in Zubida's chat.
They have some weird stuff going on, but they're mostly good.
What's that?
They have some points that are like, I don't know about that, but most of it is good. Yeah.
Well, I don't have too much of their works. I mean, I have some works by Al-Jahiz. I came across another work that was. What? I'm sorry.
Is it in English?
Yeah, it's in English. It's by Charles.
Which one by Jahiz?
Charles.
Does he have something like evolution or like animals or something like that?
No, it's not. It's not the Kitab al-Hayawan. It's It's Life and Works of Al-Jahiz by this Orientalist who translated it.
Okay. I'd be interested in that. Like, who I'm very much interested in is An-Nadham, Ibrahim An-Nadham.
Yeah, he talks about him in
yeah, he was the teacher of him. He was the teacher of Jahiz. And basically,
so
people were very suspicious when it came to hadiths.
Yeah, they were.
And now the Quranist, I honestly, someone must have manipulated the Wikipedia page, because at one point when I was Quranist, I came across the Wikipedia page of Ibrahim an-Nazam. And by the way, he was a scholar in the court of one of the caliphs, Al-Ma'mun, who was like a Mu'tazila caliph. And they mentioned that, for an-Nazam, the only sources of law was Quran and reason, which is not true, because he simply rejected Abu Huraira's reports, and I'm also very skeptical when it comes to Abu Huraira. Like,
yeah,
because some of the stuff he narrates is just plain weird. Like, there's one hadith about, like, where he's telling people about the dog licking the bowl thing, right?
Yeah.
Washing it, yeah. And this is in the hadith. I'm not saying, like, this is in the hadith. It says, "Oh, people of Iraq," I think it says he was banging his head, right? He was literally like hitting his head. He's going nuts over the fact that the people of Iraq. He's like, "Oh, people of Iraq, why don't you listen to me? I'm telling you a hadith from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. He said, when a dog licks your bowl, then you got to clean it X many times." And the people basically didn't believe him. Like,
I also heard that, or not heard, but I heard from Javed T. Hashimi. He says that Abu Huraira could be a pen name.
They're all pen names. Like Abu Bakr, all of that is pen name. Kunya, it's like Mufti Abu Layth, right? Mufti Abu Layth is not his name.
Yeah. No. I didn't mean like that. Like, I understand that was his Abu Huraira wasn't his real name, but that the hadiths attributed to him.
Maybe he's
whereby
innocent.
Can I ask you all a question?
Yeah, sure.
No.
So what do you think about the school teacher who they're like deciding on whether to fire or not? And what was it in Germany who showed the picture, Hebdo picture during class?
Yeah, it's good. Fire him.
Yeah, fire him. Yeah.
You want to unpack that?
I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, freedom of speech. When you do something against Jews, oh no, oh you can't do that. Oh, you gotta get fired. Oh, we gotta put you on the mainstream media 24/7. It's like, literally Charlie Hebdo had a thing about Jews, a caricature about Jews, and they apologized, and Macron apologized as well. Oh, this is anti-Semitic. I can't believe they did that. Oh, do it against our prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Oh, that's freedom of speech, bro. Don't complain about that. That's freedom of speech. It's like, what?
Macron is a prick. But that's what I'm saying. So, like, Macron is a prick. Yeah. So, after all of the controversy and how many people had to die behind these pictures, like, literally just something happened last year as well. And then for a teacher to do that, it's either like laughing in your face,
straight up arrogance.
Yeah, I think it's like.
And here's the thing, like freedom of speech, right? Okay, like a school, doesn't the school have the freedom of speech to kick him out of school? Like, what's the problem? Like, here's the thing, like freedom of speech is not a real thing. Like I used to be libertarian, and I even used to lean like anarcho-capitalist, and I realized that's not a legitimate thing, because you will always have some dominance over another person. Someone's going to be the person who's calling the shots, right? So if I'm a private organization, let's just claim it was a private school. Let's just pretend it was a private school. Doesn't the private school have the freedom of, whatever you want to call it, freedom of speech, freedom of association, to kick him out of the school? Or are they not free to do that? Like,
unless
are they not free to do that?
A teachers union where like they would rally for you or something, but I don't know how shit goes over there. But I don't think that. I mean, of course you could fire someone for any damn reason that you want to, like.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe it's not the same. In Europe you got some rules over that.
Yeah, you can't just fire somebody here. What I noticed, like if they're
once they're done with the probation period, you need like a legit
difficult.
Excuse.
I know people who've gotten fired here in the UK and sued their job and got.
Yeah, you need like screw up big time to get fired.
For real. Because I know in
or
California,
you
man,
get
they'll
laid
fire you
off.
for
Maybe they
anything.
don't have enough money. You get laid off. That's possible as well. Like people getting laid off with Corona stuff. Yeah, but no, I'm definitely against that. I'm like, I changed my when I was more Quran. I'm like, yeah, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Go ahead, do your like. I didn't like the cartoons, but I was like, oh, freedom. But honestly, what even is freedom of speech? Like, what is that? What does that mean? Like, just ask those people. Ask if they define what is freedom of speech. And then if
But
we're
at that
talking about
point, it's
France,
incitement, so it's kind of past freedom of speech because it's already like delved into the realms of
even if it's not
incitement.
incitement, it's blasphemy. Like in my opinion, it's blasphemy. So
Well, yeah, to you guys, but I
wouldn't
mean,
put that.
in a secular country where there's no blasphemy laws, like that's kind of
Yeah, they
you
are.
can't-
Yeah, they are. There are blasphemy laws. For example, you cannot blaspheme the Holocaust. You cannot blaspheme the Holocaust.
You can. Oh, there's a lot of other things you can't
Oh, yeah,
blaspheme.
that's
In
right.
California,
Yeah,
you
the
can't
Holocaust in
blaspheme
France.
the letter community.
that's true
Yeah,
too.
and the
Shit.
letter. Yeah, exactly. If someone were to come and go to France right now, or to Germany, or Israel, or maybe even UK, and openly say on the record, I believe only 1 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, or I don't believe there were gas chambers in the Holocaust. What's going to happen with this person? Is this freedom of speech now? And he says, I love the Jews, but just historically, it's not an accurate fact. But I don't have anything against the Jews. What's going to happen?
It's not enough,
Locked up.
and
That
he's
person's
gonna
gonna get
have
locked
to
up.
pay a fine or get.
No, or get locked up. Or there's a grandma right now, 90-something years old in Germany, locked up for that. Locked up, 90-something years old. When she was 89, I think they locked her up.
What the fuck?
Locked her up. Yeah. For this. So these Western countries, like I don't want to go on about West. Oh, the evil West. No, not about evil West, but it's these countries that claim to be liberal and freedom of speech. They are hypocrites. They don't have freedom of speech in their countries. Again, you can't blaspheme the letter community. You can't blaspheme the politicians. You can't blaspheme the politicians, right? Like what happens? What happens if the system? You can't be an apostate from democracy. If you say I don't no longer believe in democracy, I want to become a neo-Nazi, or even something that's milder, I want to become a monarchist. No, you are now an apostate who needs to be put into prison. Like this is an apostasy law. It's a blasphemy law. But people don't think about that because it's oh no, we're liberal democracy here. We're sophisticated. It's like no, you're not. You're just the same. Just different. You have the same principles, just different.
That's true, man. Wow.
Yeah. People don't think about that, right? But it's the same principle there. They have their blasphemy laws. They have their apostasy laws. Just try to apostate from the democratic system. See what happens to you. You know? And I'm not
If you're
even
a foreign
like
country, you know what happens to you.
Well, anyone. Like the grandma they put in jail was German. She was 100% German. German patriot. Even they locked her up. Oh, you're a grandma who's 90-something. There's another guy who was like I think he had nothing to do with any activities in concentration camps. I think he was like the person keeping book or something. He was like an accountant or something, right? In one of the camps in at I don't know, what was Auschwitz or something. And they found him like a couple of years ago, like, oh wait, you were that one guy who did accountancy there. You're getting locked up for killing people, for doing the accountant's work. Like after all this time when he's just a grandpa now. It's like, interesting.
Oh yeah, so can we back it up a minute to Shamima Begum, because usually people say she should 100% be let back here, that it's the UK's problem. She's a UK citizen, and
no, she can come back.
America,
she get locked up first, and then she can get free.
I mean, they're not letting people back over here either, I don't think.
I don't think so. Especially
I mean,
with
she's
when
gonna
Trump was in office, I
appeal
don't
to
think he
her.
was.
She's gonna appeal to her female privilege. I'm a poor woman. I was duped by ISIS terrorists.
No, I thought the case was already finished. I mean, I thought the matter was already settled. She's not coming. She's not coming back here.
I thought so too. I'm not sure though. But the thing about like her being a girl, right? The thing is that she was what, 15 or 16 when she went out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like she's like these guys talked her in, you know, like I don't know. I feel like they sold her a dream.
Females
Like
used
she
to
was
marry at that age
groomed.
years ago. They used to
Yeah,
marry at that.
exactly. And that's what she went out there. Like she got sold on this like Islamic dream to go out there and have a nikah, you know what I'm saying, and do her thing out there. And then like
Well,
she
nikah is
got
just a normal, it's just getting married. There's nothing wrong with that. But
no, I'm not saying that she did it. I'm saying that like they sold her this dream, you know, and then she got out
Okay,
there
so
and
we have
she's
a
like,
comment.
oh shit.
here's the thing,
Why
like
sh-
what happened to like, oh, women are so sophisticated, they are more mentally mature than guys, and you know,
Not at
oh, women are
15.
X years old, they're already so
16.
mature. What happened to
I
that
don't know.
one?
They used to say that all through with
What happened
in
to
every
that one?
age that women were more sophisticated than men. I remember hearing that as early as elementary school.
Yeah, it's that feminist propaganda. It's just feminist propaganda. That's all it is. No, like, dude, females got married at like 12 to 14 back in the day. Like, just, you know, but back in the US, back in like George Washington times, I think the age of marriage there was like 12 for females.
Yeah, but in those
Some
days,
states
the
it might
circumstances
still be.
caused you to grow up a lot faster than you would in these times.
Actually,
Not
today they say that
physically,
today
socially, and mentally.
puberty is they enter puberty earlier today. They say,
But mentally,
so
though, would you
doesn't
say
that
that
That's the
what
thing.
mentally?
Okay, so
What is she gonna do
can we
mentally?
just
She's gonna
lay
be
down the basis for this?
she's
Because
gonna be
like I've been
university
through this.
professor before she marries.
I've been through this conversation so many times. Like, so in order for a girl to be considered an adult, it's not just the onset of puberty, it's also social and mental, like things that she's got to exhibit or
I believe
have
so.
to have accomplished, right? So it's like, just because and back in the day, like after a girl hit that puberty mark, socially she was prepared for, like, socially she was considered an adult, and they were trained to be such a, it's not like it was now. Like, they were doing things way different back then. You know what I'm
It doesn't
saying?
change the biology of it, though. It just the
No,
competency.
of course not. But socially, like, they were. The acceptances
That doesn't
were
make
different.
it. That doesn't change the nature of it. Like, yeah, like I get what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that they're less mature now. It's not at all. Like,
I don't know, man. I just see less maturity from the way less mature
Dude,
than I,
the 16
not
year
as
olds
mature as
when
I
I
was.
was 16.
well, then don't
Exactly,
send them
bro.
to high
Like,
school because, like I don't get this, like, this whole notion of men and women are the same, like equal, and sending the women off to do the same stuff that men are doing. What point is there in that? I don't get it. Like, there's no point in doing that. Like, women are made for certain things, men are made for certain things, and we know in the Quran it says men are in charge of women by what God has favored the one over the other. Right? God has given certain favors and blessings to men that women don't have, and also vice versa.
okay.
Right?
So when
And
the
by
men
what they
step up and do what they have
Okay,
to do, you don't have
real quick.
I
I would like to just highlight this guy, this person's question. Why should she be locked up? What's her crime? Referring to Shamima Begum.
Let me just real quick, just the verse. By what by what God has favored the one over the other, and by what they spend of their wealth. And it says the devout women are, or the righteous women are devoutly obedient keeping guarding over the unseen of what God has guarded, and so on and so forth. Then it gets into even the husband taking certain remedial reactions against her rebellious wife. It says if she rebels. So this whole modern notion of equality and just women, let's go be a career woman, is totally antithetical to what it says in the Quran. There's no way to reconcile it. You know?
Yeah, and we can actually go back to that. But this person asked this question a while ago and then followed up with another question. So I just didn't want to leave them out.
Go ahead.
So why should she be locked up? What's her crime? Referring to Shamima Begum. Well, how are you guys not seeing her as a victim?
I said she was groomed online to go to do what she did. Like she was she was sold a dream. Like she was led on to believe these things. Like girls fall for guys online. Like it happens. It freaking happens all the time. Like
yeah, but they don't fall for ISIS
know.
all the time. Like I think that's the difference.
Well, they do if you're a lonely girl whose parents doesn't let them talk to any boys. You never had any boys look at you.
That's their parents'
You
problem.
know, you have to go to school. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to say, like, so you're going to school, you're not getting attention by boys. And then, you know, you're getting attention from guys online, and of course you're gonna
Q, if you wanna elaborate on your position a little bit more. I mean, I see you taking a hardline stance, but if you wanna just give us the psychology behind it.
Of what now?
You know, I see you. We all see you taking a hardline stance on the Shamima Begum case.
No, I'm not saying
you're
I'm just not on the hard, like I don't know about the specific. I just heard like she was like a quote unquote ISIS bride, and now she wanted to come back, whatever. Like again,
I was just wondering what was the psychology behind your you coming to that conclusion. Not that you're wrong or anything like that, but
of her of what? Like her being responsible for her actions.
Yeah, for her, yeah. I mean, I guess responsible for her actions, but her, I mean, why should she be locked up? What's her crime? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a hard. I mean, clearly we know what's her crime. She kind of does have.
What if someone were to be sent as like a water boy, be like the water boy of ISIS, right? The water boy,
yeah,
the one who cleans their clothes and stuff, like supports them in like non-military stuff. What would happen to that man who did that? What was going to happen? Are they going to say he's a terrorist, or are they going to be like, oh well, he was duped and you know he didn't really participate with them? Like, no.
But she wasn't even doing that. She was staying home in her house, getting pregnant, and
as a Muslim woman,
losing babies.
As a Muslim woman, sure, no problem.
And see, this is the thing, you know, the person who put the comment, "Why should she be locked up?" is saying that she's a victim
of her own responsible deeds.
So you don't believe that there's no kind of manipulation at hand, like that doesn't factor into any of her decision making.
Like I said before, like women are more prone to be like definitely. We as humans are followers. That's why we have hierarchy and stuff. We're made like that, but women are more so like that.
Of course.
But what I'm saying is there's no excuse. Again, like if you look in the Quran, right?
But
is there
any
excuse where women can say, no, I was duped? Is there any
she was following her man. She was submitting to the man who wanted to be her husband.
I can see. I don't know how much, I don't know how far somebody can go with it, but I can see, I can understand being duped to, I'm not no judge or, but there is, I don't know, that kind of should factor into something. It should mean something.
You could always pull that excuse though. Like you could just pull that excuse.
It should be scrutinized. I believe it should be heavily scrutinized, but I think it does mean something in the grand scheme of things. And then especially when it's a man dealing with a woman. I'm not even trying to give preference to the woman over the man in that sense, but like we already acknowledged, men have great influence over women. Even to their own detriment.
Men, right? Men have influence over men.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
What are you gonna do now? Like, okay, so let's.
Women have great influence over women. I mean,
And women have
you
a
know,
great influence over men.
but when
There's
the
women,
dynamic, but
we have
when the
men to
gender
do all their
dynamic,
paycheck, you
when
know?
the female male dynamic comes into play, I mean, we kind of already see who. I mean, even though I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, in the Quran actually exhibits an example where the woman was trying to exert more influence over the man and almost succeeded in that, and the man still paid
Dude,
for it.
there's literally like if you go on like these social media pages, there's women like just getting men to pay them men get broke paying these women just to send them like videos or photos or something. So who's manipulating who? So this whole thing, oh, the poor woman, like either you're gonna stick by your feminism and be like, oh yeah, equality, or you're gonna go on the traditional side. But you can't say yes, feminism when it benefits the woman, and then when it doesn't benefit the woman, oh, now we're gonna go with she was manipulated. Either she was manipulated, and we're gonna uphold.
I don't
traditional
think it's a feminist. Like, I'm sorry.
No, but
Q,
it's this
like,
double
I don't
Yeah,
think it's a
I would
feminist
actually
issue
agree
at
with
all.
Jen on this. That I don't think it's a
So it
feminist.
doesn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a
Sorry.
feminist argument at all. So like, you have to think, right? Okay, this girl, 16-year-old UK girl, comes from a Muslim family, right? She's in a place where
I would call her
people are talking.
girl.
16-year-old high school girl, okay, like actual high school girl.
Reached the age of consent in the UK, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so she's old enough to know what she's doing with her body and not get arrested for it. So
yeah, she's old
okay,
enough.
you have to think like people, I don't know, like from what I hear, like Muslims are, they kind of walk around feeling like an outcast. They're kind of funny, whatever. They're awkward. So she gets this guy who's talking to her online saying, "You're so beautiful. Come marry me. You'll be my wife. This and that, blah, blah, blah. We'll have a family." And like, that's great. I don't understand how this is a feminist issue at all. Like, this is
I'm
a
saying
girl who literally fell in love with a
argued.
guy online and did the wrong thing. Like, whose problem
I'm saying
is she now?
the feminist thing is like, if you're really a feminist, then you should hold women accountable the way you hold men accountable, and you should not give them.
I'm not a feminist though. I'm not a feminist, bro. Like, I'm not a feminist. I believe in traditional family values. But the thing is you're saying she wasn't a feminist.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people advocating for her aren't feminists.
I'm not saying
no. I think you misunderstood.
Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying if you're gonna say like, oh, poor woman, we're gonna give her a pass because she was duped, right? But then, if the man, we're gonna hold him accountable. And then at the same time, you're gonna say, are you for things like, yeah, women should do the same things men do, get careers, blah, 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 like be a feminist in other areas. That is inconsistent, because now you didn't apply the equality principle on the woman here. You gave her an excuse. You said, oh, she was duped by men. But then in other areas, you say, oh, women are even more intelligent than men. Women should be the CEOs and blah, 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 because they are way smarter.
Yeah, but not a 16-year-old high school girl should not be a CEO. Like, this is
she's
what
old
I think
enough
you're saying. Like,
she's old enough.
I don't know, bro. Like, you must
she reached
be
the
young.
age of consent in the UK.
Like, I'm old, right? No, I understand that. But, like, even at 16-year-old, like, just because you can consent to having like a physical action, like I said, like you can consent to something, like, yeah, but then like they're not grown enough to understand the implications of that.
That's what you're saying, but that's not the reality of the. Even the law doesn't agree.
It's 100% the reality. They don't have the life experience.
I would say it does reflect reality in this case. Like,
there's laws over here that with parental consent, a 12-year-old can get married off to a grown man in certain states with parental consent in this day and age. So it's like the law does not reflect like a morality at all times, especially the morality that you guys hold to. The law sometimes doesn't reflect that. Also, it doesn't also reflect the benefit of the beings.
This
all
is a
the
modern
time.
day issue. This whole thing about like age differences, consent. These were never discussed. These were never issues back in the day. Like this is why people that come now, they make these comments, oh, that's pedophilia. Oh, that's rape. Like people never ever thought about that. People never had a problem with any of that until today. So
I think they did, and I think it's
is-
always been a problem. But the people on the receiving end were never allowed to speak up, so the women couldn't say that they had a problem with it, whether they did or whether they did,
or they
or they didn't have a problem with it. Like I don't understand, bro. Like, but like I feel like you're, I don't know. Are you like in the like manosphere and all that shit, like incel type thing?
He's an evil red pill guy. That's evil.
No, I'm not
Nah,
saying
but some
it
but
is.
some
I'm
of
just
but
saying,
some of their conclusions, or at
I'm
least
familiar with the
at
rhetoric.
least in the manosphere or the MGTOW people, some of their you know, they complain about feminism, but at the same time they kind of give power to it at the same time.
Yeah, 100%.
Here, I'll
I don't
send the
care
link
about
to
like
them.
that, this or that. I uphold traditional values. That's all I care
Yeah,
about.
I hold traditional values too, but I do understand that there
So,
were certain abuses that existed for women back in the day, even if they
like what?
even if they did accept it. You know, I'm not really in a position to unpack that, but I definitely believe that there were certain women were taking advantage to a certain degree. I'm not able to unpack that, but they were taking advantage to a certain degree that, yeah,
I can give you
definitely.
I
Okay,
can
yeah,
give you
go
an
ahead. You cover
example
this
as
one.
well. So like marital rape wasn't even acknowledged until like a couple of years ago, right? So husbands can literally take it from their wives whether they are willing to or not.
Okay.
And like the wives couldn't say anything or press any kind of charges.
That's not true because okay, first
It
of all,
is
like
true.
marriage
It's a
rape.
law that passed. You want to go by
No, in
laws?
fact,
It's a
actually,
law that passed.
the Hanafi, again, you're talking about fine, you're secular countries, but the Hanafi school of law actually did have certain recourses for women. Like if they were abused, they could get a divorce.
Also,
This was
Tehran, can you drop
way
the
back.
link, the StreamYard link in the chat for Ziria?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, go ahead and join, bro. But yeah, no, all of these things, like even slavery, right? Like slavery is not haram. No matter how much you try, it's not haram. But people today have a problem with it because of the way we're growing up with it, the way we were.
Yeah, but when people
Certain things,
hear
right? But
somebody say that, it's almost like, are you trying to say that we would institute it today?
Are you
I'm
like
not gonna
what's
make something haram if God doesn't make it haram. But
Yeah,
that's
but
the reality of the matter.
that's the you know, also, you know, Muslims, you could argue that alcohol isn't haram, but you don't see Muslim
It
countries
is
having
haram actually. It is haram.
is that how it says it in the Quran? That it's haram, or that
In
it's
the Quran, it
best
does
that you
prohibit
don't?
it. It says
Is it a
fajtanbu.
prohibition? Is it really a
Yes, it is
prohibition?
a prohibition, and then we know from the Sunnah that definitely it is prohibition. So it's
Okay, all right.
confirmed.
Well, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue that point. Maybe I came in with the preconceived notion about that, and I'll definitely look into it. But
Well, it
still,
says
going back.
fajtanbuhu, which means like it talks about it's the tool of the devil. So now you're drinking the tool of the devil. Congrats. And then it says you shall just shun him. If you look at that verb, how it's used in the Quran, there's no two ways about it. It always talks about getting away from it. Don't engage with it. Like even the ta'ud, it says to, or the jibt, which is haram, by the way. It also says to like ijtanbu. It's the same kind of verb that is used for that. So no, there's no
peace to the panel.
Hey, peace.
Who just joined?
Hello.
Ziria.
Zira.
Oh, peace, bro.
You know, just quickly on this note, I'll throw something in there for us to continue this line of conversation, or perhaps open up a different one on the topic. What are your guys' thoughts on the state basically removing citizenship and what connotations that might hold?
What do you mean removing citizenship?
You're talking about Begum, right? And obviously her citizenship was revoked by the Home Secretary.
Okay.
I think it was upheld as well.
Well, did she gain it like in a way, or was she like?
She was born a citizen, right? She was born in UK. She was born a citizen. So like, if a citizen of the United States like went to Mexico and got into some trouble over there, like, would the United States like strip her citizenship?
But here's do they in the UK, because the US is, it's not like most European countries where just because you're born there you're a citizen, right? That's what makes you a citizen mainly in the
Yeah,
US.
exactly. My children were born here and they're not British citizens.
Right. So I don't think it works. I think she got it like later, right? Like you can request it. So in that case, I would say that's 100% no problem. Like if you requested it, because, and you had to like pass a test, right? Like usually you pass a language test, you pass a cultural test to basically do you fit into the country. And if you then later on prove to not fit into the country, of course they can revoke it, no problem.
She was born in the UK and she.
Wait, do you not find it problematic at all?
She apostated from the British community.
They revoked it 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw it out there and ask if you see it as problematic or not, and why you see it as problematic or not, as in either which way.
Are you saying it because it's like it sets a precedent to take away people's citizenship? Is that what you're claiming? Is that the point? Or?
Yeah, of course, that is definitely a connotation, definitely. But I'm more interested in what your view is on whatever side of the fence you fall on, as in what you're thinking.
If you're not like British by blood, and you acquire.
What does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean?
That means if you're like your parents are English, right, and you got it by you because there's two ways usually you get citizenship. One is your by birth, like your parents are British, therefore you get citizenship. The other is like you're born there conditionally. In the US, it's 100%. If you're US is you're born there, you're finished. You get citizenship. That is 100% the way it is.
They call it anchor baby. If you're
Isn't it like that in the UK as well?
No.
In most European countries, you can request it
Jen,
after you know.
Jen, my two daughters are Dutch nationals before they're British, even though they were born here in Manchester.
Really?
But they can request it, right?
Work?
They can
like because the mom
later on. Yeah, later on.
Is it because of what the mom was? The mom was Dutch.
Yeah, so she's Dutch passport. Yeah.
Oh wow! So she was in UK on a visa or something, and had the babies while she was there. So yeah, so she wasn't a citizen then when she had the babies, right?
Nope, she's now applying for it
right.
now. She just applied for it since the Brexit thing with settled status.
I got you.
Exactly.
So see,
but
like
even that doesn't actually confer settled. The settled status doesn't confer citizenship. But
I'd like to welcome my friend Dawood to the chat, man.
Yo,
somebody got some like laser keys or something.
Someone is playing with the vibrations.
Yo, that was me. Sorry, apologies. I was about to post a comment to let you know that I'm here.
Oh, salam alaikum.
Yeah, alaikum salam.
Peace.
No, but my point was basically like if you like acquired it, you had to like go through some tests, and the government said, yeah, we trust you, you should get citizenship. But then later on, you broke that trust. The 100%, it's their right to.
All right, I think I get your basic argument that she reneged on her agreement, quote unquote, with the UK government. That's all well and cool, but I think you're missing the slightly bigger point is that you have a situation where someone is rendered stateless effectively, and that is the point of law that was being argued by her advocates and by her legal team. Obviously, it hasn't worked, but essentially the argument is that because she didn't actually apply for her Bangladeshi citizenship, which are what her parents have got after she turned 18 or something, that given the UK removed her citizenship, that rendered her stateless, which is illegal under international law. So the thing is, whilst you're talking about reneging, whilst you're talking about whilst you're talking about her reneging her quote-unquote agreement with the UK government, the UK government has reneged on its agreement, quote-unquote, with international law as being part of the international community.
Yeah, but the international law is not even like a... Who enforces that? When does it get enforced? Like, what happened in Iraq? Like, what all those things that happened in Iraq? What happened in Guantanamo Bay? Is that all that's against international law? What happened?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're holding her feet to the
that.
fire. You're holding her feet to the fire, and you're talking about, and that's all well and cool, saying that she's reneged on her deal with the agreement with the government. That's cool, that's fine. But I'm saying if you're gonna argue that point, then you have to follow it through and have that same energy for the government, whether it's the US or the UK, when they break their agreements with the international community.
But no one, like literally no one does that. Like it does. International law is just like some kind of like front, basically. It's a front. It doesn't actually get enforced, and laws are only as good as they are enforced.
But what I'm saying is you're being inconsistent in the application of criticism. So you're being very highly critical of this one, which, as I say, is all well and good.
Are you saying she should live?
But then you're very reluctant, or you're almost dismissing.
No, are you saying she should live in this society?
Or then you're being very reluctant to criticize the UK government in the same breath, and you're being very dismissive of these like norms that we're all part of. I mean, if you think that these things are not they're not real, then that's fine. But I'm saying it does objectively exist.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like, can she become like a refugee? Like, go to Bangladesh or some other country where they give her refugee status? Probably, right? That would probably happen. Wouldn't she be able to go to Bangladesh or go to a country as a refugee somewhere?
No, go to a country as a refugee. No, what I'm saying is that the way Bangladesh's citizenship is set up, I've only got a cursory information on this. I haven't gone into it too deep, but from the little that I've looked into, her citizenship as a Bangladeshi was supposed to be topped up, if that makes sense. She had to actually apply for it once she turned 18, once she came of age. I don't think she did that.
I think that's his whole point, is because she is stateless, no country will take her stateless. That's the whole point of being stateless. Like, no country will accept you. That's why, like, the Rohingya are having such a hard time getting anywhere, because Bangladesh won't take them, Saudi won't take them, and Myanmar doesn't want them. So, like, once they strip you of that state, like, you're beat. You're just...
I mean, in Europe, there's
nothing you can do
without passports.
So. Yeah, but that doesn't mean, like, you're not... I don't think that means, like, stateless, because they could get a passport. Like, they could apply and get one, where, like, I think once you're stripped, like, you can't get no passport. We all love
bureaucracy.
I don't know, like, I think it's unfortunate just because, like, I do consider her circumstances, and I do think that, you know, she was sold this dream and not really understanding of, like, what was really gonna happen. So I don't know. I do think she should come back under certain circumstances, maybe.
Yeah, like get locked up, and then she can like.
So what crime did she commit? Did she commit treason against the UK or something? Like, she left to join a proscribed organization.
She apostated from the British society, pretty much.
But, like, she was just a wife. Like, she wasn't on the battlefield. She didn't, you know, partake in any actions.
Same as that grandpa who was the accountant. Grandpa accountant didn't participate in any of the killings. He's in jail right now.
I think as well, one of the things that made it so easy for the UK government to just dismiss her was sort of the domestic policies and sort of the domestic situation in the UK. So there was obviously a very strong opposition that was pushed by the Tories for years, starting with David Cameron and probably prior to that, sort of like immigration and the idea of British values. So this is all happening at the backdrop of that. And it becomes much more easier after the attacks in Paris, after the attacks in Berlin, and all these things that are happening in Europe, 2015, 2016, to then just say, well, you know what? We're not allowing her back because she betrayed the country. So public opinion, it's easily swayed. I think if this was back in 2001, I think, when 1 million people went on the streets against the war in Iraq, I don't think that the government would get away with it, because public perception of Islam in immigration and intervention, military intervention, all of that was totally different. So I think they just basically went ahead, and it's somehow all connected to Brexit and Trump and people, you know, being fed up. So yeah, I think that is sort of my observation why the government got away with it as well. Just
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there. That if there wasn't a receptive climate in the UK, then it couldn't have occurred. But of course, we know that the government likes to engage in a type of
Oh, you're breaking up a bit.
populist,
Yeah, I think you're.
in a populist type of good vote, like
I think your internet's
vote
cutting
game,
out.
you know.
yeah, but I think
Oh,
I get
no.
the gist of what he's saying, like, and I agree with that as well. Because I guess like politics kind of works. That's one thing that a lot of us, especially in the UK, so tend not to think about. Like public perception and public opinion is so freaking important, and that's why politicians are so obsessed with measuring and having these polls always running. And you know, our reception with like the Northerners is increased. You know, they accept us way more now because of certain policies that we push. So it's almost sometimes impossible for politicians to do something. I mean, Margaret Thatcher, she was able to do what she did because there was like a substantial amount of people who supported her. And this is why she's so the wisest person in English history, because she either has people who absolutely love her, or you have people who absolutely hate her, you know. And things like in the invasion of the Falkland wars in the 80s, I think it was, right? That was all to do with her perception, and sort of like actually she was not doing well before that. And then when she went to war as a woman and she actually, you know, gained the results, her approval, you know, went up the roof. So it's very sort of like classical Caesarian Roman politics, you know. So Caesar goes to France and wins the wars over there, and then crosses the Rubicon, and people, there's a standing ovation. Caesar's coming back. He won the wars, but hold on, the senators are thinking, but hold on, we had alliances with these tribes. They were paying us taxes. There was no need to win a war or even go on war with them. But Caesar understood that, you know, when you're a hero in public's perception and the public is with you, it's very, very difficult to topple or get rid of someone like that. And this is why when you look at like all the civil wars in the Arab Springs, they happened because somehow the public was persuaded that these leaders weren't good enough anymore. This is why you have a video of Gaddafi being killed. I mean, where does that happen in the modern world? He's been killed by like militia. Saddam Hussein is found apparently in a hole and hanged. And fast forward, you have Iraqis now actually saying, hold on, like we actually missed Saddam Hussein. We made it. And the same thing with Syria. If you have a critical mass of people who you can persuade that the leader is bad, then you can do whatever you want with that country. But
Bashar is pretty bad. Like,
he is,
tyrant.
of course, he is a tyrant. But we have to understand also that there are so many it's more nuanced than, it's not just, this is not really about good and bad. You know, this is that world over there. I think I saw, and quickly, I don't want to talk too much.
It's
but
like geopolitics and stuff, yeah.
But yes, exactly. So I saw there was this clip where Tony Blair was talking. He was describing the situation. It was about Brexit, and he was saying, look, these conservatives don't understand. When you walk in a room of leaders, you feel the power that these leaders have, and you act accordingly to it, you know. And I was just before I was talking here, I was talking to my mum about this, and I was telling her about, we basically talking about colonialism, and I was telling her about a video. That's this very famous video you lot probably have seen of Gaddafi, and he's addressing the Arab League, and this is just after they've taken down Saddam Hussein, and he says,
"Oh, I think I watched that." Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "My brothers, let me tell you something. You saw what they did to Saddam. They will come for each of us." And I think all of these leaders were there as well. And then fast forward,
Bashar was laughing.
Yeah, Bashar, exactly. Bashar was laughing. Incredible stuff. So public perception.
He deserves it, honestly. His country doesn't deserve it, but he definitely deserves to get hanged.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. I can sympathize with that sentiment for sure.
It's like throwing stuff at, like, using
the thing is,
stuff against.
The thing about that is like Dawood was saying, it's not about good and evil, because if it was about good and evil, then the king of Bahrain would be deposed, and so would the king of Qatar and Saudi Arabia and so on and so forth. But we see that it's not applied across the board, because
it's a profound point you're making there. Yeah.
I mean, Saudi, they do tons and tons of deals with the U.S., so it's like, I mean, they got put in place by the British Empire and Rothschild and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, they're literally, they were British agents, British Zionist agents. So, you know. Yeah. This is why, like, I think this is why the height of irony is, like, I think you posted this Medkhali thing today, right? It's like, where it's like their top scholars are against any sort of, like, forget about rebellion, just they're against any criticism of the rulers. Yeah. But how did they get in power? By making takfir of the rulers and rebelling against them. Like,
it's
crazy.
Yeah.
If you want to switch the topic, I got a new topic, by the way, Tyrone.
No, go ahead.
Like an Islamic topic.
Because they kind of got diverted away from that a bit.
I do apologize.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
So, you know, I was debating with a Qur'anist today, and another one I saw him comment on Reddit. And this is something that I was always thinking about, because, you know, when I was Qur'anist, you know, they talk about, oh, this is shirk, and the shahada is shirk, and everything's shirk, basically, right? Like, oh, you can't mention Muhammad, peace and blessings, because that's shirk. So one thing I'm still thinking about is, like, you know, like in most of the schools, including the Ibadi school, in their tashahhud, they have the salam, right? They basically do direct addressing of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and they say, like, peace be upon you, right? Yeah. So what do you have to say about people who say that this is shirk? What's your, like, do you guys say that? And if yes, why? And what do you have to say to people who say it's shirk?
You know, I never really thought about it.
Now you're gonna get OCD, probably. You're like gonna be OCD about it. This is like a lot of the Qur'anist stuff. Like, it's OCD. It's like, wait, I never really thought about that. Oh wait, maybe they're right.
No, they have a. I mean, even Javid T. Hashimi said that they have a point on some of their stuff. On, you know, they raised some decent arguments.
On what,
they brought something new.
Like, there's a lot of stuff that they have.
What's up?
What particular point? Because maybe some points they do have a point, but most of it they don't.
You'd have to go and look at his video, the mission. I seen it on your channel, Zirab.
Yeah.
Well,
You know, he mentioned that he had some that the Qur'anists raised some decent arguments or brought some
I think about the
worthy
hadith,
arguments to the table.
but that's about the hadiths.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it would be
That's like
talking
not
about the specific
there's
Indian
two
subcontinent.
things that they do, right? So
Qur'anist.
one argument is against the hadiths, but the other arguments they have, and this is like the people who are like influenced by Rashad, where they say basically every mention of Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that's shirk. Like the shahada is shirk, the salah is shirk, everything shirk. This is besides the hadith thing. They say that they literally call Sunnis mushriks and Shiites mushriks and Ibadis mushriks. They don't know about Ibadis, right? But they call basically Sunnis mushriks. Why? Because, oh, you mentioned Muhammad in your prayer. Like,
Who is this? Is this Quran first? What shall I call you? Because it's a long
yeah, just call me Quran first, Muslim or whatever.
Quran.
Hello? If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Q, yeah, if you don't mind. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. And now we can't hear you again.
You're talking about.
So we can hear you for a couple seconds, like we can't hear you.
What? Can you hear me? How about now? Any good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, if you can't hear me now, I'm gonna hop out.
Just talk, and if we can't hear you, we'll let you know. God willing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that you're talking about a very fringe element, a very fringe but vocal element within the Quran.
They're not. They're not though.
Or
They're not fringe. I mean,
when I say fringe, yeah, I do. Like when I say fringe, this is what I mean by fringe. Let me qualify my statement. The fringe element is to do with basically you've got like this is the thing, and I'm talking from experience. The more I'm reading into different Quranic thinkers, the more I'm realizing that idiots like the Khalifa'ites, people who follow Rashid Khalifa, and everyone who's come from him, there's such a fringe element within like the wider Quran, because basically they birthed a lot of the online English speaking material when it comes to Qur'anist thinking. That's the problem, is that if for example, let me just compare two. So you've got like Free Minds, which is a very big forum and it's very big up until quite recently. One second. But the point is with Free Minds or with Edit Yüksel or any one of these Rashid Khalifa followers, that they have pumped out a lot of information in the English language. And so when someone wants to know about Qur'anism, chances are that they'll come across material that comes from that element, that fringe element. And what I'm saying is, even when you've got people who are quote unquote unaffiliated, they've been heavily influenced by Rashid Khalifa and his thinking. And so what I'm saying is there is a wide berth, a much more wider tradition outside of these fringe kooks. Like just for example, you've got Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour, who is a qualified guy. Like there's no one can chat to his credentials. The dude qualified top of his class in Azhar. The dude is like, when it comes to credentials and when it comes to being able to be or being immersed in the Islamic tradition, Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour is second to none. But not a lot of people know about him. If you ask a random person about Qur'anists, they'll either tell you about the Indian subcontinent tradition of Qur'anists, so Sayyid Ahmed Khan and those other guys from over there, or they'll tell you about Rashid Khalifa and his followers. But what I'm saying is that both those strains just represent, like, I don't want to quantify it in terms of a percentage, but they don't represent the majority. The vast majority of Quranic thinkers come from the tradition. So you've got Dr. Muhammad Shahrur, you've got Samir Islambuli, you've got Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour, as I mentioned, you've got a lot of people like in the Arabic speaking world who
even Islambuli, like I only came across him, like the first time I came across him was in your videos. I never heard of him before.
I'm the same. What I'm trying to say to you is even myself, it's only very recently that I've kind of widened the scope. Like I was never personally attracted to Rashid Khalifa and his followers and that kind of thinking. It always just seemed a bit kooky to me, but that's because I was raised in the tradition, so to speak, in a traditional sense.
I think though, like you're ignoring a whole like section because I would say like a lot of Edip Yüksel's followers are in Turkey, and there's literally like over 1 million Quranists in Turkey. Like it's one of the most number one. Like,
but would you agree that most English speaking or most of the English language material on Qur'anist stems from Rashid Khalifa and his followers?
I think now like Sam Garrett has been picking up a lot.
Yeah, but where did he get his thing from? Like he's gone off and freestyled now.
I don't really
strain, follow him.
He's very different from Edip Yüksel. So he doesn't. Here's the thing. Like Sam, there's this why what I mentioned before with the people who focus on like the hadiths and people who focus on the shirk thing. So Sam Garrett is more someone who focuses on the hadith, they're not reliable, blah blah blah. Therefore, let me just focus on the Quran. Whereas someone like Rashid Khalifa and Edip Yüksel are more focused on, this is shirk, that is shirk, this is shirk, that is shirk, right? Sunnis are mushrik, blah, blah, blah. That's what they focus on. So there's just two different angles. Now, my point is, if you don't think that mainstream traditional Islamic things are shirk, if you don't think that, there's no point in calling yourself Qur'anist, because now you accepted the traditional prayer. And once you accepted the traditional prayer, you're no longer a Qur'anist. Now you could be like Quran first or whatever, but if you accept the Sunnah, if you accept the concept of the Sunnah, you are not a Sunnah rejector, aka Qur'anist. You see? So all those people that you put, like even Sheikh Hassan, he is not a Qur'anist. He's Quran first. He's not a Qur'anist though, because he readily accepts the Sunnah, readily.
Sure, I get your point. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to this dichotomy or this distinction, I think it mainly exists again in the English world, but it kind of ignores the more important point. The more important point is, as far as I'm aware, as far as I know, as far as I can see it anyway, is that the kind of false distinction between Quran or focusing on the Quran and the Sunnah is one that has been created by kooks, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. That
you mean like the battle between Quran and Sunnah, that thing? Or?
Yeah, of course it has, because anyone that comes from the from the tradition, even if they're highly critical of the tradition, this distinction doesn't exist. What they would do is just qualify the Sunnah, say, okay, the Sunnah is a misnomer, because when you say the Sunnah, they'll talk about, for example, Dr. Muhammad Hidayah. He's another Egyptian guy, but he's like,
is he the one with the Khawarij video? That one?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know. But anyway, the point is, he makes a very interesting point that he distinguishes between Sunnah and Nafila, which is the appropriate term for things which a prophet did that was like extra, basically, outside of the mandated prayers and stuff. So he's saying, look, it's a misnomer to term this Sunnah because it's actually Nawafil or Nafila. And then he uses like a verse in the Quran about, but what I'm saying is, I'm just trying to illustrate the point that anyone that comes from the tradition, even if they're critical of the tradition, what they do is they don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. What they do is just criticize the tradition and, for example, point out any misnomers, any things that are named one thing but should be named something else. It's only kooks and, as I said at the beginning, fringe elements which try to make this kind of hard distinction, if that makes sense.
I mean, my point is though, like, if you have no problem with the traditionalist prayer and you have no problem with the traditionalist Hajj and you accept the Zakah and the Ramadan and all that, you're not a Qur'anist. You're not. Because all those things are from outside of the Quran and all those things are from the tradition. And if you don't have a problem, the thing is with these other people, especially like a lot of the like Sam Garins, Free Minds types, they are even like people who say that, well, salah doesn't mean prayer, and zakah means this and that, Ramadan means the hot moon, and all these theories they have. That's really what is the logical conclusion of Quranism, because if you're all going to say is all we're going to have recourse to is the Quran plus the Hadith books, which we call dictionaries, then yeah, you're going to be reinventing your religion. The only way that you're not going to be reinventing, this is why this is why the Sunnah is important, is because it's a block to all these things. You cannot reinterpret Salah when we have the Sunnah. There's no way to reinterpret that. You cannot reinterpret Ramadan. You cannot reinterpret Zakah. There's no room for that. You know, it's an organized way of understanding your religion. Now, sure, we can debate about this hadith and that hadith and like stoning versus no stoning, and I'm all for that. I'm all for that. You know, we talked about this before, right? The stoning, right? Before you were on. But there's a big difference between people who say, I do not accept the Sunnah, period, and people who say, well, this hadith and that hadith are wrong, therefore these laws are wrong. The Quran says that, it contradicts the Quran, therefore we're going to go with what's in the Quran. There's a big difference there, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry.
No, my bad. I just wanted to get the point across. I don't think he's understood. I understand what you're saying, Q, and I don't disagree with you in terms of the labels, right? What I'm trying to say is that the distinction you're talking about, the distinction between those who don't have the lock, as you put it, and those who don't have the lock or the key, the way to unlock the religion. You're talking about the Sunnah as a means of unlocking the religion or unlocking elements of it to understand Zakat.
Blocking weird interpretations, blocking weird interpretations.
Right. What I'm trying to say to you is that distinction only exists amongst kook elements, fringe elements. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That whether it's Sam Gerrans or whether it's Yuxel or Rashid Khalifa, it's only these kind of people who decontextualize the religion, and usually come from a decontextualized background, as in, that's the point. Anyone who's raised in a tradition or even has a rudimentary, just one second. Anyone who has a rudimentary knowledge of the tradition doesn't do that. Anyone who's like of balanced, sound mind doesn't do that. The people who do that are a fringe element, and it's fringe by definition, they are a fringe element.
And Yuxel was a Sunni for many years.
Bro,
he was an Islamist.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he went jail. It doesn't matter that he was in jail. It doesn't matter that he was in jail. I know his story, Q. I know it. It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say to you is that these people, they're still a fringe element. What they're saying and espousing now and what they're popularizing is still a fringe element. And what happens is invariably is that people focus on these fringe elements because they're weak, soft targets. That's the point. And so the conversation doesn't go much further than just pointing out their idiocy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call I think you're insulting a little bit too much here, but you know, I think Sam Gerrans, honestly, I've benefited greatly from following Sam Gerrans. You know, some of the insights he has
for a bit as well.
Yeah, some of the insights he has is just he thinks outside the box, and for a lot of the things, it is interesting, and it is show a lot of the for example, his whole, if you read his translation, he does the whole parsing, right? So the way he structures the text, the use of the parentheses, right? Noticing that there are actually asides used in the Quran. There's elliptical language used. That no one has done that before. There's no English translator who has done that before. The way he structured his translation, I think, is the most accurate way out of all the translations. Okay, sure, zakah, salah, these ritual stuff, he kind of butchered those, but you can easily pick that back apart. Okay, uphold the duty. Okay, that's my prayer. Fine. Give the purity. Okay, that's the zakah. Fine. Okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, so I do think that he contributed a lot with that, and some of his other things. You know, it's very interesting that, you know, because a lot of I mean, you're active on Reddit. You know what they post and stuff. Most of them are like very like liberal, modernist, LGBTQ, feminism, blah blah blah, the whole 9 yards, right? They try to justify all that. Whereas Sam Gerrans, he says no. Like, it's very interesting that he both holds like the Quranism and traditional values. So he doesn't just get swayed. So he is true to his understanding of the text. Whereas someone where like Edip Yüksel is more like pushing, like I feel like he's really pushing the whole feminism and 21st century values thing more. Like, he's not going overboard with it like some people are, but I do feel he pushes more with that. So, you know, I think you got to give credit where credit is due. You can't just throw him on the bus. Also, like I said, in Turkey, there's literally over 1 million Quranists. And who are they following? They're not following Samir, whatever, Buli, however the guy's name is, or they're not following Sheikh Hassan necessarily. They're following Edip Yüksel.
They're probably following Adnan Oktar.
No, he's not. No. They're following like Edip Yüksel and what's the other guy's name? I forgot. Who's also on like the TV shows and stuff.
I have a question, because I'm not really sort of like, I mean, I've looked into it, but not really deeply, you know. What is like the motivation behind this? Like, and like in the history, like a brief sort of like breathing the history
behind what?
The Quranist movement and like the motivations behind it, and sort of like, and
I mean, there's different strands, right? Like in Indian subcontinent, that's kind of where it started, right? In the Indian subcontinent, it started, but again, I wouldn't even call them, like, to me, a Qur'anist is synonymous with a Sunnah rejecter. So
did you hear that? I said they're probably following Adnan Oktar, because he's very heavily Quran first until he got recently arrested and put in jail.
Yeah, he had some weird stuff going on.
But this is my point. Wait. Did you notice that, Q? Did you notice as soon as I mentioned him, you said he's got some weird stuff going on. This is, I think, is a point of personal preference. Like, you've clearly admitted that you've been influenced by Sam Gerrans, and that's all well and good. And I think that might be kind of blinding you a little bit from, say, for example, hold on, bro, don't do that. I beg you, don't cut me, because I try my best not to cut you off as well. But the point is, do you see how when I mentioned someone who you don't really engage with, or perhaps you have seen but you're not really, you didn't take a liking to, you automatically kind of jumped on that? What I'm just trying to point out is that sometimes we've all got personal biases. Don't get me wrong. I'm not pretending that I'm above that. I also have my personal biases. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that when it comes to these fringe elements, that was my whole point. My whole point is that hard Qur'anists, the ones that you've kept defining as rejecting the Sunnah and all of that, they are a fringe element. That is my whole point. Like, it doesn't go further than that. And I mean, we can agree to disagree on Gerrans or any other personality. It's not about personalities. It's about ideas. And what I'm trying to say to you is that the ideas behind, and you've said it, I don't really follow Gerrans, but you've said he doesn't really take zakat on face value, he doesn't take hajj. And then you're saying these are if these are minor things. I don't know how you can square that circle. Because
I'm not saying no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a minor thing. I didn't say that. So I think you're assuming with the whole Adnan Oktar thing. Like, I've seen like some of his videos where he has like half naked women, like tons of them in the background. So that already was showing me, okay, this guy's kind of dodgy. You know, that's what I meant. You know? So, and I didn't get the vibe of him being a Quranist. I never got that vibe. So I didn't like categorize him as such.
I mean, but his work under Harun Yahya was
that's him. Yeah, that's influential.
Of course it was. You know, back in the day, I used to listen to a rapper called Iron Braids, and he had this lyric where he was like, Allah really does exist. Ask Harun Yahya for the disc, for the iron. You know, and he had those the CDs and the documentaries and all of that. So the thing is, as I say, his work is second, or kind of is almost instantly, not just by you, by anyone that is, if this guy's name is mentioned, his work is almost brought to naught. obviously, given the problems of his evolutionary analysis and all of that. But that aside, the point is that his personality comes into play. That it's no longer about ideas when it comes to someone that you may disagree with or that someone that you don't take a liking to. I'm saying it's just human nature. This is what we do as humans, isn't it? We have these biases, and what I'm trying to say is that the biases that's exhibited by this fringe element within the quote unquote Qur'anist community, right, is one that leads them to very fringe ideas. Fringe meaning within the context of Islam. So fringe in the sense of they are very, very like 0.01% of people ever who claim to be Muslims thought that zakat means to purify and is not actually like a thing that is given, or Hajj is not pilgrimage, but it means the ankles or some other crazy stuff that I've heard. So yeah.
I want to just correct you on this one, because you assumed I meant something else with the Sam Garens thing. I'm saying, I was talking about his translation, right? I'm saying that if you read his translation, right? I'm not saying, oh, no problem, yeah, Salah, his thing on Salah is correct or whatever. No, my point is, if you read his translation, there's no problem. Like, okay, uphold the duty. I know when I'm reading Sam Garens' translation, uphold the duty, he's talking about the prayer. So I know that when he says a moon of Ramadan is the month of Ramadan. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that, oh yeah, no problem, just follow his theories on zakat and stuff. No, that's not what I'm talking about. But I think the whole difference here is just, I don't consider the people who reject the Sunnah outright as Muslims, really, as so to me, this is the whole dividing line is, do you even agree on the concept of a Sunnah? Yes or no? If no, you're in the Qur'anist camp. And if yes, then you're not even a Qur'anist. There's no point in comparing someone like Sheikh Hassan with the people from Reddit, because Sheikh Hassan is not a Qur'anist, not by any stretch of the imagination. He's Quran first. He readily accepts the Sunnah. The way he writes, he's giving salat, he's pronouncing salat upon the Prophet, and so on and so forth. Peace and blessings be upon the Prophet. But you don't have that with the Quranists. So this whole thing about, so this is why now I zoom in on the Quranists. So now I'm putting this dividing line. Okay, the traditional Muslims on one end, you accept the Sunnah, okay, fine, you're on somewhere else now. Now we're zooming in on the people who don't accept the Sunnah. In this group of people who don't accept the Sunnah, it is totally not a fringe group of these people who.
It is a fringe group, bro. You've not really engaged with what I've said. I'm trying to make it simple so that you kind of understand, because I have tried to engage with what you've said. Okay, so I'm going to try it one more time, but. When I say fringe, I've explained why I say they're fringe. I don't agree with what part of what I said did you not agree with?
That these people who have these weird interpretations are fringe within the.
Why? Why are they not fringe? Tell me why they're not fringe. Go on. I'm going to mute. Go on.
I just explain it because I think what you're doing is you're counting people who accept the Sunnah as Qur'anists, whereas I don't. So now if you do that, sure, maybe they're fringe, maybe they're not. But there's more than a million Quranists. They're not following.
Hold on. Okay. No, you made a good point there. That the distinguishing factor. What is the difference between a Qur'anist, quote unquote, and a non-Qur'anist? Now, the reason why your distinction doesn't play out or doesn't hold water is because the term itself has, as in you're choosing to apply it to people who reject the Sunnah outright. But as I said at the outset, you've got people like Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour, who literally created a group called Ahl al-Quran, was contemporary, if not before Rashid Khalifa, was on, as in contemporary in the sense of, as Rashid Khalifa was going through his mental breakdown and talking about this number 19, Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour was doing what he was doing, was building Ahl al-Quran International. So he self-defines as a Qur'anist. One second, they were contemporaries. If you don't know, then go do some research on the man. But I'm telling you as a fact, because I have researched it, that Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour was contemporary. He came into the US after being chased out of Egypt. He was in Al-Azhar when he graduated and all of that backstory. You can go figure it out. But the point is why I'm saying that is because he self-identifies as a Qur'anist, and ergo, was definitely within the circle. Now you're choosing to remove him and the likes of him outside of the Qur'anist camp just to make your point.
No, I think we're just arguing over semantics. I don't agree with your semantics, so I don't agree with your definitions. That's all, kind of. But anyway, I just wanted to get back to the initial question.
No, Q, you didn't engage with what I just said there. I said that the problem. Look, I'm addressing your point.
Because I don't agree with it.
Your point is that Qur'anists reject the Sunnah outright. That's how you're defining Qur'anists.
Yes.
And what I'm saying to you is that people who self-identify as Qur'anists, right? And also, obviously, that's the first part. The second part is that they then throw Salat and Hajj and all of that out of the window. But I'm saying that this person, Dr. Ahmed Subhi Mansour, and his organization, Ahlul Quran, both identify as Qur'anists, reject the Sunnah as it's understood, right? And then go a step further and go that further step of holding on to the Hajj. And it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly in what you're talking about. What I'm saying is, but when you bring the likes of, and then there's more people as well, but they also hold on to Hajj, Zakat. They don't reinterpret these things.
I think the best way to define a lot of these people would be Quran-centric, not necessarily Qur'anist, because they're still clinging onto the Sunnah.
Yeah, I think I agree with that term as well.
Yeah, I think we have a different view than Ziria. Like, there is definitely a difference. Like, do you even accept the concept?
Are you talking for yourself? You don't need to talk for anyone else.
Why are you being passive aggressive? They just agreed with
that indicates you're talking for other people, but I'm telling you to talk for yourself,
they just
not
agreed.
for other people.
Because they just agreed.
No, Qur'anist and Quran-centric are two different terms. I would have no problem with Quran-centric because that would incorporate all these different ideas, all these different people, and I would still argue that the Edith Yüksels of the world and Rashid Khalifas would be the fringe element within the Quran-centric, because that would be a much wider circle where Sheikh Hassan Farhan and the likes of those people would be involved as well.
I think
the whole like sources, like, it's completely different. So that's why I think it's like kind of apples and oranges. If you want to talk about Qur'anists, like, you're comparing two different things there.
Wait, I thought we just agreed Quran-centric was the appropriate term.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that.
Yeah, and that would widen the circle from that.
Yeah,
that would widen the circle. Yeah, exactly. So okay, so we all agree then that Qur'anist is meaningless.
Not necessarily.
Well, the thing is, people call you Quranist for like so many different things. Like Sunnis might call you Quranist, but you're not a Quranist. Like,
I think the way we define Quranist, I'd say Sam Gerrans is a Quranist, but people like Subhi Mansour, Hassan Farhan al-Maliki, even like Ghulam Ahmad Pervez of Pakistan, and all these others, they're more Quran-centric. Quranists reject anything other than the Quran as an authority outright.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think
I agree.
The rest are Quran-centric, and that's a very broad circle.
Right, that's the point I was making with do you even accept the concept of the Sunnah, yes or no? If no, you are like Quran alone, aka that's why we call it Qur'anist. You're in this corner now, and in this corner, it's not a fringe element. Now, of course, if you accept the Sunnah, you can't have these fringe. This is what I was saying before. This is why the Sunnah is important. Is why you can't. It keeps you within the bounds. You can't say Salah means to follow closely, therefore I'm not going to pray, because the Sunnah is crystal clear on what Salah is. There's no two ways about it.
The main question is, can you prove Sunnah from the Quran? and
Yeah, you
I don't
can.
think that's possible. Can you go on? Which verse, apart from obey Allah and obey the Messenger?
Oh man, so let's not open this topic because we're gonna go on for like hours. We're gonna go on for hours.
No, but I just don't think. I think anything outside the Quran, it would need clear authorization.
459 to 65 for starters. 459 to 65. The
Yeah,
whole thing.
obey Allah, obey the Messenger, and those in authority.
The whole
amongst you.
thing, though, up to 65. Read the whole thing.
Yeah, and if you read other passages, it says that his only
Yeah, the
task
Meccan verses.
is to deliver the clear message. That's his
Oh,
only,
okay.
it's
So it
only
doesn't say
incumbent
to
on him.
only deliver the Quran there. It says to deliver clearly.
Yeah, to deliver the clear message, and the message is the Quran.
No, it says balaghun mubin. No, clear delivery. Yeah. Clear delivery, not just the message. Clear delivery.
No, but what do you think it's talking about? You think it's talking
everything
about
he's delivering, which is
pray.
Anything he's saying, everything he's reciting, everything he's commanding, which is Quran and Sunnah.
Yeah, but that's like sort of a slippery slope, because now you're going to have to bring in everything else based on this one statement.
No, I don't.
If you read like the other statements in the Quran, it says he's going to recite the Quran. He never says he's going to teach you how to do salah. He never says that anywhere.
What about the many verses that talk about the messenger teaching the book and the wisdom? Teaching them.
Wisdom.
No, okay, let's not get into the wisdom thing, but teaching them. Why do you need to teach someone if it's just reciting? Why do you need to teach?
Yeah, well, I'm sure, like, if someone asks a question, what does this verse mean? He would explain it with another verse. So he's teaching them. They didn't know. Teaching just means telling someone that something that they didn't know before and explaining it to them. It doesn't necessarily mean he's adding in his own details.
Okay. Chapter 62, verse 9 says, "O you who believe, when the prayer is being called to on the day of congregation, hasten to the remembrance of your Lord and cease all selling. That is best for you, if you but knew." Something like that, right? So, where does it say in the Quran, you have this day called the day of congregation? On this day, you should all gather together in lines, in rows, and then you should stand in this way and that way. The call to prayer, there's going to be call to prayer, right? They're going to be called to prayer. There's going to be a prayer that's going to be like this and that. You're going to say this and that in this prayer, and so on and so forth. That is not there. It's an established practice. And the verse, God is basically saying in the verse, that established practice that you have, go do that. It's already established. Or if you look at verse 4, chapter 4, verse 102, it says, speaking to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, it says, when you are with them and hold the salah for them, let them take their weapons, etc. It's a group prayer led by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. So he is live, according to the Quran, live there with the people, holding the salah, leading the salah. So this is what? Sunnah. This is a live prophet doing things in front of the people live, not just reciting the Quran, doing things there. There's many examples of outside information there. There's many of such examples.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there's no outside information. What I'm saying is, if there's something that's necessary for us, for our salvation, it is mentioned in the Quran.
I don't agree with
that. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we have a disagreement, but because then there's obviously a discussion, why isn't it preserved? And of course, a lot of things aren't preserved, and so on. But I think if you just look at what the word salah means, even in the verse 62 that you mentioned, if you read towards the end, it mentions when they come across entertainment, they leave you standing there. It mentions when you stand, you lead them in salah. It doesn't necessarily have to mean a sort of a ritualized prayer, standing, then bowing, then doing a sujood. You can't get that from anywhere in the Quran in that formula.
That verse that I mentioned, literally, it says, when you have made sujood, then let them be behind you.
Yeah, does that talk about ruku, though? Does that talk about ruku, or does it talk about sitting down or doing salam?
Again,
yeah, but that's what I mean.
Not the Quran is not like that. It's not giving you all the little tiny details. Because otherwise, it would say, like I said before, on the day of congregation, you guys have the day of congregation. You're going to have this call. The call is going to consist of this and that. You're going to go to the mosque. You're going to stand here and there. Then you're going to start reciting this and that. And none of that is in the Quran. It's taken as a given. The Sunnah is already accepted in the Quran. It's accepted. You have a prayer on the day of congregation. Go to it.
But that was for the time.
What are the details? The details are real life. In real life.
Yeah, it's for the time. So it says, but they leave you standing there and talking to the Prophet.
Where's your
not
proof
necessarily for all of it.
Where's your proof?
What's my proof of what?
That the prayer and fasting and all these things are just for the time.
No, the verse that you mentioned, 62, is referring to the Prophet when they come across entertainment, they leave you standing there.
But 62:9 does not talk about that. It's you who
no
believe.
62. 62.
Do you believe?
It carries on. No,
but do you believe? I understand, but that portion, 62:9, is it? Can we apply this today? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
You who believe, when the announcement is made on the day of congregation, hasten to the remembrance of your Lord and cease all selling. That is best for you if you but knew. Can we?
Yeah, but if you carry on reading, it's in the time of the Prophet as well. Because the day of congregation, Jummah, doesn't mean Friday necessarily. It means gathering. It could have been any day. They've associated with Jummah.
This verse,
but the way
can we apply it? No. Just to answer that question, can we apply this?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
You could, right. Same, okay. The month of Ramadan is one where the Quran is sent down as a guidance.
No, wait, hold up. But are you going to a different verse now, in a different surah?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so before you do that, continue on. The point the brother's making is that don't decontextualize the verse and remove it from the verses that follow on just because it doesn't make you the point that you're trying to make. It's a very weird way of conversating.
It's still the commandment.
But the point is, you've made it into a fork in the road. You've kind of tried to corner him with a yes or no question. Obviously, he doesn't find that he's fine with that. But now, given that he's answered your question, surely you should now entertain what he's saying because it's within the context of the verse.
I don't think anyone denies that.
Literally, it's literally two verses on.
Of course, because things are happening in real time, and they discuss the things that.
Yeah, so let him make the point and try and engage him in the conversation. You guys can go back and forth for a bit.
Yeah, so I think my point is that if you just read the Quran without any preconceived ideas, would you come to the conclusion that there are 5 daily prayers and you have to do this and that in the specific way with this many units and to recite the tashahhud and send salawat and so on? Would you get the idea? And there's absolutely no way you can come to that conclusion unless you didn't have an idea in your mind.
I mean, the whole premise behind that question is that we should only have recourse to the Quran, which by my reading of the Quran is not the case. The premise behind the question is false.
So if I say to you, obey Allah, how would you do that? Would it be the Quran?
Right. Yeah.
And then obey the messenger means obey all this extraneous literature that came
it's not even literature.
Hundreds of years. Or the Sunnah, the Sunnah, Mutawatir Sunnah that came many years that we can't even establish from the time of the Prophet. All we can say is that it was practiced 120 years later when they were writing about it. Is that what obey the messenger means? Of course not. There's so many disagreements in the prayer.
We were talking about this before, this whole written down. Tehran, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, remember we talked about this Musnad of Abu Hanifa, Musnad Imam Ibn Shayba, Musannaf of Abdurrazzaq As-San'ani. Qur'anists don't even know about these things. Even the Muwatta.
They don't care about it. They don't care about it.
The Muwatta of Malik, which is super well known, they don't even know about this. 250 years.
Yeah, the Muwatta of Imam Malik came 120 or so years after the Prophet. Okay. But the thing is, we don't have the original manuscript of it. He took a lot of traditions from people like Zuhri, who were very problematic, and Imam Malik, even in his own
Ka'b
traditions,
al-Ahbar
that
is
he brings.
also quoted in the Muwatta.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not as reliable as we think. And Imam Malik had some very strange opinions as well about apostasy and so on.
And what invalidates and what validates the Hajj. But all of this surely is aside from the agreement. I mean, are we all in agreement about continued practice from the time of the Prophet? As in, do you guys on a panel think that the Prophet instituted forms of prayer, whether it's forms of ritual prayer, or did he continue a practice that was already happening?
Definitely institute, because if it was continuing, then there would be pagan practices, which makes no sense.
Isn't Safa Marwa pagan practice?
This is confirmed in what? What?
Wasn't the Safa Marwa pagan practice?
Yeah.
Yeah. Q, think about what you're saying before you say it. I think
no. I mean, I think Mufti Abu Layth had like an explanation about that. So
Sacred month was a pagan practice, but it was a good idea, so they kept it.
Hakika, is that it? Hakika?
Hakika, yeah.
That was a pagan practice. They kept it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the idea that the Prophet came and instituted everything anew, I think is untenable.
I didn't claim it. No. That's
untenable. But in terms of ritual, the question I initially asked was yeah, the question I initially asked, and for everyone on the panel, do you think that the messenger or the Prophet kind of instituted ritual forms of worship?
Yeah, I do
or
think so.
Did he continue practices? Yeah, what does
I
everyone
want to
else
bring
think?
that verse. So hang on. So the verse 239, it says, but when you are secure, if you like, basically talking about, if you can't hold the prayer properly, then do it while walking or riding. It says, but when you are secure, remember God, just as he has taught you what you did not know. So they didn't know the prayer. They didn't know this prayer before. This was taught to them later. So yes, they were taught this by the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him.
So you can do the prayer while walking, the salah, the sort of ritual salah.
Yeah, if you're in a state of fear, if you're being attacked.
While walking, how are you gonna
yes,
sort of do ruku or sujood?
You can't. You're gonna, again, this is a literalist. This is like a typical Qur'anist literalist thing that you guys pull. Of course, it's not like that. You're just gonna recite while walking.
Yeah, of course. For me, what I'd say, just to make my position clear on the salah, if you remove all these sort of sunnah tradition and everything, the only thing that you can really gather from the Quran is that salah is reciting the Quran.
Who's this talking? What shall I call you? What's your name? Or do you want me to refer to you as? Sam.
Sam.
What
Sam
is your take then? What is your take on this? Because it sounds like you're kind of decontextualizing the Quran. And also, I would like everyone else's opinion, who hasn't answered the question about the messenger instituted ritual forms of worship. And yeah.
Okay. Didn't the Jews don't Jews pray prostrating the same way that we do? And also
traditionally yes.
And I read something from Reuben Firestone, where he was talking about how certain Christians also prostrated or bowed the same way that
the Eastern
we
one,
do.
yeah. The Eastern
so, I think it might be go ahead.
Yeah, I think generally the Christians, if you look at the earliest documents of Christianity, like the Didache of the Apostles, the only prayer that you'd gather is the Lord's Prayer, which they do while standing up. This actual form of standing, then bowing, then doing sujood, it comes from, it's called I don't know how to pronounce it, proskinesis or something. No, it's called proskinesis. I think it's a Greek word. And this is, if you Google it, it's exactly like the ritual prayer. That's what it resembles. So I don't think it's something that the Prophet introduced, because it closely resembles sort of the Persian ideas and stuff. So I don't think he introduced it nowhere.
This is the conspiracy thing that we talked about.
No, I'm not talking about that. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking.
Can
the
we,
Bible-
guys, one sec. You guys are getting. Can we go back to Terran, because I wanted to hear him finish off what he was saying in terms of his reading on the subject. And I think Dawood, are you still there? No? All right. Yeah, Terran, if you don't mind, can you finish off what you were saying?
Yeah, no, I read something from Reuben Firestone. He was doing an analysis of the similarities and differences between Judaism and Islam. And he had mentioned as one of the similarities the prayer. And, I'm sure Christians, if they did pray, bowing, prostrating, and whatnot, I don't think they started it after Islam. So I think within the context he put it in, they were doing it before the event of Islam, and when Islam came, it didn't bring anything new in that respect. Maybe at least the form in which we do it, or the certain other things that we might do. But yeah, that was really it.
I mean, they weren't reciting Al-Fatiha, like.
Yeah, of course.
That destroys the whole claim of it's inherited. Like,
but at least, what about the bowing and the prostration? At least.
And again, the point that before, was it Sam Garens? No, just kidding. Sam made about the whole, like, it's Zoroastrian or whatever.
No, I never said that.
If you read the Bible is full of bowing and prostrating and daily prayers.
No, but if you look at that, if you just look at that, whenever they're bowing or prostrating, they're always asking for something. It's never really ritualized in that way.
They got daily prayers. The Jews have 3 daily prayers, and they're confirmed in the Bible. Hang on. The Jews have 3 daily prayers, and they are confirmed in the Bible. Morning, noon,
it's mainly from the
evening.
Talmud. That's only 3 anyway.
So what? I have no problem with the Talmud. There's no problem. There's an oral tradition. There was an oral tradition.
No, I swear I thought I read it somewhere in the Bible with Daniel.
Daniel bowed 3 times. David prayed 3 times a day. Okay, morning, evening, noon, and evening. He prayed.
No, but the details aren't given. They weren't praying like us.
The details.
Then Moses and Abraham put their forehead to the ground. Jesus put his forehead to the ground. Peace and blessings be upon them all. So this idea of this is, again, when you remove the Sunnah and you remove the Bible, even, because this is what doesn't make any sense, when Quranists remove the Bible, which doesn't make any sense, because the Quran says it confirms.
I'm not saying that.
No,
what I'm saying is, if you read the Bible,
here's the point. When you remove
let me just finish up.
Now you're decontextualizing everything, and you make up your own.
No, I'm not. I'll tell you why. Because this is misused by the sort of traditionalist. If you read the Bible, you will get daily prayers, of course, but you will not get standing, then bowing, then prostrating. And whenever they are prostrating with their head on the forehead, it's usually they're always asking for something. So when Jesus does it in the Garden of Gethsemane, he's asking for something. It's not a ritual worship like the way we're doing it. The ritual worship.
No, he had phylacteries and everything. He was doing the Jewish prayer. He had phylacteries.
He was asking.
At the 3 times of the day,
he's asking for something.
At the 3 times of the day, he was doing his daily prayers.
Yeah, he wasn't doing like standing, then bowing, then sujood.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't doing. No, he wasn't. Show me in that order.
Okay, but, you're asking for like the details of the whole like choreography.
No, because you're assuming by you're imposing an idea back on the Bible. So you're seeing prayer, you're thinking, yeah, do you know what? He was doing our prayer. Not necessarily. You're imposing an idea.
He wasn't praying like the Muslims pray today, like obviously, but he was praying in a similar fashion, not exactly the same. Of course, they had different Sharia back then. You follow different Sharia than those prophets did.
Yeah,
brothers, can I just the names? Like, I don't know the names as well. Like, who's the brother with the English accent? What's your name, brother?
Ziryab.
Ziryab. Okay.
Oh,
and
okay.
just introduce. Can you just introduce yourself, because it's
this is the best thing. You're right. That everyone should introduce themselves. My name is Ziryab.
Yeah, Ziryab, mashallah. And then the other.
I'm Sam.
Sam, mashallah. Yeah. And then the other brother?
Quran first Muslim.
I think I've just entered the stream.
Oh, Quran first Muslim.
Can you guys hear me?
Is that your name?
Someone gave Lanat over Uthman.
Or DV. Yeah, DV. Who are you?
Yeah, I've just entered the screen. I asked a few questions earlier on.
Okay.
I didn't quite get an answer.
Are you David
Some-
or Darth Vader?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, we didn't know it was just the acronym, the initials. So.
Okay, mashallah.
But I want to go back to the point though, this concrete point about the tashahhud and what you guys think, like, because Tehran, you said like you never like thought about this, like, do you think like someone brought this up to you? Oh, saying peace be to you in the prayer is shirk. Would that like phase you in any way?
No,
like
I've heard this before.
What's your counter argument?
You know what? Because I really haven't thought about it in depth to really form like what would I say in response. But I guess because what I'm really more the truth, the ultimate truth of monotheism. I mean, the truth of monotheism, or just its concept of monotheism, is really what attracted me. I guess one could argue that this kind of goes against it, right? But again, this right here is new to me. That's why I've kind of stayed silent and just observant.
Do you do the Ibadi?
You know what's interesting about that? Yeah, is the interesting thing about
if I could just answer his last question.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm new. I think we talked about this early on. Q, is that I'm new to the Ibadi school myself. I was more kind of a Maliki persuasion.
Okay.
After listening to Mufti Abu Layth a lot, but then after really doing some more research, and not just being influenced in that manner, I'm coming back around to the Ibadi school.
But your prayer right now is like what?
My you know what? Even as a Maliki, I didn't pray with my hands down, mainly because my wife's family were Shafi'i, and we've gotten into discussions about it. Some of them have I think a very narrow opinion about doing that. So
like, either way, like both of those prayers have that tashahhud. Like it's pretty much the same, almost the same thing. Yeah. Which is actually, that's very interesting.
But
right?
hold on. There's an important distinction needs to be made here that part of the tashahhud is not a mandatory part of the prayer. If you don't do it, your prayer
depends
is
on
not,
which school you follow.
Your prayer is not invalidated if you don't do it.
It depends on which school you follow.
Bro, I don't understand. If you mentioned these people like Mufti Abu Layth and so on and so forth. So you have about consensus. So you know that if one particular school, or even if there's within the sub schools disagree, then there's no consensus on it. It's not about what madhab you follow, because there's gonna be the thing is if you studied fiqh. If so, which school of fiqh have you studied?
I'm just a rudimentary overview of all the different schools.
See, this is what I'm saying. All right, cool. Well, I'm telling you, that in terms of jurisprudence, you have things which are mandatory for prayer, which otherwise, if you don't do it, your prayer is not valid. And then you've got things which are wajibat, so things that you have to do because it's like passed on in it, and it's like the Prophet's example. And that is that element of the tashahhud, the second part of it, the salawat on the Prophet Abraham and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon them, is just that. That's just what it is, bro. So what I'm saying is, if someone doesn't do it,
that part though.
If someone doesn't do it, that doesn't make their prayer invalid.
I'm not talking about the durud though. I'm talking about the first tashahhud, and that's pretty much, I think, obligatory to everyone. The first tashahhud.
You were talking about the second part earlier, but even all right, cool. So the first part, obviously, that's naturally a part of the prayer. But you're the one
where you say peace to.
Yeah, that is the durud. That's the second part of it.
Did the Prophet do the tashahhud? Did he say, "I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger"?
Why not?
Does that make sense to you? Well,
we're just going by what makes sense to me or not.
No, but think about it logically. Would he have said, I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger, and would he have said, Allah bless Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, referring to himself in the third person?
Yeah, I don't see a problem in that.
It seems odd.
I don't
If you just think about it, wouldn't you have said me at least?
What?
Wouldn't you have said like?
I don't get why it's Ziria, but whoever it is.
Okay, we have a good question right here. I just posted up. Instead of questioning the validity of the ritual prayer in its entirety, why don't we ask whether it's the quote unquote looks like only way to worship, and that's quote unquote, to attain salvation?
Yeah, I don't think it's the only way to worship. I think you can worship in a lot of different ways. I think by reading the Quran, obviously, functionally, it's the same thing. If you sit and read the Quran or stand and read the Quran, like how is that any different?
Well, what's the difference between Salah and Ibadah in the Quran?
I think Ibadi generally it means to serve. Salah, it depends how you define it. Or if you define that as ritual,
even the word Salah itself, even the word Salah itself is not used strictly to mean ritual worship. So
it doesn't. It means of course. So when it says Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi, it's obviously not. It doesn't mean ritual worship there.
Yeah, but it's yusalluna ala, like in the Arabic language, these nuances change the meaning. Like for example, if you say daraba ala, it's different than like idribuhunna or idrib. It's different.
Of course.
Or daraba fil ard. Daraba fil ard is a completely different meaning there. So it's you can't compare that. It around
a rule. So if it always means ritual worship, it can't suddenly mean blessings, and then it can't suddenly then change to mean synagogue, and then
yes, it can.
Suddenly can't change. No, it can't. Arabic doesn't work like that. It works around the 3-letter rule.
Arabic actually works exactly like that. It works exactly. You can look up like real ancient, like early pre-Islamic Arabic dictionaries. Salawat is synagogue. One of the definitions is synagogue.
There are no pre-Islamic
pre-Islamic dictionaries. Yeah, that was a fast one you tried to pull there.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
I can find there's someone who quoted something, and it's early on anyway. It's not like
give me Syriac.
Hundreds of years something later. This was in usage. Okay, like these different. I think what you're talking about is the Syriac version of what the word No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
But again, the point that was being made is, I think it was about exclusivism. Is that correct, Theron? That the question is the ritual form of worship found in Islam the exclusive way to attain salvation?
Yeah. Instead of questioning why don't we ask whether it's the only way to worship to attain salvation? I think about this, actually, I've been thinking about this a lot lately myself concerning prayer, especially working kind of make it a little bit more difficult for me. So, I always feel a little bit bad when I have to join them, or at least my wife beats me up when I have to join them because she doesn't believe in joining them, the Asr and Doher. But, I always wonder, like, is there anything, is this the only way to worship? Is this only what my worship is based on?
I bet you're happy you're in the Ibadi school then, isn't it? About, especially as it relates to joining prayers.
Yeah.
But where did you get that from? Because, like, I don't think that's the mainstream view that they have.
What's that?
It's like the Shia view of, like, joining prayers.
Shafi'i?
No, you just said like joining the prayers.
Yeah. From a lot Shafi'is I come across aren't too fond about doing it.
But so where did you get that from? Like, are you talking about like Ibadis or the Hadiths, or? Because I know there's a lot of Hadiths narrated by Ibn Abbas or related to Ibn Abbas about combining prayers.
That's just from dealing with them. I've never asked for evidence. I was just been like, okay, and did my own thing.
Oh, I'm just wondering, like, if what you were, like, you combined the prayers, or?
Yeah. I joined.
And where did you get that from? Like, that's
just from hearing it in fiqh. I've never seen the evidence myself, but I'm under the impression it's okay. And yeah, at least the Asr and the Doher and Asr.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's of course it is. It's fine. It's not a problem at all. No one's problematized it. I think certain schools, like you said, there's a Shafi'i school, they've got hang-ups about it, but that's more just to do with their kind of usul, nothing to do with its permissibility or impermissibility. But why I said what I said about the Ibadi school is because they have it as a standard. Like you can join prayers if you want. You don't need
your citation for that?
You can ask the Grand Mufti of Oman has made many fatwas on the issue of joining prayers, especially for people during work or studies and stuff. But as I say, I think what you should do, if something piques your interest, if something piques your interest, don't be afraid to just research it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Make a note of it and then go and research it.
No, because I looked at the differences like in the rulings of the prayers, right? Like for example, I know that the Ibadis, for example, which they have.
Where are you looking?
The other schools, Ibadi sources.
Which ones?
There's stuff from like Ibadi websites. Like there's the Prima Quran resources page, for example.
Oh, that's okay. That's interesting. Okay.
And I don't know the names of the books if you're asking that, but I just like.
No, I'm not. You just answered it. You answered it.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, like, no, because I know that they'll shorten prayers, for example, if they're in a different country, right, or if they're in a different area, right? They consider it still traveling, right? So they have this rule. But the only people who say that you can just combine prayers out of convenience are the Zaydis and the Twelvers. And then the Hanbalis say,
where do you get that from? I don't understand. Where do you get the confidence to say they're the only ones who say it?
Because I know that Hanbalis also do it quite a lot, actually.
No, I just said the Hanbalis, so I was just making this claim before I was interrupted. The Hanbalis, they say that if you have a pressing need, right, there's something you fearing for the loss of your wealth or something, right? If you have a pressing need, then you can combine prayers. The Hanafis don't allow at all, even when traveling. Hanafis do not allow combining prayers. The only place that they allow combining prayers is at Hajj, at Muzdalifah and Arafah. They don't, even when you're traveling.
Yeah, you have this. The thing is, Q, you have this very weird. I don't know how to describe it, so I won't. But you have this very quaint understanding of these heuristic schools, as though the dominant position is the only position.
No. See, if we're gonna go through exceptions, like one scholar said this.
No,
one scholar
hold
said that,
on. Q. Just hold it a sec. Just hold it. You've been talking and talking. The idea that one particular opinion in a school, which is called the mashhur position, the well-known position, is quote unquote the position of the school, is false. Are you willing to accept that the way you're presenting these schools are saying, oh, the Hanafi school does not allow it? I'm sure I could find a Hanafi position within the school. And if you know how these legal schools operate, having a dissenting view from a qualified jurist makes that view legitimate within the school. Meaning that there has to be, it is true. You can go, and my reference for that is Maqdisi. If you look up Makdisi, and the formation of legal schools, you'll find that he discusses all of this, how these schools formulated as legal schools, and how their own perspective was that for a position to be considered a non-position, there has to be no dissenting views within the school, not within any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but within a qualified jurist. And so what I'm saying is, this dismissal of opinions within schools just because they're not the dominant or the most spoken about position is doing the schools a disservice, basically. I wanted to draw back out to the wider point of exclusivism and whether ritual worship is the only way in which you can be saved in terms of like salvation. I don't know. I'm not convinced of that. I think if you adhere to Islam, then by extension you have to sign up for the whole package deal. So if you become a Muslim, this is my view anyway. If you become a Muslim, then everything becomes incumbent upon you. Everything that comes along with it. So in terms of fasting and prayer and zakat and hajj and so on. But if you are say a Christian or whatever, and this is where I differ from like a mainstream understanding. If you are a Christian or a Jew or not one of these religions, but like something else completely, and that's what I think Sabi'in means. I'm convinced by that argument that Sabi'in is not a particular group in Arabia, but those who are kind of different from their people who think and are outside of the bubble of their wherever they're living, basically. All these people have to adhere to the conditions that's in that famous verse, right? Whoever believes in Allah and the last day and does righteous works. So I think the thing is, we get fixated on these outward forms of prayer, but ultimately the outward form of prayer is but an expression of a good deed, in a sense, insofar as it relates to being exhibiting gratitude, basically. And so yeah, it comes within the remit of good deeds. So it would, even within the Islamic paradigm, we're doing a good deed, if that makes sense. But that's my take on it. What is everyone else's take on the question of exclusivism?
I think I agree. I think if you read the verse, righteousness is not turning your face to the east and the west. Then it gives a whole list of what is righteous, and a lot of what is emphasized there is good work, like charity, helping the poor, and so on. They're like the supreme form of sort of your devotion to God. That's why it says in another verse, "Did we not show man two ways, but he did not make the brave the ascent?" And what will explain to you what it is. Then it says the freeing of the slave, and so on. So these sort of actions, they're the sort of real examples of piety. Things like salah, it says in the Quran, "Establish salah for my remembrance." So it's a way to remember God. It's not the sort of be all end all. It's not the sort of end of it. It's a sort of means to remember God. It's not like it's the main thing that will give you salvation. You have to do righteous deeds. I don't think that will come through ritual worship. It will come through helping people and so on. That's my take.
What's crazy? What's crazy is that traditionalists will have you think, even if you're absent-minded in your prayer, because it's mandatory and you have to do it, even if the goal, as you mentioned in that verse of remembrance, even if you're not in remembrance, if you're absent-minded, you would still receive the reward of doing it, just not like extra points, so to speak. They make it into some type of like a game of just collecting points, but I find that takes away from the point of prayer. So the point of prayer, also you have characteristics of prayer. So if you're praying, then it prevents you from vice and or avarice. So what I'm saying is,
absolutely.
So if you miss those things, what I'm saying is there's almost like a clash here where you've got the traditionalist understanding, which is that even if you're not reaching these goals, even if you're not having outcomes from these forms of prayer or forms of worship, you still have to do them, which is okay, granted. But then you still also are going to be quote unquote saved by virtue of having done it, not by virtue of doing it and reaching the goal that you're supposed to reach by doing it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. Especially if you read Surah 107, where it says, "Woe to those who do salah, but they're heedless of it." And then it talks about salah stops you from fahisha and munkar. And then it talks about Yashuaib in 1187, "Does your salah command us?" So obviously in the Quran, salah has a purpose. It's functional. It's not necessarily ritual. It's more than that. But the sort of traditionalists are like, no, it's a ritual. It doesn't matter as long as you've done your sort of 5 daily ritual worship, it's fine. But obviously in the Quran, it's a lot more. It stops you from doing evil deeds and so on.
How far do you think that has to do with identity? As in, do it just for the sake of holding on to this identity that you've associated with it? Or do you think that plays a part of it? That was a loaded question. Do you think that plays a role in it at all? Do you think that the jurists had in mind the idea of holding on to an Islamic identity? And so even today, like, forget about the past, even today, you'll find jurists or scholars basically make that point that you just made, that, you know, regardless, you need to stick to your prayer, make sure you're praying.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at the early, like Imam Abu Hanifa, I think one of his, he might have changed it later on, I think, but his earliest fatwa was that you can do the salah in your own language, even if you know Arabic. Like the Persians, they can do it in Farsi or whatever it was, even though if they know Arabic, because it's more meaningful to them. I think they sort of recognise that it's a form of connection, and the way on this about remembering God. And many of the sort of scholars have said that salah is just a way to remember, but the real goal is to always reflect upon like God and His creation and what He's made, and think about the blessings. That's like the ultimate aim. So I think it is a lot about identity, just to sort of like cling on to that idea and to get into that mindset.
Yeah, and he didn't change his position. Like, this is quoted by Muhammad al-Shaybani, one of his students, that he did hold that position, and that his students disagreed with him.
Right, that's interesting.
You can actually, like he said, that even if you know Arabic, you could recite it in Persian, i.e. like your language, basically. And I agree with that, actually. Like, I think I don't see a problem with someone praying in their native language. You know, if they understand it better and it helps them more, why not? You know, I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, I think if
you know,
just look at the actual, go on.
Oh yeah, another example. So another example on this in terms of ritual worship is the fasting, the worship of fasting, and how that has a clear goal of which is another interesting point. Again, the taqwa. How are we defining taqwa? I've always felt unsatisfied with the God consciousness. I feel like it's a bit vague. I mean, I get it, but also I feel like there could be more here. But yeah, I could come back to that later, perhaps. But in terms of fasting, the point of it is taqwa, however you understand it. But then we kind of popularly, and I want to link this point to the last point of prayer. Popular in terms of the popular narrative, or what is spoken about by da'is or scholars or whatever, is you hear oftentimes, like, for example, in terms of fasting, that we fast to feel the pain of poor people. And he had me thinking, is that if that's the case, then why are poor people fasting, right? Obviously, what I'm trying to illustrate here is that there's a gulf between popular, like as in rhetoric, what people say these things are for, and what it is actually for, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I think fasting is a lot more than like not eating. It's just about abstaining in general. It's about, for me, it's abstaining from sort of swearing, bad, sort of actions and so on. I think food and drink is just a part of that. I think about taqwa, it's interesting. If you read Surah Baqarah, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. So this is the guidance for those who have taqwa. So it's something that you already have almost. It's not necessarily that you'll get it. It's like it's a state of mind. Them type of people. It's a book for those that have taqwa. For me, it's more.
But what is it though? Okay, so people have got it, but what is it? Because now it's sounding a bit like the soul, it just means, quote unquote, or something. Go on.
Like being mindful of God. People that are like
right. No, I get that, and that's pretty much what the traditionalist understanding is: God consciousness, being aware of, mindful, aware, however you want to put it. That's within the kind of, you know what I mean? It's almost like a synonym of God consciousness. Being mindful of God is another way of saying that, if you get my drift. But my thing is the way given that it's here now, the topic is here. The way in which you can things are understood by their opposites, right? So if you know, for example, that the Prophet didn't conceal he didn't do kitman, he didn't conceal anything. That's how we know that he did bayan, or we're told that in the Quran that the Prophet ﷺ did bayan. And so we know from the opposite of that he didn't conceal anything, or kitman. That's the opposite of bayan, is kitman. So what I'm saying is, through the opposites, things are known. So if in that example, the Prophet is doing bayan or giving bayan, a clear transmission or clarity in transmission, then the opposite of that, and how we understand that clarity, is that he didn't conceal anything. Right? Now that's just one example. The point, and then it's building to this point of taqwa. You can also understand something by the way it's juxtaposed, or axiology, right? So this thing, things are known through their opposites is termed as axiology, and there's a lot of writing on this. But the point about taqwa is that it's juxtaposed in Surah Al-Ma'idah, I think. وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى what's it? Well, I'll get it up, 1 second. But in English, the verse is that cooperate, it's the second verse in Surah Al-Ma'idah. And cooperate in goodness and piety, and do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And so what I'm saying is, the way that taqwa is juxtaposed with aggression, or sin and aggression here, you can argue that taqwa then means it's the opposite of aggression. So it could be to prevent aggression, right? And this is a point, it's not my original point, this is a point that Sheikh Hassan makes. He makes this point about how taqwa is, to understand it, you understand it in this way from the Quran, but he makes this point about how taqwa is basically preventing harm and aggression. Now you try and fit that into where you find taqwa, and you'll see that it fits. Even in that verse that you mentioned, Sam, about people who have taqwa, it's those people who prevent harm and aggression, be it material or immaterial. Yeah, you can be aggressive, like you can be aggressive or commit sin and aggression through intellectual, non-material means, by spreading false ideas. And that's my problem with a lot of these gerunds and that, but that's another topic for another day. But anyway, the point about taqwa here is to understand it is to understand it in the way it's juxtaposed with aggression. So that might be helpful.
Zaryab, you know, taqwa is quite interesting. It's very interesting what you're saying. I'm just listening to you, brothers. It's very fascinating the way you're just breaking down things. Makes me think a lot about stuff. I mean, if we want to go with this axiology and continue, I think like the word for taqwa, the opposite would be ghafla, which is heedlessness, right? Being heedless. And taqwa and ghafla are end state of minds. So it's sort of like the tautology, so the finality of a state. So when you say, you know, the verse that you just quoted, a very beautiful verse about those who are not mindful of God commit violence, right? And committing violence, before you do the action, you have to be in a state to do the action, you know. And ghafla, or heedlessness, is exactly that, you know. And this is what I believe. What you're saying is incredible. That the opposite of whatever God commands us, so that we can understand it in that way as well. But I would say that's one way to look at it. You know, there's certainly other ways as well to look at that. But like the way I've always understood, I mean, first of all, like I think the most primitive sort of understanding that I had of taqwa was like God, fear of God. You know, so to be afraid of God, right? But I think like consciousness, I don't know, like. Obviously, I don't want to expose too much, but like, if you've been on a trip, you know, like an LSD trip or something, or anything like that, yeah, like this idea of consciousness, what it actually means to be conscious, you know, and then like these other metaphysical ideas of like ego death, you know, so you don't feel anything anymore. You sort of have that union, a feeling, that union with the universe. I think that's also what Islam kind of talks about, that you're really your sensitivity, you're very sensitive, you know, with the way you treat human beings. Because there's this one hadith I find quite fascinating as well. Is to thank the creation is to thank Allah, you know, or Allah is merciful to those who are merciful to the creation, you know. So like this, like 360 experience of living whilst you're living, and you're encountering and you're doing this intersubjectivity, like you're encountering human beings and how you treat them and that's like the exemplar that we find with the Prophet Muhammad. That's why he mastered it. He mastered his human relationships and how he was going through the world and how he was sort of presenting himself, you know, and how he was perceived. And that all in juxtaposition with like, he was doing that in the sake of for the sake of God, you know. And I think sort of like maybe taqwa means that as well, you know.
I hear you. No, I hear you, Dawood. I think you raised a lot of interesting points there. A lot of interesting points, especially how, in terms of an embodiment, I think you're spot on. You're spot on there. I can't. The thing is, that's what I wanted to say. It's not. It's never going to be. What do you call it? As in, it's not going to be a very boxed answer. As in, what I said is not the it's not the whole thing. It's not the whole story. You're right to add all of that into it as well, because there's much more. There's the depth here. It can't be exhausted, like it says in the Quran. If the seas were ink for the kalimat of Allah, then the seas would be exhausted before the kalimat of Allah would be exhausted. You get me? So there's a lot of depth here that we're not going to completely encompass 110%. So it is very worthwhile you jumped in there.
I do because something. You brought up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Other words you're looking for, a sense of spirituality. I'll take that as a no.
Oh, is that Darth Vader? Yeah, Darth Vader. Why don't you just tell us why you would say that? Feel free to kind of buff out your statement.
Well, I don't think it needs explaining. I think we all know what I mean by that. It's like asking me, tell me what the color red is.
The color red is experience, though, isn't it?
Are we really going to do this?
Yeah, no. The point is, when you make terms like spirituality, it's a bit vague for people who haven't experienced spirituality. It's like telling me what's the taste of honey like.
It's not something you can really give to somebody else. Yours anyway.
Yeah, exactly. No, I second that definitely. I find that a lot of religious rhetoric has underserved its communities. It's not exclusively an Islamic problem, but invariably it happens with like the codification and institutionalization, as people like to term it, institutionalization of religion. This inevitably happens.
I'm sorry, say the last part again.
Want to bring. Yeah, go on.
Just quick, I think the institutionalization of religion, it leads to these type of vague sentiments to be kind of spread around. I think it's a corollary. It's a knock-on effect of institutionalizing religion and mass producing it, so to speak.
I think I can't remember who said it, but the institutionalization of religion is pretty much the death of it. I mean, not that it really dies, but it it's not the peak.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you mentioned about opposites, I just want to sort of mention another opposite. It's kind of sort of unrelated. Surah 75:31. وَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. So if the opposite of saddaqa is kadhaba, and saddaqa means telling the truth and kadhaba means lying, the opposite of salah is tawalla, and tawalla means turning away, then salah would mean turning towards.
SubhanAllah. Steve.
So I think like the Quran really, and if you just sort of take the idea that it does mean closely follow, even if you accept the ritual prayer, that makes your prayer more functional rather than ritual, because in that way you're sort of reflecting upon the Quran. You're trying to see what the Quran is saying to you, and you're trying to implement it. So I think it does actually mean sort of closely following 75-31. That's a very sort of good indicator of that.
I wanted to touch on the point, the taqwa point, the aggression, right? Warding off aggression. I think that might be one of the reasons why. I think this is like the mainstream interpretations of taqwa being like you're guarding against the punishment of God, right? You're acting in a way where you're not going to go to hell, which ties in both to that, like guarding against aggression, and also like God consciousness and God fearing.
Yeah, there's actually loads of definitions by the Sahabas. Umar ibn Khattab, I think he says something similar to what you just said. He said, taqwa is like running through a field of thorns and trying not to get stung by those thorns. Yeah.
I have to shout out Quranic Islam here and relay a point that he's made, which I found to be useful, in that he talks about it being, well, again, he says it from Sheikh Hassan Farhan al-Maliki, that it's the entry level. Preventing harm and aggression is the entry level of taqwa. So it's like that's the starting point.
Yes.
And then like that's why I said earlier, Dawood, that your interjection was very much needed, because there's so much more that you can build, and everyone else who's added to it builds upon that. But starting as a starting point, because if you are committed, you're a committed believer. That's what believers are. They're committed, and like you said, following closely, and all the additions that people have added into the conversation. It all builds out, and that is the ultimate point. Like Sam said about actually reflecting on God's word, on the Quran. So yeah.
Can I just ask, Quran-centric? Are you Sunni, or what? I'm kind of like confused about what your sort of position is.
You mean me or?
Yeah, you.
Okay. What my position is?
Yeah. Like, because I'm not kind of unclear on like what you believe. I don't know whether you're like Quran-centric or I'm not sure.
Well, Quran first is what I believe, right? So
do you accept things like ijma, tawatur, and the sort of schools of fiqh and all that?
Well, tawatur is just a description of something.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah. Do you accept all
like
that?
ijma? I mean, I don't really necessarily believe in ijma necessarily. I mean, I'm still like looking into the traditions. Like I was a Qur'anist for many years, right? And then slowly but surely over the course of many months, I grew more and more like away from that.
Mm.
So that's where I'm at now. And then like I don't know if you were listening to the start like an hour ago or whenever with Tehran. I'm very much interested in the Ibadi school. So I'm researching the Ibadi school as well.
Do you accept mutawatir hadith then, or?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But I also accept ahad narrations as well. Like not every given one, right? But here's the thing. The problem with this is like the Salafi way of going about hadiths, right? Whereas before, hadiths were looked at through jurisprudence, with jurists going through the hadith saying, okay, this is abrogated, or this is fabricated, or we don't act on this. We look at this in light of the Quran, and the Quran says something different, so we're not going to go by this. These were all legitimate concepts in classical scholarship that are now like not really highlighted a lot by most people. Like Abu Hanifa, for example, I don't agree with a lot of his rulings per se, but I agree with a lot of the principles behind his rulings, where he would take a Quranic verse, or he'd come across certain hadiths, right? And then he says that, well, in light of this Quranic verse, I'm not going to make a ruling in favor of what this hadith is saying, because this hadith, which is a solitary narration, now would restrict the Quranic text, and the Quranic text is conclusive, and the Hadith text, the single chain narration, is speculative. Right? It's what they call like dalil dhanni and dalil qat'i. Right? So this is kind of the approach that I'm taking. But in terms of like, yeah, I'm not against schools. It's just I'm just still researching the different schools, and I think the Ibadi school is quite interesting.
So in terms of belief,
sorry, Sam, but there was also engagement with Hadith prior to the jurists and prior to the formation of these legal schools, which happened relatively late, and as in there's a step before the juristic engagement with Hadith. Hadith engagement was there in the time of the companions, and this is a point made by Sayyid Hassan al-Saqaf from Jordan. He makes this point about how companions used to engage with Hadith before they were codified, when they were just oral. He gives examples of Aisha refuting the idea that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam saw God, and it's still recorded in Hadith. And there's another example as well, where she
wailing for the dead one.
Yeah, exactly. And so the point is, prior to the juristic engagement with Hadith, there were companions who were engaged with Hadith, and they would criticize Hadith based on the content of the Hadith and not according to the chain, which is ultimately what jurists restricted themselves to. And if you look at the methodology of Bukhari and whatnot, any criticism of Hadith or traditionalist understanding of Hadith, it's only criticized through chains. It's not criticized through content for the most part. Traditionally speaking, of course, you will have people who no, I mean, I think that statement stands up in terms of criticism of Hadith. Even when it comes to Hanafis, they wouldn't criticize it based on the text exclusively. They would criticize the text based upon the chain, based upon an illah or a fault in the chain.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and based on tawatur also, and based on the Quran though as well, because for example, the Hanafis, if you look at the different rulings, like if you look at prayer, this, that, like just look at any given topic, right? And then you look at the different rulings of the four Sunni schools, what you'll notice is the Hanafis a lot of times will be like the odd one out. And the Salafis, they always scratch their heads at this, because they're like, wait a minute, these are like a Sunni school. Didn't the Hadith reach him? Right? And they'll claim that no, the Hadith didn't reach Abu Hanifa, because this is their methodology. And this is the modern day Sunni methodology of, oh, bro, here's a Hadith, you go act by this one. But this was not how Abu Hanifa did things. And also to an extent, Imam Malik, also to an extent, where he interpreted things differently based on the Quran and also the act, just the way the people of Medina, the living tradition, the way they had it. But like a concrete example, for example, like that I could give you with Abu Hanifa is one of the reasons why he doesn't accept combining prayers, right, is because of the verse in the Quran. Now, I don't agree with his conclusion here, but it's the principle that matters. And he said that the verse of 4:103, I believe it is, which says prayer is a kitaban maqutan, it's at prescribed times, right? So what he's saying, well, the Quran says the prayer has to be at prescribed times. So how can you combine them via the Hadith? So we're not going to take this ruling from the Hadith. We're going to go with this text with the Quran. And there's many examples like this, where he goes with the Quran. He says that the Hadith restricts the meaning. We're not going to restrict the meaning. We're just going to go with the plain reading here. There are examples.
Belief, would you accept only the Quran for belief, like Antichrist and Return of Jesus and so on?
Well, the Return of Jesus, I'm still looking into that. I'm leaning towards accepting it, and I do believe that in the Quran there are there are definitely mentions of that. Yeah.
I think you're going to be waiting for Godot with that.
What?
I think you're going to be waiting for Godot with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you disagree or not or whatever. I think like when we talked about before with Taron in the beat like hours ago, it was like the theology, right? Where the things that drew me, especially to like the more the Ibadi school, the Mu'tazila, is their theology regarding the hereafter, which I think is more important. Like where they say that whoever enters hell will stay there. And this is something that I took from the Quran, where I'm like, this is crystal clear in the Quran. There's no two ways about it. You know, you can't come out of hell.
You know, you realize that the Ibadis don't think that Jesus is coming back, right?
There's not. No, there's again. You just told me before. Oh, like one minor opinion. We have to accept that. There's actually multiple ones that accept that.
Which ones?
There's not just one opinion there.
Give me one alternative opinion.
Even in their prayer, they talk about.
On Jesus.
Again, I don't have the name on hand. But if you can look it up. Even in their prayers, they have prayers against.
That's why I'm saying it. The definitive proof from the Ibadi school that Jesus is dead and will not return. It's on the reference that when you mentioned Prima Qur'an earlier. It's on that same website.
255. In the Mutu Afrika, I think.
But not if you look at the general like Ibadi understanding, it's not the only understanding.
Which general? I don't know what are you talking about?
If you look up the Ibadi view, my impression
which I've just done. No, which I've just done. I've given you the same reference that you mentioned earlier, Prima Quran, and the website says
one guy.
This is
like
no, but it's not his. It's not his opinion. Obviously, he's given the Ibadi position.
I mean, in their prayer, they literally have "A'udhu bika min fitnat Masih al-Dajjal." Like, I mean, they literally have that in their prayer. So, are you saying that their prayer is not in line with their theology?
Say that again.
In their prayer, as part of their prayer, right? They have the part in the tashahhud at the end saying to God, "I seek refuge with you from the fitna of the false messiah."
They say that in their prayer.
That is part of the. If you look at the Ibadi, this is from Bint Ibad, and from the only Ibadi prayer manual on YouTube has this, and it's also on Bint Ibad, which is a well-known. I mean, Taron knows this one as well.
I'm struggling to understand what you're saying.
In their prayer,
are you saying that they inside of their ritual prayer they mention
it's an optional part
refuge
of the prayer from the false messiah? Yes.
So what's your reference to that?
I just told you the Bint Ibad website and the.
What website is that? I don't understand. What website is that?
On YouTube.
Yeah, which website is that?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Bint Ibad.
You did. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Ibad.
Bint Ibad. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
I've just put it into Google, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing an academia page.
The prayer manual that she put up.
What's the name of the website? Let's make it easy. What's the name of the website?
I told you Bint, and then Ibad.
Yeah, but that's not a website. So what is the full website? Bint
you
Ibad.
Go on Google and you put on Bint Ibad. It's bintibad.blogspot.com.
Bintibad.blogspot. That's what I was asking for. All right, cool. I'm just gonna look at that now.
No, sure. Maybe again, like you made the point before, like, oh, the mainstream opinion. Yeah, maybe that's the mainstream opinion, but like, when I look at theology, comparing the theology of the different schools they have, like the comparative ones, from what I've seen is that it says that the Ibadis believe in that.
So you believe in like the Antichrist and everything and all that, whole.
I'm still looking into that, but I'm leaning towards it. I'm leaning towards Return of Jesus. Yeah.
You do know it's a Christian concept, right? I can prove that very easily. But if you want to believe it, fair deals.
It's a Jewish concept as well, but okay.
Yeah, of course, but it's originally Christian.
Okay, and now what? Hey, how can the original Christian? The Jews also have that. No, how can? So it's not originally Christian.
No, of course it's originally Christian. Of the Antichrist. Of the Antichrist.
Of the Messiah coming and towards the end of time.
Yeah, they have the Messiah coming, not
and they have the two different Messiahs. They have the son of
Messiah
son
being
of David,
Messiah. Yeah. No, I'm talking
so
about
they do
Antichrist.
have this concept.
I'm talking about Antichrist. What you're thinking about is completely different. You're mixing up two different concepts. So what you're talking about is a Jewish idea of the Messiah. Yeah, fine, they have that idea. They don't have an idea of the Antichrist.
They have the idea of two different Messiah, two versions of the Messiah.
Yeah, and they're both righteous. It's not one's fake, one's real.
So Adeno Q, I've just looked it up. I've gone on to bintabad.blogspot.com and I've searched on the page on the website, and I found the article, or I found an article about this topic, and the conclusion states, and this is the article is called. Just let me.
I did tell you that she did.
No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. The article is called Ibadī, History, Methodology and Principles, published April 12th, 2020. And if you scroll down, it's a very long article, but the conclusion states, in no uncertain terms, Ibadī believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, has died. They do not believe that the Antichrist and the Mahdi will descend. Moreover, they ascertain that the Ummah should take into account the causes of success and act according to Allah's laws. So there's no dissenting opinion within the school for you to mention it as
there's like another website here, Dr. This is where
okay, so wait, before you move on to this next one, before you move on to it, are you acknowledging that it's not on Bint Ibad, yeah?
No, I'm saying what's the second point, I never claimed that. No, I even told you she has an article where she disagrees with this belief. However, what I told you, right? Because again, you do this thing where you kind of try to take the high ground here.
You're being intellectually dishonest because you.
No, I'm not being intellectually. No.
You are, because you've mentioned. No, what's happened is. No. What's happened is you've mentioned.
I'm not going to let you have that one. I'm not going to let you have that one.
It's not about letting me have anything. You've mentioned something. You've mentioned something. I've looked it up.
She has a prayer manual. I told you she disagrees in the article. But in the prayer manual, if you look, what they say, what she says that the Ibadi say, they mention
What's the name of this article? What's the name of this article that I can look up?
The prayer. The prayer.
So it's not. But first we've established it's not here. So what's the second one you're talking about?
I just told you in Bint Ibad, the prayer manual. I know you're trying to be difficult just for the sake of being difficult right now.
No. It's an important lesson you need to learn. What's this prayer manual that you're talking about?
No. Well, you're being facetious. You've been facetious for like the last hour or so. You've been passive aggressive.
I hardly think.
I'm not letting you have
following the thread that you've just put down is not being facetious. It's just following up
about prayer, the article. And they mention the false Messiah in that article, in that prayer. So why would they mention the false Messiah in their prayer?
Is it an article or is it a prayer book?
You're not listening, so I'm not gonna like. If you don't,
is it an article or is it a prayer book?
I already specified multiple times.
And if it's the prayer book, what's the name of the prayer book on the website?
I already specified. I mean, you're not trying to. You're just trying to like attack. Then you're claiming I interrupt you. Then you're interrupting me. You're being passive aggressive the whole time.
What's the name of the prayer book?
I already answered your question. I already answered your questions. As simple as that.
What's the name of the
I answered your
book
question
on the
3
website?
times, and then you keep asking.
No, you just kept referencing a prayer book, but I don't know what the prayer book is.
I didn't reference a prayer book. I didn't reference any prayer book.
That's exactly what you said. First, you said it was on the Bint Ibad website, so I searched Dajjal, and I found this where she's stating clearly. I think it's a she. She's stating clearly that the Ibadi position is contrary to what you just said, and then he's like, "Oh no, it's a prayer book." So what's the name of the prayer book?
An article where she disagrees with this notion,
What?
but in her
Is the
in the
name
article
of the prayer book?
prayer, I didn't claim it's a prayer book. So
So
there's an article.
is it the article entitled "Learn the Ibadi Prayer"? Is that what the name of the article is?
Yes.
Okay.
And she has a video on her YouTube channel where she goes over where there's a prayer going on, right? And then
Wait, before you move on to the video, I've got the article. You're saying that it's this one, "Learn the Ibadi Prayer," and I've just controlled and find Jesus, but there's
you're not
no
going to find
mention of
Jesus. That's such a stupid thing to say. I mean, I just told you it's the false Messiah. The false Messiah. Okay, they mention the false Messiah.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. You're right. It does say here.
So there you go. So how can they not believe in that if it's in their prayer? Like, is there something wrong? Maybe it's the modern day Ibadis don't agree with that.
No, wait. No, okay, we're making some progress. So the article, the article that says "Learn the Ibadi Prayer" does mention that after the tashahhud, they mention this prayer about. It mentions many things. One of the things here, it says, "I take refuge in you from the trials of the false Messiah." Now,
there you go.
Are you saying, okay, so, but are you not, yeah, okay, so we're making some progress. Are you saying that this Dajjal translates to the conception of the Antichrist that is popular?
I mean, Masih Dajjal, we know what it means. So if they have it in their prayer.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? So we're on the same page. What does it mean?
Generally, it's like the false Messiah.
The false Messiah.
Deceptive, like whatever you want to translate. You go by semantics. I don't care about your semantics. You always go with your semantics.
It's not about me and you. It's not about me and you.
They have that in prayer so that it contradicts.
So you acknowledge that Dajjal just means someone who's lying or a deceiver.
No, obviously we know what Masih Dajjal is. We know what the concept is.
That is
so
what you
term.
That's what you term. No, that's what you term earlier. You know earlier when you were speaking to Sam and you said to him, "Oh, look, the way you're coming into this, or the kind of the presumption, or I don't know what term you actually used, but presumption, something like that, or synonym of presumption is wrong. In terms of Jum'ah and all of that, you said, oh, look, the way you're coming at this is all wrong. What I'm saying to you is that you're coming at this all wrong, because you're saying that Dajjal means the Antichrist, and then you're adding all of these eschatological
I'm not adding anything.
traits.
It's the concept that's known.
So what's the concept?
The concept has different of opinion on it. It's not necessarily a figure like you're sort of
My
suggesting.
point is that, and there's another website here, Dr. Aslam Abdullah, and he quotes, and he says that it includes the Ibadis as believing in the second coming of Jesus as part of Iman.
Okay, so what's this reference? So you've left this one, that's fine. We can leave this one here.
I'm not leaving it. I'm just showing you that even on this page, where yes,
no, because none of these references. I think if you're going to be honest, none of these references are buffing out the argument that you're making. None of them have shown what you're trying to say that Ibadi's believing. So I'm willing to try this third one. What's this third reference that you're giving? Doctor who?
This is a general Islamic website, Dr. Aslam Abdullah.
So is this an Ibadi?
Your point is like I showed you that whatever theology that you're claiming in the Ibadi prayer itself is disproven. So either this was a modern concept, the modern scholars disagree with it, because even the modern scholars.
Bro, pump the brakes.
1 second.
No, pump the brakes. Hold on.
No.
The prayer element we've established. There's no mention of Jesus. There's no mention of Jesus here. There's a mention of fitnat al-Masih al-Dajjal.
Yes,
and so
of course.
Wait. And so Masih al-Dajjal is what? The false Messiah, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're insisting it means. And then you're gonna add other characteristics onto it and say, oh, the concept is known and so on and so forth. But we already know that Dajjal just means the deceiver or a deceiver. I don't know how.
Yeah, but
I've just looked at Dr. Aslam Abdullah, and I don't see how he's relevant to this.
The Messiah just deceiving. Yes, it's not just any deceiver. So my point is just, yeah, you can quote whatever this person believes, this Prima Quran quotes this scholar, but in their
Prima
prayer,
Quran also mentions. In the Prima Quran, it also mentions that the Ibadi belief is that Jesus has died.
Yeah, that's what I just told you. Yes, that he does quote that.
Yeah, I don't think you've argued that the Ibadis believe in the return of Jesus or the Dajjal as is popularly conceptualized, especially not in the eschatological sense. Because as we say, in terms of using Akram's razor, the simplest explanation would be, especially given that we know Ibadis don't believe in the return of Jesus, that they're just asking for protection from deceivers.
That's a stretch.
That's a stretch.
Yeah.
So saying that when they ask for protection from the Dajjal or Masih al-Dajjal, they're asking for protection from a deceiver or from the false deceiver.
Messiah. Not, it doesn't say just. It just doesn't say any Dajjal. So.
So wait. Min fitnat al-Masih al-Dajjal. So how else? Wait. The problem you're having is you're missing.
I'm not having any problem. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not gonna stand by this. No. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna coordinate.
The whole eschatology has three elements of it. Three distinct elements. It has the return of Jesus, and it has this figure of the Antichrist, and it's within the context, and it's within the context of eschatology. But if the return of Jesus is blotted out, then the Antichrist has no role to play because Christ isn't alive.
So then why do they believe in an Antichrist?
Then it can't. Well, I've just given you a reasonable alternative explanation, and you said it's a stretch.
I don't think it's reasonable. Yeah. Again, I'm still looking into the Ibadi school and the whole theology, right? Just in general. So I'm not going to be the lawyer of the position of the return of Jesus here. You're not going to coordinate to that corner. But
you did that. You put yourself in a corner. You did that when you're trying to speak for the Ibadi school. That's what you did. You put yourself in that corner when you tried to speak for the Ibadi school, my friend. That's what happened.
Oh, why are you being so passive aggressive, dude?
That's just what happened. That's literally just what happened, though. It's not passive aggressive. I'm just commentating on what occurred.
I think
what's the point of commentating like that? See, there's no point. What I'm saying is that they do have that in their prayer, and if you look at general Islamic websites, they say that the Ibadis do believe in that. Now, whether or not they believe in that, if there's a difference of opinion, yeah, of course, there's scholars cited on Prima Quran that they don't believe in that. There's scholars who say that the Ibadis don't believe it. That's fine.
If one or two Ibadis don't they believe it, doesn't mean
have the
everyone
only
believes it.
opinion that is the case. That's the point.
I think if one or two believe, that doesn't mean everyone believes it. I think generally the idea of the Antichrist, and I'm not trying to insult people, but it's believed by people who don't know much about sort of Christian belief or how this idea was originally Christian. They don't really think about these sort of issues. But if you just think about the issue of Jesus returning and the Antichrist, there are many contradictions with the Quran, but people they're just sort of carrying on the belief that they've been taught.
Well, fellas,
have you looked at Sarah? Have you looked into this? If there's a difference of opinion with the Ibadis with regard to the return of Jesus?
Yeah, me and if you guys were on at the beginning of the live, me and Pelu talked about it because one of the first people in the stream asked this question. I can't find it on the chat, but yeah, Pelu said he would have to look into it and that there is a difference of opinion, I believe. But I think for the most part, they believe he's not coming back.
Yeah, that's fine. Might be the dominant opinion, but I mean, Zirab is kind of like biting himself in the foot now because he said, "Oh, even if there's one opinion, then it's a valid opinion," and then he's like trying to say that no, the body's
within the juristic school, but you're yet to establish that there is an opinion within that juristic school that A, Jesus will return and that he's not dead, and B, that he will fight the
I mean, Tyrone,
Antichrist.
do you have like
and
any
it's
references
understood
there
with the
that they
conception.
talk about?
I don't have any references for that. I remember talking to Jason about it, and
Yeah.
I'm the one who brought it up, asking Palu. Even though
What did
actually
Jason
it was
say?
I don't think he wasn't convinced by it. He didn't believe it.
Yeah, he claims on his article, I just looked it up again, he claims there's 100% no, like they're 100% that there's no return of Jesus, which I don't, it can't be the case, because I mean, if there's 100% like that, then it'd be crystal clear on like all the different websites, but there's different websites quoting this. There's the prayer that talks about the Masih Dajjal. So there clearly is some opinion.
Wait, how are you jumping? How are you jumping from one mention of Masih Dajjal in the prayer?
You already mentioned that like a million times. I'm not interested.
How are you jumping? Wait, just relax, man. How are you jumping from one mention?
I'm not going to repeat it for you.
You don't have to. I'm still going to make the point. How are you jumping from one mention of Masih Dajjal in the Tashahhud in one website, and then adding on
not just in one website,
all these other, or only one that you've shown so far, and adding on all these different conceptions like the return of Jesus and the eschatological elements that's involved with the whole narrative. It's a big jump you're doing. It's a huge jump, and it's not been substantiated. I don't have a problem with it. If the Ibadi if you can find me a juristic opinion within the Ibadi school, it's not my dad's school. It's not my dad's school, is it? So if you find me a juristic opinion within the school that says, look, this is a qualified dissenting opinion that says A, Jesus is returning, that B, he will fight the Antichrist in an eschatological battle, then we're more than willing to concede the point. But you're yet to establish that.
Yeah, I addressed all of that. So.
Sure you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, no, clear. It's obviously very clear you addressed all those points. But yeah, anyways.
All right. Well, hey man, maybe we can talk about this on another time. It's been way longer than I expected. And
yeah, dude. Like honestly, an hour ago, I checked the clock. I was like, what?
Yeah, man, we've been on a marathon. But no, this was good though. I liked it. It was good hearing this. You know, I really wish I could have participated more, but a lot of this was over my head. So I just let y'all have at it.
Good.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you to have some discussions during these next couple of weeks before Ramadan, hopefully, because I know people get busy during Ramadan. So yeah.
No, yeah, definitely I will. I will. Now that I got StreamYard, I like this a lot better than just, you know, being in front of the camera. It kind of be a distraction talking. So.
Do you plan on being on Hamza's Den?
You know, I would like to. I've messaged him before. Seems like he is really quick at messaging back if you comment on a video. But I wanted to see where he was going with it. It seemed like he kind of just started going in the direction that it seemed like he just started it. So I'm just trying to see where he's going with it.
Actually, I was thinking about someone else, the SC Dawa, like the Mansour and the Speaker's Corner guys. That's what I meant. They also have like the same kind of thing.
Oh, do they?
They had one on Qur'anist like only like what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check.
I was on it. I was on it for a little bit. Like
yeah, I went on it for a bit as well.
Okay. Maybe I remember. Yeah, they were pretty kind of dismissive though, I think. I mean, and some of the callers were kind of like bringing the same usual arguments.
Karen and Q, both of you are familiar with Sam Gerrans a bit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Do you know if he supports the view on flat Earth? Does he think that the Earth is flat?
Yes,
he does.
Yeah, he does. And he also believes Mecca was in Petra.
Idea. Yeah, he
Yeah,
believes
the
that.
Petra thing is just like an Orientalist thingy.
Petra thing, I can say.
Quranists
Okay,
love
you
to
know.
run with Orientalist theories. They
No,
love
but,
Wait,
it.
what
the
about the flat Earth?
thing
What
is
about the flat
foolish.
Earth thing?
That's foolish. Yeah, he believes that. It's foolish. Complete foolishness.
Yeah.
I think anyone who believes that is like sort of not very smart, to say the least.
Why?
Wait, but Sam, that's because you haven't taken the black pill. You need to take the
Oh
black pill.
man,
Wait,
Yeah,
Ziri, how about you,
that-
flat earther?
Was that?
Are you
you
flat
flat
Oh
earther?
no, hell no.
oh.
Was the sarcasm not clear in my voice?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to expect from you or from people.
Is anyone here a flat earther? I hope
Maybe, maybe not. You can go check my
Oh.
YouTube profile.
Are you a flat earther? Oh man, that is interesting.
Check my YouTube profile, see if I am or not.
What? Are you though?
Teasing me.
You
Just check
teasing
my
me?
profile. Check my profile.
Oh man, I hope you're not.
Just
Yeah,
check
'cause
it.
there's the accusations in the chat. Q is a flat
Where?
earther.
Who?
Oh,
Is it the
hell
Mu'tazila
no.
guy?
I just highlighted it.
Where?
No, are you? Are you a flat earther though?
Oh, Ibadi.
He doubled down too.
Yeah, let him join. He always says his mic is broken. Hang on, I need to connect to my charger. He always says his mic is broken, but never likes when people challenge him live.
You know what
Yes,
I've always wondered about flat earthers is if they think there's also like a dome, you know, like in the Simpsons episode where like Springfield
Yeah.
The
Torres
firmament.
in a dome.
That's like a Hebrew, ancient Hebrew idea of the Earth. Very weird. I don't get why that ruins his credibility so much. Sam Gerrans by believing in the flat Earth.
I don't think it ruins
unbelievable.
the credibility. Like people
No,
say
it does.
that.
It kind of does though. Like it's such a foolish idea. Like just climb on top of a tower and like you'll see that the Earth is curving, and like at the bottom of the ship it disappears. And there's so many different tests that you can do. To believe it in 21st century is foolish. I just it's very
I
like
mean,
I don't know what to
it's
say.
kind of like the conspiracy theory of somehow 1400 years the Muslims were all wrong. They shouldn't have
Oh, this is
engaged with
way
Hadith,
worse.
they shouldn't
No,
have engaged
this is
with
way
Sunnah,
worse.
and
way
somehow
worse.
5 prayers were instituted in the first generation.
This is observable. This is observable. Yeah, but you can just observe it, and you can do like
I have a question.
mathematical
Like,
test.
do you believe that in the first century, the first generation of Muslims, they followed closely and they didn't pray?
No, nothing to do about flat Earth. It's apples and oranges.
It's a
Like,
conspiracy.
you can observe.
It's the same thing. It's a conspiracy, like duping everyone.
What? Why? Okay, why though?
Because it's basically, if flat Earth is correct, everyone was duped from authorities.
No, but why?
Same
Why though? I can understand the moon landing. I can understand all these other things, but why flat Earth? What difference does it make? Like, what? What difference will it
you
make?
can
If
ask
it's
like
flat?
any conspiracy, why 9/11? Why, like it's
No,
the
but
same.
this is
It's
such
just
a pointless one. No, because they have to put in like billions in order to make the Earth flat, and they don't achieve anything. At
You
least
know
with
what's
like the
funny
moon
about
landing.
this? Yeah, you know what's hilarious about this is I just finished watching a film called Dark City. It's like from the 90s, 99 or 98 or something, and it's a good film if anyone's interested. And the point is that the flat Earth it kind of supports this Gnostic idea of this prison planet. You know how you've got that crazy loon, what's his name, Alex Jones, that's it.
Yeah,
And he's got like
yeah.
Prison Planet TV and all of that. Yeah, that's like taken from a Gnostic idea that the Earth is a planet and the demiurge is the one who actually freed us and all of that. And it's like, you know, this whole Luciferian conspiracy and all of that, right? So the idea, so answering your question, Sam, the kind of what's the benefit, if you actually trace back the idea of flat Earth, it's kind of the way they conceptualize it, where it came from in terms of like whether it's Christian, Gnostic ideas or otherwise. There's this idea that we're on this prison planet and that these, you know, these other sentient beings kind of put us on here, and we need to break free by understanding who really freed us in the Garden of Eden and all of this. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that makes a lot. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that makes a lot.
So
of
I think
sense,
that is it's like, for me, that's the most compelling argument for the purpose behind it. But if you problematize that, obviously, if you problematize that tradition and disagree with those Gnostics, then it doesn't really hold weight. There's no point to it otherwise. It only makes sense if the planet is a prison and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like Quran-centric, like, what's your best argument for it? Like, no, just give me one.
Why are you asking me for arguments for it?
You believe it, don't you?
Did I say that?
Oh, so why are you arguing for it then?
Where did I argue for it? I'm simply saying that it's hypocritical for Sunnah rejectors.
It's not. It's really not, though.
Conspiracy to basically say, if you believe in like crazy conspiracies, then your credibility goes out the window. Because then pretty much the credibility of all Sunnah rejectors comes out the window.
No, I'll tell you why it doesn't. Because
one you can actually check and test. Right, you cannot test the historicity of whether Petra was Mecca 1400 years ago and whether it changed.
Same thing,
because that's going back in time. Flat Earth is something that we can test here and now, so they're completely different. Like,
and even if it wasn't different, which it is, I agree with you. It's like saying, oh, because you eat sugar or because you have sugar in your coffee, you can't say that sugar is bad for your health.
No, because because he did the ad hominem fallacy, right? He said that now you're discredited for whatever you say. Therefore, if you believe in that kind of conspiracy, you're discredited for whatever you say. The same should apply for the Sunnah rejectors.
Because it's a well-established fact that the Earth is round. It's a globe. Is it not?
It doesn't. Here's the thing: if all the criticisms against Sam Gerrans, for example, oh, he believes in flat Earth. Oh, he believes in you can hit women. He believes in traditional values. He believes in whatever NWO, whatever thing. It's super hypocritical for them to make this claim.
If flat Earth is a traditional belief, then I'm definitely not. I don't have traditional values. If that's the traditional value,
traditional in what sense?
Traditional family values.
No, but flat Earth isn't traditional. What traditional? What 500 BC?
That's the worst thing. I'm sure there was. Which Greek was it? I vaguely remember watching this Carl Sagan documentary where was it
Pythagoras?
I don't know if it was Pythagoras, but it was one in Greek where he kind of it demonstrates how an ancient Greek mathematically figured out that the Earth was round. So it's not even going to be 500 BC. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just looking at the dimensions of the pyramid. It kind of like shows when you look at the numbers.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
They understood that the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, exactly. So they did a calculation to figure that out. And obviously those calculations were then built upon and also kind of verified by later Muslim mathematicians who also did it. And there's a good documentary about like the Islamic sciences and I think it was on BBC. But basically, he kind of explores how, and again demonstrates how Muslim mathematicians also did calculations to figure out the Earth was globe and round.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I just can't think of why NASA and all these space agencies would lie about the Earth being flat. Like, what a pointless thing! Like, there's no benefit. There's nothing. It's just a weird belief.
Yo, Taryn.
Yo.
Is there any activity in the group? Who's the Saeed guy? Like, is he like a scholar or is he like a student of knowledge or what? You guys like defer to him sometimes?
No, I don't. No, I really don't know. I haven't engaged with him all that much. We're friends on Facebook, but even his engagement on there isn't all that much. So I don't know, but yeah, he does seem like he's knowledgeable in it. Maybe he's just studied a lot, read a lot, but he's been in the beginning been in the group since the beginning.
So what happened to like Jason? He just went MIA, or
yeah, he went MIA and kind of
after what like he went MIA from your group like before he stopped posting or after he stopped posting?
I think before.
Yeah.
Before he stopped posting, and then after that, and I haven't talked to him ever since. I used to talk to him frequently, all the time, sending voice notes, messages.
You guys criticize his articles.
I didn't criticize his articles. I was in no position to do it. But no, I guess they're peer reviewing his articles, and maybe some things happened. Right. I wasn't there. I don't know, but I guess some people got in their feelings, and yeah.
Yeah, but he's been commenting again. He actually uploaded a
Prima Quran was his baby. I bet he does still comment. I wouldn't be surprised if he's working on it secretly in the background or working on something similar, because he was really at it. Like
he kind of put like Ibadi on the map a little bit. Like
I think so. I think he furthered the cause in a way that from his position, no other English Ibadi I've seen do similar like that.
Yeah, like honestly, I may have heard of Ibadi before, right? But those things that you kind of they go in one ear, they go out the other. You don't really hear about them later on.
Yeah.
Where like he really introduced the Ibadi school to the English speaking audience, really. Where you didn't have.
I think that's what it. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right. I agree. Unfortunately, when he was starting and really had a lot of zeal to do this, not too many people caught on. But lately, I've been hearing more. I've come across more people interested in the Ibadi school.
Yeah, like I saw like some articles of his or comments from like 2014 or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get him back. Actually, I'm gonna try to see if he can.
Yeah, man.
Participate in the group if he's still writing. I'm gonna see what's up.
Yeah, I think he is still writing. He still has some like open-ended articles in his in his different sections. There's still articles that are missing, basically.
Okay.
Like my discussion with Joseph Islam on the Kirat and Ahruf. Further, this one's funny. Further Mu'tazilite refutation of the Quran-only religion. It's so funny. Quran-only religion.
Q, may I ask you a question?
No.
The reason I joined the stream was because of where I picked the stream up when you guys were talking about Shamima Begum.
Gotcha.
Can I ask you a question and discuss it, or?
Nah. No.
Why?
Well, he asked me, right? So I could say no. Right?
It's his right to just.
No, go ahead. I'm just.
Okay. So when I kind of like clicked on the stream, I don't know if I caught, just the end of what the discussion was about. But you said that she should be locked up, and I asked, why should she be locked up? What crime has she committed? I didn't quite get an answer to that, so. That's why I joined the stream.
Well, what she did was, let me just get this straight. Like, what she did was she joined like an ISIS terrorist guy, right? Willingly, she went there. Is that correct? Is that like the correct thing that happened, or did she go to someone? Hang on. Did she like go to someone in the village, and he happened to be ISIS, or did she go? No, like clearly the person was ISIS. I mean, if you're married to someone, you pretty much know if they're ISIS or not, right? Like.
So you're ignoring the fact that she was 15.
I'm not ignoring anything. I'm not ignoring anything. You're coming with accusations right now. Like, I don't think the question is genuine on your part here. I don't think it's.
You don't think my question is genuine? The only reason I've stayed on this stream for two and a half hours is because I'm quite concerned by the tone that you were using. So you were saying that she should be locked up.
Like what happened? I'm not claiming I have all the information, but if you want to clarify what happened and ask a genuine question, go ahead.
So what we know is she left this country at the age of 15.
What?
So when she flew out, she was 15, was she not? When she was being groomed, she may have even been at what, 14, 15-ish?
I don't have all the information. I don't like.
So you're unaware of that.
You correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so she was 15. You could Google that. I'll give you a moment to.
Fine, I'll take your word for it. Fine.
Okay, so now knowing the fact that she was 15, do you still believe that she should be locked up?
Depends on what she did. What did she do? How long was she there? How old was she when she was there?
It does not matter what she. It doesn't matter what she did. If
a 15-year-old shoots up a school, it doesn't matter.
No,
if a 15-year-old shoots up a school, does it matter or not?
We have to take it in context. If a 15-year-old has been somewhat abducted, the only thing short of her being abducted was she wasn't led to the airport by somebody, but she may well have been. She was groomed. I think everybody kind of like acknowledges that she was groomed, right?
Yeah, so I'm not claiming I have all the information, but generally,
but you've come online in a public space and you're speaking about something, so naturally somebody's going to assume that you have all the facts about this.
No. If you listen to me properly, like I even said, correct me if I'm wrong. What are the different facts? I never claimed I have all the facts. I clearly said that. You can go back later, or you can scroll back now and check.
Okay, because you kept using the term a woman. She wasn't a woman. She was a 15-year-old girl, and she's a Muslim, so we have to include her within our community. So should we not be standing up for her rights rather than throwing her under the bus?
If someone goes at whatever age, and let's say someone stayed at ISIS for however many years, and now they're of age, coming back, would you just let them into the country?
Considering the circumstances, yes, I would, because the wisdom behind letting her back in is that she's an example to the rest, to show that, look, she thought it was a good idea, but she's here as a testimony to say that that was a bad idea, so that no other child, is in that same vulnerable position. So to completely dismiss her and say, oh, you know what, she's got nothing to do with us, somebody else's problem, when she's born in this country, I think that's very irresponsible to be coming online and saying. And it's something I wouldn't expect from a Muslim.
Okay, I mean, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong or whatever, but it seems like you're just, it's a disingenuous question that you're asking me. If you wanted to, you can just say, no, actually, you didn't get all the facts right here. Let me clarify it for you, whatever. But that's not the way you go about it.
No, so I've told you, I've asked you the question. You've told me you don't have all the facts. I've given you the fact that she was 15 years old.
You can scroll back and say, and I clearly told you, do you want to specify, ask the people that were there, like, do you want to specify the different
no, but what I don't understand is I've told you that she was 15, and I've asked you, does that not change your mind on this? And you said, and what's your answer to that? Knowing that she was 15, she was a child, she had been groomed. It doesn't matter how long she was there. Once she's over there, whatever happens is she's not. What's the correct word here?
Whatever happens was after her being groomed. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, it's after the fact kind of thing.
And how long was she there? That's one question. Do you know that in many countries?
What were you expecting her to do? Get up and stand in front of ISIS and say, you know what, I changed my mind, I'm off. You're being unrealistic here.
You're making the claim that she was underage. Do you know that
she was underage? I mean, there's a failure of UK society here. No, because you've been talking for about 4 hours. I've been very patient and very sorry.
You're accusing me. So, do you know that there's juvenile courts in various Western countries where 14-year-olds get sentenced? They get held accountable.
She's the victim here. She's the victim here. I don't understand what you don't understand about that. If someone is groomed into prostitution, you're not going to punish the person who is groomed into prostitution, are you?
You're comparing apples to oranges. You're comparing a terrorist organization to
how? The fact is that a child had been groomed, and you're just saying, "Well, who cares? Throw her in prison." That's the problem.
So
here.
anyone who comes back from ISIS, you would just let them just
I think it's quite clear that she realizes that she was young, impressionable, made the wrong decision, and there should be some form of compassion here. Should there not? If she has been rehabilitated by our society, our community, then why should she not be allowed back in? She's an example to the rest as to what not to do. She's been there, tried and tested it, and she's rejected it. What is wrong with us bringing her back in? I mean, there's secret services, intelligence services that would keep tabs on her. It's this whole argument about she's a danger to UK society. How is she a danger to UK society exactly? What is she going to do? How is she going to communicate with people? What is she going to be grooming other people after what she's been through? It's clearly she's had a couple of miscarriages. There's psychological trauma here. The girl needs help, and what we're saying is no, not interested. And that I often ask myself in any anything that is controversial, what would the Prophet do? And if the Prophet was running our country, I think he would welcome her back with open arms. And I think he would, acknowledge the fact that she needs help. She needs to be rehabilitated back into society. I mean, I see pictures of her. She seems to be kind of dressed back in Western clothes. She's not like, what Boris Johnson would describe as a letterbox. So
something to think about, perhaps.
From my comments earlier on, as you can tell, which was 4 hours ago, I think it's quite clear I'm being sincere, and I'm quite disappointed that another fellow Muslim is kind of throwing her under the bus. And actually openly saying, I think you said something about also if she was.
I'm open to hearing. Here's the problem. What I have with your approach is you're kind of coming at it from accusing you, kind of if you wanted someone to agree with you, you would clarify and not go about it the way you.
I have clarified, and the
fact
that you're unwilling,
not in the passive-aggressive way that you did.
You're unwilling to acknowledge that she's underage. Firstly, right? You're unwilling to acknowledge she's been groomed. You're unwilling to move from the position.
I just told you I didn't have all the. I just told you that.
Sure, and I am giving you the information, yet you are not changing your mind on this. You're not saying, "Oh, actually, that's interesting. I didn't know that." And of course, she should be brought back in. She was underage. She was a victim. If someone abducted her, we would chase them, to the end of the earth to get her back. And that's what we initially did, didn't we? There was a manhunt out for her to bring her back, because I think the UK authorities realized that this is, a grooming case. And they were alarmed that other kids might be, leaving the country like this. How is it a 15-year-old can even leave the country without an adult? That's a failure on UK society. Nobody seems to address that. So, if, you saying that I'm being disingenuous, I just think you're just dodging the question.
Your approach, if you want someone to.
Oh my God! Right from the beginning, you said you hadn't all the facts, so I clarified to you that she's under the age. You didn't move from your position, which is why I'm getting frustrated. That why are you not acknowledging?
No, because for example, you said now. Hang on. All the facts means what did she go there for? Was she abducted, or did she just go there? those are different questions. Though. I mean, I get your point
No,
here.
they're part of the same thing. We're saying that she's been groomed. It's all implied.
Be the social justice lawyer that shows me, oh, look at you and putting you back in your place or whatever. Like, fine, okay, if you're right, fine. Now what?
I'm not putting you back in your place. I'm just thinking that
fine. If you're right, then fine. Okay, move on.
Because someone who is discussing all these high matters, and as far as I'm concerned,
you've already said that.
I've already.
It's Tehran. How you doing? Salam alaikum, everybody. Is Tehran still on?
Yeah, I'm still here. Walaikum salam.
Hey, what's what you talking about now? The flat Earth?
The Shamima Begum, the girl who came back, ISIS bride, or however
she hasn't come back. We've actually left her. We've disowned her. She's
who was trying to come back. Yeah, but they made a final decision recently on her. So they were discussing that. They had differing opinions about it, and they were discussing that.
Wait, are you at work?
Yeah, I'm at work. Yeah.
You're not working. You're on YouTube, or use your break.
I mean, why are you concerned? Why are you happy? Why are you concerned? I'm not. What I want to do.
Bro, did you want to say something about flat Earth? Because you mentioned it.
Full measure and weight. No, that's why. Give full measure and weight. That's why I'm concerned.
I just seen somebody say, "Oh, he's a flat earther." So who's the flat? Is somebody on the panel a flat earther? Is somebody on the panel a flat earther?
Not me.
I've been accused of being a flat earther by someone, but his comments.
Yeah,
have
our
been
friend
deleted.
Q has been accused of being a flat earther.
Yeah.
He hasn't responded to the accusations, I might add.
Well, he's not denying it.
Just say the Earth is round. Just say the Earth is round.
What's the point of accusing somebody of being a flat earther? Like, what's the point of even to keep making the accusation? What's the point?
Well, presumably he's heard him somewhere else and he's saying it based off of something. I don't know. Unless he's just
who thinks that as an insult? Like, how is that? Like, I mean, don't be wrong. It's foolish to be a flat earther. I think in 2021 is a foolish proposition because then you have to believe that all the navigation is wrong, all the planes are wrong, because you had to say all the stuff are wrong. But I don't see why somebody would come out and just say, "Oh, somebody's a flat earther." Like what's the point of me? That's the point.
Wait, at least leave your comments up. I don't know. Do you have a mod or something? Did someone delete it, or did?
Yeah, I'll bring it back up.
He deleted his own comments, right?
Did he delete it? No. He just called you a flat earther. Where's that?
It says it's gone on my end. It says the message is gone.
You're a resident?
No, maybe it says right here, Q is a flat earther.
Him or something. Maybe YouTube was like on his
case.
I put it
well, there's a couple of messages that are deleted.
Nah, but sometimes Google deletes messages by itself. You know that, right?
Yeah. You were talking about some crazy
YouTube
stuff.
does that. Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah.
No, but all of his messages are gone. So it's like maybe it's because I reported him. Maybe that's why they removed it.
Is the comment not on the screen? It's on my screen.
It's on the screen. It's not in the chat. I think he deleted all his comments though. It says it's been revoked, like taken back. Usually when someone deletes their own comments.
Hey Terran, you got me all the way up until the UFC is about to kick off, so I'm happy.
Oh, that is coming on tonight. I'm glad I stayed up.
Yeah, man, put on your mask. Put on your mask.
So I take it this Shamima Begum.
What time is the main event?
Over.
No, bro, if you want to go back to it, I think it's important what you were saying is the connotations and all of that. Feel free. What was your name, brother? I don't know what your name was.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. What should I
you could just call me Darth.
Darth. Oh, yeah, that was it. Darth Vader. Yeah, cool.
Man, Darth Vader. Darth Vader.
So, yeah, my point here was that, you've got some information now. So, I mean, would you like to take this opportunity to admit that she was a child, she was groomed?
I don't have a like. I can look it up, but I'm not gonna like be put on the spot by you and like, oh, I'm gonna correct you now on live air, like Zeriap was doing the whole time. So no, I'm not gonna.
So will you consider you'll consider it, right? You'll consider looking into the matter and reevaluating your position.
Right now, like you're like trying to force the other person to like back down or something. Like it's kind of cringe.
No, I'm not. Okay. Right. All right. No problem. Carry on.
Yeah, just make your point and then move on. You don't have to like, wait, did you? You're gonna believe what I told you, right? Like you're gonna change your mind, right? Because I clarified. Yeah.
No, because that, right? You're acting like I'm not stating fact. This is a well-established fact. Everyone knows she was underage when she left the country. Yet I don't know why you're being so defensive about this.
You're being defensive about this. I told you, like, fine, I'll look into it. That's no problem. I have no problem changing opinion based on new information, but I'm not going to be here on live air being bullied by you into accepting an opinion.
It's not you being bullied by me. You're speaking about something. You're giving your opinion on a public platform, right?
You already stated all that. You're just rewinding.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to be thinking through your head. I don't understand why you could just say, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Yeah, if she was a child, then of course.
You know that. Okay, we already have all this on the record.
Okay. Right.
I don't know, like, are you used to people, like, you're just coming up to people and then they just bow down to your opinion and say, yes, I'm not going to look up anything. I'm just going to accept what you told me. That's what you're used to doing, bullying people?
Is that your response?
Yes, it is my response to you, because I told you I can look up the extra data, but I'm not going to, like, just because you told me.
This isn't extra data. Oh my God.
Yeah, because I told you, like, I even told you you can rewind back. Like, if I asked the people, like, yeah, if you want to miss something, then correct me.
No, because I think it was Jen Wallace who came on, and she was also saying the same thing, and you carried on talking about she being a woman. And I also made a comment that there's a clear difference between someone like her and someone like Jihadi John, who was an adult, and you started going on something about feminism, and oh my God, I'm getting worked up.
You got triggered by that when I said feminism. You got triggered.
No, I don't understand where your point.
Yeah, we got your point. We got your point. We got the conclusion of the point where, yeah, I'm open to new information. I'm open to looking up the details, not from some random dude who comes on YouTube and on 365 _68.
What?
So yeah, I'm willing to look up the information. And
sorry, I didn't get that 36568 thing. What was that about?
Yeah, like Neo _Zorg from Planet of the Apes or whatever coming up.
Nah, he's from the flat Earth.
Hold on, is anybody following this? Because I'm not.
You don't know Sam Garens? It's like a Sam Garens inside joke, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe where's it? Was Sam still on?
Yeah, I talk about me.
Yeah. Do you know that one?
Yeah,
Neo _ something from Planet Zorg.
Oh no, I haven't heard about that.
Do you watch Sam Garens?
Yeah, I think I've seen almost every video, I think.
Ooh, then you should know it. It's a good point, though. It's like basically all the anons on YouTube criticizing him, all the anons on his emails criticizing him, and he's like, go do your own thing.
Yeah, but did they say that? They say go do your own research, but our own research will tell us that the Earth is not flat. So I don't get why people say do your own research, because
you seemed like, did you like recently debate?
Sam, what is your position, by the way? No, I haven't had you kind of elucidate where you stand on things. What's your perspective and methodology and stuff? I thought I heard you mention about the trilateral route earlier. So.
Oh yeah, basically Arabic. To be fair, right, I used to be a Sunni, and then I started looking into more sort of Quran-centric, and then sort of more Quran alone. And the way I look at it is the Quran is fully detailed and there's nothing left out. And so all our answers are essentially going to be found in the Quran. And so a lot of what we've been taught is, it's not necessarily wrong in that sense, but a lot of it cannot be validated from the Quran. So even I don't have a problem with a lot of these rituals, like sort of ritual worship 5 times a day and so on. But I just don't think that many people, I don't think anyone, to be fair, can establish it from the Quran alone. And because nothing outside the Quran is an authority for me, I don't really have any reason to accept it. I do accept the Hadith for things like history. That's fine, because that's history is on probability anywhere. So if it's false, it makes no difference to me. But I don't accept it for sort of theology. I'll accept good behaviour, hygienic practice, and things like that. But I won't really accept it for belief.
What if you lived at the time of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him? Like, would you follow all of his commands, or would you ask, is this in the Quran?
No, of course I'd follow his commands, but he'd only command what's in the Quran.
Well, let's say he didn't. Let's just say hypothetically, you lived at the time, and he told you, "Hey, let's go to battle right now. We're going to battle."
Yeah, no, that's
tomorrow.
in the Quran, though, isn't it? That's in the Quran. That's
not every battle.
Fighting is ordained. Fighting is ordained, and you have to obey him as
not for every
community
battle.
leader.
They had multiple battles, right?
No, but you have to obey him as community leader.
Okay, so you do have to obey him though, when it's not in the Quran, as quote unquote community leader.
Yeah, of course you do then. Like as in the head of the state. Yeah, you have to obey.
Where does that say that in the Quran as head of the state? As head of the state.
I think that's self-evident, is it not?
No,
he was a judge.
According to what? But you just said you don't accept anything outside the Quran.
No, it says on the Quran, and they come to you for judgment.
Okay, well, another point is like a lot of the Quranists, they'll say, well, the messenger, he's only authoritative as a messenger. So now you're saying not just a messenger, but also a political leader, which is not in the Quran. That's not in the Quran.
No, but okay, no, look, he was a judge in the Quran. He mentions that.
What did he judge by, though?
He used to make decisions, judge between
based
people.
On what?
Based on the Quran.
Okay, so he's judging, but so is this not part of the religion? Don't you guys say that the deen is more than just rituals and stuff? It's also to do with the laws and judgments?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying he didn't make. No, what I'm saying is, what's authoritative for us today's day and age?
Today, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I used to have that.
So
I used to have that kind of view.
It's only binding what's in the Quran.
I used to have this view as well. Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, I see past it now, but I see where you're coming from.
Because anything outside, like if someone says imamate and so on, like Shias do, they say, the imams, you have to follow the Ahlul Bayt and so on. I'll say anything. Yeah, and anything you say, it has to be ordained from the Quran. The Quran has to authorize it. The Quran is the Furqan. So that would have to authorize it. The Quran is there for, it says that in the Quran.
Okay, but it says, for example, that that verse, right, with the Furqan, right? It says that it it confirms what preceded of the scripture. It confirms.
No, but you judge you judge everything according to God's revelation. So if someone says something like, so that's my position. And if you can't authenticate things outside of the Quran, which people are claiming to be a secondary source, then obviously it's not a source then, is it? So if someone says, for example, I'm an authority on religion, I will say, okay, show me your authority from the Quran. So if a scholar says, I can make decisions, I'll say, okay.
Why from the Quran? Why is it particularly the Quran?
Because the Quran is God. Yeah, because it has to be from the Quran. Otherwise, he can just say, I've got authority because some person down the street
said I've got authority. Though? Why particular from the Quran?
Because, it's divine. Because that's divine authority.
Based on what?
In regards to salvation.
Just because it says that? Just because it says that in the Quran?
Yeah, well, of course, it's God's word, so it is divine authority.
Okay, so if another book
these are
claimed
matters
that
of religion, not matters of like worldly
only
matters.
follow this book, would you follow that book?
Say that again.
If another book said, this book is fully detailed, it's from God, etc., would you just follow it because the book says to follow it?
No, I'd test the claim whether it is from God or not.
So what did you test then?
About the Quran.
Yeah, what did you test?
No, I can give you like the many sort of.
19?
No, I don't believe in that.
Okay.
Like you can. The Quran is built. The truth of the Quran is based on its own internal argument, whether the argument it's giving is making sense or not, whether it's rational and logical, and that's something that people can test for themselves. For whatever convinces them. For me, I'm convinced that this is the book of God.
It's kind of circular reasoning.
It's not circular reasoning. Would be.
I believe in the Quran because it says that in the Quran.
No, I never said that. No, I didn't say that. I never said I believe the Quran is the truth because it claims to be the truth.
No, because it makes sense. Okay, fine. Yeah, I correct that. Yeah, you're right. Because it makes sense, logical, etc. But then it's just kind of like you're just staying within that paradigm. It's like, where are you getting this idea of if I follow, like, okay, do you agree that the deen and the Sharia comprises more than just so-called religious rituals? So it inheritance laws, right? Capital, like
that's not ritual, though, is it?
It's not exactly. It's not a ritual. So you agree that laws are included in all this, right?
Yeah,
regulations and laws, right? Like inheritance stuff. Yeah, regulations.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What to do, how to treat people, what to do in a court, right? Stand up for justice, speak the truth. You agree, right?
Yeah.
So now, what about traffic laws? Am I allowed to follow traffic laws? And if not, consistent with your claim, why not? Why could I follow them?
No, when I say the Quran's laws, these are matters of religion. So when I say it's fully detailed, it's fully detailed for guidance. It's not fully detailed for everything ever. It doesn't tell you how to change oil in your car. It's fully detailed on religious matters. That's the only authority.
We just said that inheritance laws and all these things are included there, which are not which someone wouldn't really say as religious per se, because it's Sharia is not.
There's a religious component to it. It's a matter of how you.
It's a legal framework.
No, it's a matter of how you sort of deal with inheritance and like who gets what. There's obviously a religious component to it, but how the best way to do it. So
okay, but why is that for inheritance and not for traffic? Isn't traffic like more eminent in our lives? Why not traffic laws? Am I committing shirk by following traffic laws?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Why not? I think it's a very sort of odd, because the way the Quran, it was the Sharia, the way I see it, from the Quran, it was a way to deal with people's problems at the time. And so it had things like inheritance and so on, and retaliation for murder. But it's not going to tell you everything ever. It just isn't. You have to sort of work out yourself.
So it's for the time. So it's not a guidance for the muttaqeen in general. It's just a guidance for the muttaqeen of the 7th century Arabia.
It was for the primary audience and us by extension. So there's no reason why we can't follow. I never said it wasn't.
You said it's for the time.
I think what Sam's saying is it's guidance for mankind.
Exactly, and the primary.
And I think everybody would agree that the Quran is a guidance for mankind.
Yeah, I'm not sure what point you're making. I think what you're trying to say is
you're saying that part of it is for the time. So what is for the time and what is for all times?
No, I think I'll clarify what I'm saying. So when the Quran came, it was addressed to a specific people. You would agree with that. And so many of the things that were addressing the people at the time, and it's us by extension. So we can also follow that. So the reason why it doesn't mention cars and traffic and so on is because that is only for us, and that wouldn't relate to the primary audience. I think it's kind of foolish for God to be saying, sort of put your handbrake on or whatever and turn your car off to save
You know,
fuel.
it's fully detailed, right?
No, it's fully detailed for religious matters, not for everything in life.
Is inheritance religious? If you ask the ordinary person, does inheritance law and death penalties for murder, is this religious? They would say no.
What do you mean by religious? What do you mean by religious?
Do all places have vehicles and traffic? Yes, they did have vehicles and traffic. They were called camels back then.
No, but why would God tell you that? No, but this is such a sort of weird point, because why would God be telling you about how to ride a camel?
Why would God be telling you about inheritance?
Inheritance is somewhat completely different, because many people at the time, they probably were including women in their inheritance, and they probably were excluding a lot of people. And so God said, no, you have to be fair and just.
It's an arbitrary point because you are making it arbitrary. You said my point is arbitrary, and I agree. It's arbitrary because I'm just showing the arbitrariness of what you're telling me. If people were being unjust, let's just say, for example, let's just talk about camels. Let's just say people were like killing camels for fun, for example. I'm sure God may have addressed that in the Quran. It's just killing camels. Killing camels, killing them. Okay.
Like, I'm sure God may have addressed it then. Well, just because they felt like it. I'm sure God would have addressed it then. But because it wasn't an issue at the time, God didn't address it. So inheritance was an issue at the time, and it applies to us.
Prophet addressed animal cruelty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. We can't talk about. Yeah, I'm sure he did. But that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to say all inheritance is the same as like traffic laws is completely. It's not.
It's the same concept because it's not a quote unquote. If you ask the average person, are inheritance laws a matter of religion? Because you keep talking about the rituals and stuff. But I think we all agree that the Sharia encompasses more than just religious rituals.
So what do you think? So like you'd say, no, but a lot of the things they just don't like. They just nothing to do with guidance, like in the Sunnah as well. Like how is eating with 3 fingers
alone? But I think that's the crux of the matter.
In which other book after this will they follow? We've revealed the Quran as fully detailed. It's a clarification.
Explanation. Does that mean I can't follow anything else if it's fully detailed? By the way, fully detailed is a mistranslation.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to? Why would you need to follow anything else?
First of all,
did God tell you to? Did God tell you to follow anything else? In which other was it? Somewhat like we've revealed the best hadith. In which other hadith after this will they follow?
Okay, can you quote the exact verse? Because you're misquoting like the book. I know that the verse doesn't say the book. So what is the verse that you're quoting? 7750?
I don't think I said book. I said hadith, I think.
Yeah, you said book.
No, you definitely didn't say book.
No, I didn't say book. I said hadith. No, I said hadith.
It sounds like someone's taking the wrong turn here.
7750 or what is it? So 45.6. I know all those.
Let me find it.
Yes, because so are you saying that the pagan Arabs they would have believed in Bukhari but not in the Quran? Is this the point that you're making?
Well, Bukhari wasn't even alive then, so I'm not sure.
Right. So because you're claiming that this refers to like hadiths, as in like the hadiths that.
No, it refers to anything. No, anything. Like after this, what else are they going to believe?
The Torah.
This is God's word.
The Torah.
It's referring to, and no, I'm not talking about specific books. It's a generalized concept.
Okay, but could I like read the Torah and take knowledge from the Torah?
You can't. Well, I'd say you shouldn't apply the sort of religious rulings from it.
Okay. Do you know the verse that says?
Of course we do, and there's a lot of religious rulings from the Torah in the secondary sources, and we know that.
Okay.
Yeah, but
there's a verse that
so I wouldn't get food laws from Torah. I'd get from the Quran. What was that?
Sam. There's the verse that say, "Has the hadith of Moses come to you? Has the hadith of Abraham and the 2 noble guests come to you?"
Yeah.
And then the story of Joseph, right? These three things, and there's more examples. These are just three things I'm picking out, are totally what's mentioned in the Torah, in Genesis, with Abraham and the two angels, with Moses, Hadith of Moses. Then the story of Joseph is like pretty much identical. Like, so can I, and the question that is asked is, has the Hadith of Moses reached you? And then it quotes, it recounts what is in the Torah. So obviously we are allowed to accept something outside of the Quran.
I never said that.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not even true. But go on, Sam.
No, but I never said don't read the Torah. I said you shouldn't apply religious rulings from it, because like food laws, who told you to follow the food laws of the Torah? Did God tell you to do that?
What about the stories of the messengers? Am I allowed to like look into the stories of the messengers?
You can do what you like.
But would I be committing? I just want to like understand. Are you saying people are committing shirk by following the Sunnah?
Bro, you've said this point. You've said this point about 5 times now in this.
I want to ask. You're trying to clarify this point. You don't need to be.
You keep trying to argue. I don't know who you're trying to argue, but you're not talking to.
No,
Sam. He hasn't said any of this.
I'm asking.
You keep building these straw men that you keep knocking down, and it doesn't actually make for a conversation.
Can we go back to the original point here about the traffic laws that you made?
Yeah, that's such a foolish point, because
the whole point is you take guidance from the Quran, right? So if the traffic law was, for instance, that only white people can use the fast lane, right? That isn't in accordance to the Quran, right? Okay, so obviously you would reject that. If the traffic laws are, in harmony with the Quran, then what's wrong with that?
So then, what is wrong with
following something
that is in line with the Quran? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with following?
Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example
of hadiths that are in line with the Quran.
Give me one.
Okay. Whosoever sees an evil shall change it with his hand. If he cannot do so, then he should change it with his tongue. And if he cannot do so, then he should hate it in his heart, and that is the weakest of faiths. Another hadith that says, I will judge between you using the book of God. Then another hadith that says, no, this is a hadith. I'm quoting you hadith.
No, but that's also mentioned in the Quran. That judge between people what God has revealed.
I'm mentioning you hadith that are totally in line with the Quran. That's the whole point, right? Then there's another hadith.
Yeah, but there's no problem.
Yeah, so then what's the problem with following these hadiths?
Yeah, the problem is when you have things like stoning, killing the apostate, return of Jesus.
Where did I tell you that you need to accept that? Where did I tell you that?
I'm just saying, because just to clarify my position. So I don't mind, and I've said this from the start, I don't mind things like good behavior and like hygienic practice and so on. What I'm talking about is obviously belief that should only come from the Quran, and I think anything else outside the Quran is not necessary for your salvation.
So theology and religious rulings, you stick to the Quran basically. It's just a long way of saying that. Yeah, no, it's a pretty simple point. I understand your position.
Okay, but I want to know, like, do you share with like Eddie Yüksel and so on that if you
I don't agree with them.
So it's not shirk.
No, I think that's
unnecessary.
Shirk has a very specific definition, and I wouldn't say anyone is a mushrik. I think he goes a bit too far.
So what is your understanding of shirk?
Shirk is associating a partner with God.
Yeah, well, we know that, but like what everyone says that, but what is like the detail? Like, what are some examples? I think is.
So if someone says, I think it's self-evident. Someone says there's another God, there's Allah, there's another God, that's shirk. Things like that. Someone said Muhammad is God, that's shirk. Or Muhammad is sort of on the same level as God, that's shirk. Things like that.
Of course. What about like mentioning Muhammad's name next to God's name? Is that shirk? If I say I bear witness, so the shahada is not shirk.
I wouldn't call it shirk. I say it's unnecessary, but it's not shirk.
Okay. What if someone wishes blessings upon Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him?
No, it's not shirk.
Okay, and in a mosque, in the mosque, sometimes they have like calligraphy, and they have like Allah on one side, and on the same height, they have Muhammad.
Yeah, that's a bit
shirk?
weird. I don't agree with. I wouldn't say shirk, but I don't agree with it. It's very sort of like it's on the edge, I'd say.
It's okay. I understand. What about the tashahhud? Do you know the tashahhud?
Yeah.
Where they say peace be upon you.
Look. What I've defined shirk as is associating a partner with God in terms of like elevating him to a divine status.
Yeah,
so
gotcha.
The rest of it, it's not shirk. But
I just want to get this specific one, the peace be upon you thing. Is this shirk or not?
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
Why not?
Why
would it
not?
be?
Well, yeah, exactly.
No, because
Why
a lot
would
of
it be shirk?
Quranists say this, so I just want to know why.
Yeah, but I'm not here to defend their belief.
No. I just want to know your opinion, just from you.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it is because it's not raising him to divine status, so it's not shirk.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So I think you have the same definition of shirk as the traditional Muslims, probably.
Yeah. Well, they're not wrong on everything. Just certain things I disagree on. Of course. Like Antichrist and so on. These heretical ideas, I disagree with them. Jesus returning, all that.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, it's heretical, and Jesus
Do you
returning.
believe that hell will be eternal?
Hell, it says on the Quran.
Okay, good.
And a few other things, but I think people I think the return of Jesus, for example, that is very on the edge of being heretical. That's very on edge of being heretical because it kind of goes against the entire Quran. So
what if someone
like that,
were to believe in a finite hell? Would you consider that heretical?
A finite, I'd say it's not. I'd say it's not supported by the Quran.
But it doesn't say the Jews they were deluded by what they invented in their religion.
Yeah.
In 320.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
324.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It says they said hell's only going to touch us for a few days,
right.
and have you taken a covenant with God? Yeah.
Right. That's another verse. Yeah, there's multiple verses like that.
Yeah, but I don't do takfir on anyone. I don't say anyone's a mushrik or a kafir. But I'd say some beliefs are clearly heretical, and that's like.
But is that kufr then?
Clear.
Would you consider that
kufr? Which part?
Denying the eternity of the punishment of hell.
Denying the eternity.
I'm not saying
if it began to exist, it's not going to be eternal, mate.
The punishment, does it go on forever? Like again, you love semantics. I know it's Europe. You love being like the.
Bro, you're not understanding the point. Just cool off a sec. Listen to what I'm saying. If it began to exist,
we get your
it's not
point.
going to be eternal. If it began to exist.
Whatever. Okay, forever. What if everlasting? Okay, I think we know.
It wouldn't be everlasting either, would it? Try and think before you speak.
No, do you deny that hell? No. You're not getting this passive aggressive bullshit again. I think we both agree with Sam that it's going to be everlasting. Like you're not coming out of there. Is that what you're denying? And if not, then again, you're just arguing over semantics again, just to kind of get a jab at me. It's what you've been doing the whole evening so far.
Are you planning on like residing in hell?
What are you talking about?
No, you're obsessed with whether it's going to be for eternity. I don't even want to go there, so I don't care if it's for eternity or not.
It's a matter of aqidah. That's one of the most important matters. God said that the Jews were deluded by what they invented and fabricated in their religion. So I think we should pay attention to.
Yeah, but you're then putting that verse into context to something specific. They invented a lot of things in their religion.
Well, there's many references to Khalidina fiha abadan, right? I mean, I think Tyrone agrees on this one. I think Ziriab has a lot of videos on his channel. Like
Quran-centric. You believe in Hadith, and Hadith says it's not going to be eternal, or the Quran says
I don't accept those. I don't accept that.
So, but you accept things like, just on a side note, you accept things like Jesus returning. even though in the Quran it says.
I'm leaning towards it. Again. You guys are all like black and white, like the other guy. Like, well, you have to believe this. What? No, you should. No, like I'm open to this, and I'm leaning towards it. Like, if you have concrete evidence that goes against it, sure. But I used to be.
I do.
Is there not a verse?
Hang on, hold on. I used to not believe in it, but some people pointed out some verses. Also quoted some Bible, quoted a lot of verses in the Quran, and it made sense from that.
Did you say Bible?
Yes, Bible. Do you reject the previous scriptures?
Do you reject?
You do realize
you just talked about black and white, and then you just did a black and white. I don't think you're very self-aware, are you?
No, I referenced a portion of the Bible. Do you reject that? Any given portion of the Bible? Because that's what you kind of been doing.
Yeah, again, you mentioned a minute ago about you guys are all black and white.
I mentioned
there's a lot of gray areas, and then you asked me a black and white question.
Oh, did you mention the Bible?
Yeah. I don't think you really have much self-awareness.
Oh, okay.
He accused me of being insincere, but he seems to be like disingenuous himself throughout this whole conversation. I'm someone who doesn't get heated, but you are really pushing me to lose my cool. I don't understand. You're not clear about anything that we're speaking to you about, and then you're asking all these weird questions. And the line of questioning, you're not allowing anyone to finish. You're jumping in. You said to me earlier on, and then everyone went quiet. Look, he's just going over. He's just talking over everyone. So why should I now stop? This is how you sound. This is how you sound. Okay. So stop being passive aggressive. Whoa. What's going on? Keep your cool, Q. Are we good? Okay, now I want to make a point. Here we go again. Oh, no.
It's just the fact.
It's so difficult communicating with you. The reason why I brought up the whole Shamima Begum thing in the first place was because I find your moral compass is all over the place. And you're talking about all these high-level things, and you can't even get the basic things right. Of compassion,
basic things,
of mercy.
It's an appeal to emotion fallacy.
Quran-centric, can I just ask you a quick question before get sidetracked? Now, when you said the Bible, what part of the Bible? And you're saying it's part of Scripture. Are you saying that the New Testament is part of Scripture?
There are things from what we call the New Testament. I wouldn't call it New Testament, but whatever. From there that are confirmed in the Quran, like with the story of Maryam. Right, the story of the leper healing the leper, reviving like the clay, the bird. Right, those things are confirmed.
In the New Testament. That's not in the New Testament. That's in the infancy gospel.
Which one?
Of Thomas.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that it's not. No, there's the canon.
This guy is a shapeshifter, man.
Canonical stuff. Is the story of Maryam? Is this not in the Quran? In the
It's from the proto-Eva. No, I think it's from the proto.
Gospel of Matthew has
no, but the version of the Quran quotes is from the proto-Evangelium Jacobi. It's not from necessarily the Gospel.
So, do you have any proof that they had a different kind of gospel in their hands?
Well, is it?
What? Wait, hold on. How does that even follow? How does that follow?
No, like what do you
don't how that question follows? It's like you're presenting him with new information, so then he does a quick switch and bait, and he's like, "Oh, look over there, quick!"
Right, we were talking about Jesus and returning, right? So let's stick to the Quran, right? Because as Muslims, that's our primary source, right? So there is a verse in the Quran where Allah is talking to Jesus and asking him, "Did you tell the people to worship you?" Right? Now, if Jesus is going to return, surely Allah's already had that conversation with him, right? Or he's going to return. He's going to clarify the point. Why, after his death, is God going to then ask Jesus this question? When he's going to be like, remember when you sent me back again? I'm speaking, so let me finish. Remember when you sent me back again? I clarified to the people. So why are you asking me such a trivial question? That verse in itself is confirmation that Jesus died, not necessarily on the cross, but he died on earth. I don't see how
not conclusive proof because Why
That's
would
clear
why?
proof. Why is God going to have this
You're asking
discourse?
a question. No, you're asking a
Because
question.
he has died. He's not going to return.
Okay, so you're not answering. You're not asking a question. You're just trying to like.
No, I'm
ramble on.
trying to clarify a point here to you. You said where in the Quran. I'm giving you it. And again, like I said, Shamima Begum is 15. You're like, really?
No, here's the thing.
Here's
So the verse that you're bringing, and you're obsessed with the Shamima Begum thing. That verse that you're bringing, maybe you have a point about that. But however,
Shamima Begum, this guy, he's not okay, you know.
So why would Jesus inform God? You can't inform God about anything. So of course he's gonna, either way, whether he returned or not, this would be an appropriate answer, because God knows best about everything. So why would he answer a question from God? It's a simple explanation. Again, I
don't understand the simple explanation. Yeah, did I miss something? Did anybody else catch the explanation?
I didn't get that.
No, didn't get it.
Okay, so that's 3 of us that didn't get it. The simple explanation is that he has died. He's not going to return to clarify to the people not to worship me. That's the simple explanation. It's implied in the Quran that he's died. He's not going to return to clarify to the people that he's not God, which is why on the day of judgment, he's going to be asked about this. If he has come down and clarified the point, there's no question. Why would God want to ask him this then?
To get the testimony.
Plus it says,
God doesn't need to be informed about anything. He doesn't need to ask questions to get information. So this is already a faulty way of going about it. He doesn't need to ask a question to get information.
Okay, that's your view. Could I have the view of the other people on here? Is my question disingenuous here, or is it faulty?
Democracy.
No, I agree. Because if you actually read the verse, it's like Jesus is surprised that people are worshipping him almost. That's the sort of impression that you get. He didn't know that people were worshipping him. But if he returned, he'd know that.
It doesn't say what it doesn't not answer the question. That's all.
Again, it is also, I agree with Darth, that it is implied, given that he's being asked after he's died. Like Darth said, it not necessarily on the cross, but that he died on earth. And that's pretty clear.
But we also have evidence as well, objective evidence from the Buddhists that Jesus didn't die on the cross and that he actually was shipped out of Jerusalem. So if they've got this as well, it's objective. They've got no stake in it. Well, I don't understand why would you not take objective evidence or an objective report on this matter? Are you going to take the Romans' account on things or the Jews' account on things who have an active stake in it, or the Christians? So you're willing to take their account, but not someone like the Buddhist.
I didn't say that. Again, you're just going off on tangent. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird that you're just deferring to the, like, yeah, okay, don't defer to these people, but why are you deferring to these people? Like, it's it's kind of
because they are objective in the matter.
He literally just said it's because they don't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, they don't care about. They also don't. They would want to prove their religion, not Jesus doing anything. But if you want to bring a citation, go ahead and put it in the chat, and we can look it up.
I think you can Google it or YouTube it, and you'll find plenty of links on it.
But the thing is, right, do you realize? Quran-centric, do you realize the implication of this belief about Jesus returning? Do you realize the sort of implication about what it actually means that Jesus is going to return as a judge? Because when the Christians said it, they didn't mean sort of like the legal judge.
We mean as a judge. And
it says like the Hadith. Hadith, he's going to return as a judge. That's the strongest Hadith. The strongest Hadith about him returning is that he'll return as a judge.
And that he's going to clarify matters.
Yeah. And obviously, let me explain this belief for like a minute or two, just so I can clarify. So, The idea of Jesus returning is because Christians had a messianic expectation of what the Messiah would be, and because he didn't fulfill any of what they thought he would do, they invented the idea that he would return and do it. It's not something that he taught. He never said, I'm going to return and do all this. People after him invented it. In 2 Thessalonians 2, the idea of the Antichrist that creeps in is also in the book of Revelation, and it was never about a real person. It was about the Emperor Nero. Okay, then you have Christian apocryphas. Example of one is the Syriac Apocalypse of Ezra, and it says in there, the Antichrist will have on his forehead, the Antichrist will be written on his forehead. This is hundreds of years before Islam. In the first Apocalypse of John, it mentions one eye will be bigger than the other. These are all Christian descriptions which the Muslims have taken. Another example is breaking of the cross. The Christians said Jesus is going to save all the crosses. The Muslims, when they copy this belief, they changed it to he's going to say break all the crosses. They said saved, Muslims said break. It's an entirely Christian idea. The idea of heaven on earth, that is and obviously that was actually a Jewish idea after the invasion by Nebuchadnezzar, and so they invented that idea. Jews,
Muslims.
Well, is that not what it is? Lions won't kill gazelles. A pomegranate will be as big as whatever it was. This is heaven on earth. This is paradise on earth. That is
no, because
what
the
it
Muslims
is.
say that he's gonna. Because again, what like there's a verse that says he's a sign of the hour, right?
I don't say that. It does not say that. Quote the verse.
Are we talking about the Quran? It says this in the Quran.
No, he's misquoting it. It doesn't say he's a sign of the hour.
Are you saying it means it could be a sign of the hour? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, it could be. It is a sign of the hour. And some have said
what is it?
he.
Because if you're saying no, then what is your alternate theory?
No, I'm saying you're trying to present this as like clear-cut evidence when there's disagreement
No, I'm not
on
saying
this issue.
No, I never. You're the one who's saying like there's clear-cut evidence. I'm saying you brought
then why would
he
you bring that
doesn't
verse
know
up? Why would you bring it up then? Because there's disagreement on this issue.
It is because it is generally something that is used for that view.
Yeah, but there's disagreement on it though. There's like at least three different interpretations.
Okay, there's disagreement about just about any issue that we like, any issue in Islam.
And I don't think it says sign of the hour either. I think it says knowledge of the hour.
Okay, maybe you're right. Hang on. Knowledge, you could be right. But, hang on.
So whilst he's reading, I just wanted to say, this whole Jesus narrative, right, coming back on earth, it just doesn't make sense at all, right? For instance, he was a messenger, right? So he's a prophet messenger, right? So he's now been taken off this earth somehow, magically. So he's somehow disappeared into thin air. Where is he right now?
Just about like Solomon talking to ants. Is that also magically or?
Well, that depends on how you're taking that. No. Well, you just thrown in a random verse, and to discuss that verse, it could take a half an hour, and I don't want to get into that. I want to continue making my point, right? So he's magically disappeared. Where is he? Right. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is he's going to come back, and so what's the whole point of him coming back exactly? If he's not going to be a messenger. If he is going to be a messenger coming back, then the prophet isn't the seal of the prophets. He's not the final messenger, right? Okay, so there's problem number two. So when he comes back, do we follow him? Do we not follow him? Or do we follow the prophet?
The new Sharia.
Is he going to come back with a message? Or is this his retirement? So this is just going to be a retirement for him. So it was too hot, the kitchen was too hot for him at that time. So he's come back because he wants to enjoy life. What is the point of this? I don't get it. If you have some explanation, I'd love to hear it, because nobody else seems to be able to explain it to me.
I don't see the point. Continue. Like if you don't.
Why send Jesus? Why not just send a new prophet? Why not send a new messenger? Why
Why
make the
not
prophet
resurrect
the final
Jesus?
messenger and then still send another one?
There's no point in kind of going back and forth over this. Like, there's a lot of information out there about this topic.
So
yeah, and it's
you
all
know, Prophet
built
Idris, you
information.
don't believe it, then don't believe it.
Enoch,
You know, but-
is he going to come back as well?
Are you
Is
referring
Enoch-
to the Rafa thing? The
So
raising?
Enoch, yeah, is he going to come back as well?
Yeah, I understand like that reasoning.
No, according to their understanding, no, he doesn't. So then
So
why one
Enoch
rule for
doesn't
one
come
and
back,
not
but Jesus comes
whatever?
back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Are you claiming that
Rafa?
Rafa means to that means that person is dead?
When God takes somebody, he's taking them.
So
It's not,
now, yeah.
it's not like,
Does that mean that you're dead? Does that mean you're
No,
dead? automatically?
mutawafiq means that.
I'm not literate in Arabic, so I can't.
No, it's
start
because
giving
No,
definitions.
he's just trying it again. He's trying to pull a fast one. Mutawafiq for Isa, mutawafiq, but there's no mutawafiq for Idris, is there?
Okay, so here's the point that
Because
God
the
takes
elevation's got nothing to do with
sleep.
life and
Right.
death on
When we
earth.
take when we sleep, He takes our soul. It's the same verb that's used.
No, that's a metaphor. That's a different. It's
Oh, now it's a
used
metaphor.
metaphorically. No,
Now it's a
it is metaphorically. You can read it. You can read the verse yourself. Read it. It's clearly speaking as a metaphor, but the word itself, it means two things in the Quran. It either means complete in full, or it means death. When it's used as sleep, it's always qualified with the word as death as a metaphor, and that's very clear if you read it.
It's not a metaphor. I mean, it's the first time I'm hearing anyone.
What soul
say
we
it's
actually
referring
die
to a
when we sleep
metaphor.
then?
No, he takes
it's
the
used
soul.
metaphorically.
He takes the soul when we sleep.
Yeah, it's used metaphorically.
It doesn't say death.
Do you
No,
think
here's
we
it
die when we
literally says
sleep?
"Walam tamut." It says "Walam tamut." It does not die. You do not die. He
Yeah, I never
takes the
said you
soul.
die.
Though.
You're
It's the
saying
same verb. Takes
Yeah.
the soul. Doesn't mean that you're dead.
okay.
It's the same thing with the
Yeah, but it's
Jesus
not
thing. What they
used.
say, like,
Wait,
It's not used
why
literally.
would it say, but you're not dead when it comes to sleeping?
so do you acknowledge that this verb does not mean that you're dead?
Well, I don't know why you're focusing on this verb. You've not addressed the 3 points I made. Can we go back to that? You kind of like just totally took a left turn here and, forgot about
No,
the
because
point you
I
made.
don't see the point. Like I don't have a huge dog in this fight. I'm leaning towards this interpretation. I'm not saying you're totally wrong. I'm not saying that. You're the one who's doing that. Like Sam's been saying it's heretical or whatever. Like, I'm not the one saying that. So I don't see.
I'm just saying, to me, it's
like
black and white.
pushing on this,
If you're saying it's not black and white, that he's not dead. So I'd like to hear, why is he not dead? And if he isn't dead and he's going to
I
return,
just told you I don't
then-
have a dog. It's like I'm leaning toward. I'm still researching this, so I.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But if we just talk about
I'm
That's
leaning
fine.
towards this. I'm not the
another verse that
lawyer
you quoted,
position.
where it talks about sleeping, it actually is. Look at what it says. He takes your soul by the night, and then he raises you up. Do you literally die when you go to sleep? Of course not. It's not being used literally. But the word, the root word "wafā" does mean death in the Quran.
No, there's another one that says. Okay, here we go.
Quote the number so I can check out.
Wait, one second. Well, which one you were referring to? Because you were just mentioning.
660, I think.
Oh, here we go. 3942. This is the one I was referring to.
Wait, let me check 1 minute.
يتوفى الأنفس. So this is the same verb, يتوفى, and people say, "Oh, this means death." This is what.
Okay, look, read the verse. Allah.
It does not die.
Look, read it. Allahu yatawaffa wa tuwaffa anfusa. So that's talking about the time of death. Mautihi. And then it talks about in their sleep as well, the same word, but it's not being used literally.
But they're not dying, right?
And
and they do not die. The ones in their sleep do not die.
yes, exactly. So
But
it's not being used literally there. So don't die when they're
It says
actually
and during their
death.
sleep. So the yatawaffa is during the sleep as well.
Okay, go
Yatawaffa
to
is during
verse.
you don't die. You're not like.
Go to 3193.
Wait, hang on. Do you acknowledge here that yatawaffa is used
No, because
for sleep? It says lam tamut, do not die, does not die. Lam tamut.
yeah, no,
There's an
saying
interesting video. There's an interesting video. As much as I don't like the guy, but Mu'tazila Islam has a YouTube channel, and he has some videos on this. And this is part of the reason why I kind of like I'm open to this, because there are some interesting points with regard to that. And he had a video with Muhammad Hijab debating with, I don't know who it was, with, I don't know, maybe Qadiani or someone. And he brought up this verse where, because people say, oh, yatawafa, that means he's dead. No, it says lam tamut.
Okay, open 3193.
Okay.
Okay, translate this as sleep now.
In the creation of the heavens and the earth, this one?
3193. Surah 3.
193, okay.
Yeah. Well, I think, wait, is it this one?
I think
Yeah,
you're
it's that one.
confusing something.
No, read it. It's obvious, it obviously does mean death in the Quran as well.
3193?
Yeah, 3193, yeah.
Our Lord, we have heard a caller, this one?
Yeah, keep reading, yeah.
وَيَتَوَفَّنَا مَعَ Yeah, no, that...
Yeah, so it means death. Does it not mean death though?
Okay, so, but you agree
Yes
that
or
it doesn't
no?
have to be death. Hang on. Do you agree
In this, it
that
means death.
it doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be death, right?
No, what I said is...
Because that's the whole argument. Like, if it's not 100%, if it...
No,
if it
you're
doesn't mean-
changing the meaning of the word. You're changing the meaning of the
I'm not
word.
changing it.
I'm saying it's...
I showed you a
No,
verse that
because-
says lam tamut. It does not, you do not die. And you're
Yeah, no,
yatawaffa.
what I said is, it does mean death, but it's not used literally. So when I say to you, for example, I'm dying with
this whole not
rage.
literally, when there's no methala used, then this is only
No.
like a personal opinion claim. This is not
Yeah, well, look, I
substantial.
think it's self-evident that people don't die when they sleep.
Self-evident for you, but not for the rest of people.
Okay, fine. Even if I go with your interpretation, even if I say, okay, I'll go with what you're saying, if I do, the only reason for you to interpret mutawafika as meaning sleep is if you've got some extraneous literature that says it means sleep. Because if you just read
You've
the
been
Quran,
listening
you
to a
would
lot of Sam Gerrans. Am I right?
not...
Extraneous literature, hadith literature. It's like,
Yeah, I think I might pick that up from him, but my point still stands. So if you just read the Quran, you would not think, oh, it actually means sleep here, when sleep has only been used like, I think 2 or 3 times.
well, people didn't
rest
just
of
read
it-
the Quran. They had a messenger recite it to them and explain it to them and teach it to them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the
Quran
messenger didn't
wasn't just,
say...
here's a book. It wasn't just, here's a book, go and read it. That is kind of one of the biggest cases against Sunnah rejection, where it's not a book that was just revealed. It was revealed over time. And different rulings were changed over time. So you can't just make this whole point of, just if someone were to just read it.
No, but
maybe if you're just reading it, you come to your
This is your
conclusion.
assumption again. This is another assumption. You're assuming that the Prophet said this actually doesn't mean death. And there's nothing to
I didn't say
substantiate
that.
that
I'm
claim.
just saying it's. My point is,
So
you're
it could
saying
mean
that
death.
if
So it
someone
could mean
just
death
read,
then. Yeah, then it would mean they would come to the idea that it means death. They would not think it means sleep.
well, maybe you would.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, well, why would you though? Unless you haven't been told about this
I think we
idea.
both agree that it doesn't have to mean death, correct? Because we have that verse that says lam tamut.
It doesn't have to mean literal death. I'm not going to
I just
change
want
it.
to post two videos.
I'm not going to change and say it means like, oh, he's in an unconscious state like these Sunnis do. That's like, well, weird.
Here's the thing.
I'm not going to say it means
I
that.
don't want to beat a dead horse here. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to post 2 videos. You go see if you think there's a point there. Not, then fine. But we don't have to beat a dead horse. Let me just go ahead and fetch it. You guys can like.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, that was my entire point. It's like a lot of these interpretations are not like from the Quran, so they're just sort of like extra information has been reflected back on the Quran, and you're superimposing an idea.
I mean, the same could be said about like all the Quranist interpretations of things as well.
Like
salah means following closely and not prayer.
Like yeah, but
Jesus
does the root word not actually mean following?
There's no such thing as a root word. There are roots, and there's different words connected to a root, but there's no such thing as a root word.
The root word definition, if you're going to be a pedantic.
There's no such thing as a root word definition.
No, of course there is. Of course there is. Who told you that?
No. There are, okay, for example, let's take the root. Nun, fa, qaf. Okay?
Yeah.
What are the words from this root? What words from the Quran do we have from this root?
No. Give me an example of a few.
Wait, hang on. You're talking about the Arabic language now, and you don't have the words for this root?
Yeah, I can't quite think in a disjointed way like that. Give me an example of a few.
Hang on. Do you speak Arabic? Can you read Arabic?
Yeah, I can read it. I can read it and I can understand a bit of it.
But can you read the letters, the Arabic letters?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Nun, fa, qaf. But you see the kind of folly that's
not a word.
You're trying to educate 1,400 years of scholarship on Arabic, and you don't speak Arabic.
A word.
You kind of see the folly.
Give a word. Yeah, you don't speak Quranic Arabic, do you?
But I don't reinvent the words.
Yeah, I'm not reinventing it either. If reinventing it would mean me saying salah means somewhat like dancing or something. That's reinventing it.
No, because you're saying it means to follow closely and to read the Quran.
Read open 75, I think 30.
Yes, 30 I know that verse. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it not being used in that context?
That because of prayer, you are turning towards God. You're turning towards God in your prayer.
Okay, there's a hadith which actually says what I'm saying.
Oh, now it's the word. You use the hadith.
Yeah, because to show you a contradiction in your position. So it does actually mean that. It has been used to mean that.
The folly of lecturing 1,400 year scholars on what they did when you don't even speak Arabic. That is the folly.
Yeah, but you don't speak the Arabic of the Quran either.
I'm not reinventing the words.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that either.
Well, okay, fine, whatever. Let's.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with Christian?
I'll give you that one. Fine. You don't need to speak Arabic.
Do you disagree with Christianity? Do you disagree with Christianity? Do you disagree with Christianity? Yes or no? I'll assume you.
Depends on which version. The Unitarian, the Ebionites. No, I don't disagree with the Ebionites necessarily.
So you believe Jesus is the adopted Son of God then?
No, I know the Ebionites don't believe in the virgin birth, but like for example,
they believe in adoptionism.
They believe in problematic beliefs. I don't believe it's kufr to not believe in the virgin birth. Anyway, let's not divert the topic.
Adoptionism.
Hang on.
Adoptionism.
Let's go back to this point. Okay, nun fa qaf. Okay.
Give me a word.
This is a root. Hang on. This is a root. Okay. From this root, you get words such as munafiqun.
Yeah.
Yunfiqun. What does yunfiqun mean?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Yo, Taryn, let Pelu back in. Taryn, wake up. I think he's knocked out somewhere.
I think your discussion there put everybody to sleep. I'm not sure where you guys are going with this.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just because of the root word thing. He mentioned root word definitions. So I just wanted to like get the nun fakaf roots. So the yunfikun, what does it mean?
Does it mean something like spending or something?
Yes, right. Donating, spending. Okay, what does munafiqun mean?
Hypocrite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nifaq, hypocrisy, right? Wavering.
Mhm.
Okay. Two very different things, right? One's a positive thing, one's a negative thing.
Yeah.
Yet they share the same root. So see the folly of the whole root word definition thing, where they're not the same. They're actually very much different words, but yet they're
But you
connected.
don't
to
know.
it.
No, but you don't know what the actual root definition, like the word, for example, the word jinn, the word Jannah.
There's
the
no such
word
thing as
from-
root word definition. That's
No,
invented by
the word
Qur'anists.
no, this came hundreds of years before Qur'anist. Yes, if you read the dictionary of
There are
Rag,
roots, but not root word
Ibn
definitions.
Faris, and so on, he'll say this word actually came from this. So
Yes.
this is what it was used for. Like the word taqleed, it came from, it means like a dog that's dragged by the collar, things like that. That's how they were used. And
I
things
understand.
like,
I understand that.
so
But it's
there's a
there's
definition.
one meaning for hundreds of words that are connected to the same root. For example, daraba,
Yeah.
the basic meaning is to hit, right? To hit.
No,
But if I say
it means
daraba,
it means different things. It can mean hit. It can mean set forth.
check it.
Do you not agree?
Every single Arabic dictionary, I challenge you to find me one Arabic dictionary that doesn't give the basic meaning for daraba as beat, strike, hit. Challenge for you. But then if you use it in
No, I'm
different
not saying it
contexts,
doesn't. No, I'm saying you look at how it's used in the context.
right?
You look how it's
But with
used in the context.
not just the context. The default is to hit, but if there's a preposition or a mathalan, like a specific noun used, like mathalan, then it could take on a different meaning. So the whole folly of root words is just it doesn't make any sense because there's no such thing as a root word definition.
No,
There
I disagree with that
roots.
because a meaning of a word it revolves around a root. Even in English, hospital, hospitalization, it's got a similar sort of meaning.
All this stuff from Sam Garin, man, that's the one he used in his translation. That's the exact one he used.
Or anything, school, schooling, whatever, any example, there are plenty of them.
But that's not how the Arabic works. The Arabic, but yeah, in Arabic you have it too. Like you put a meme in front of it, it becomes a noun, right? You add wow,
yeah, exactly.
noon, plural. Sure, but that doesn't change. That doesn't mean there's a root word definition.
So, like sajda, for example, means submission or prostration. Masjid means the place where prostration happens. So
no,
you
actually,
have
masjid
this.
Actually, masjid is a borrowed word from Aramaic and Hebrew. Masjid and masjid. Sagada in Aramaic and Hebrew means to worship. So it's a place of worship, which is exactly what it is. Masjid is a place of public house of worship. It's not a place of prostration. It's not where you prostrate.
Well, that's how it's used in Arabic.
Masjid is a temple. Masjid is a temple. It's not a place of musalla. The musalla is your place of prayer. But the masjid is the public house of worship. It's a temple. Why? Because it's a loan word. There's many loan words. There's many loan words used in the Quran. Nothing wrong with them.
I need to look into that, but I think sajda means prostration, or prostration.
In Arabic, correct. But sagada, in Hebrew Aramaic, it means worship.
I'll need to look into that, to be fair, but I think most sort of scholars say
because sometimes the
place of submission.
But that's musalla, right? The place of where you pray.
No,
but
sometimes
my point is in Aramaic and Hebrew, it's not quite the same meaning.
when you have the
Okay, how about this? How about this?
deen, right?
All right.
Deen
The word
in Arabic.
The word tasallah, right?
Hang on.
The word
The word
tasallah
deen is different in Hebrew than in Arabic. It's the same. It's the same word. It's literally the same word, but it is. In fact, it's the same spelling too. But in Hebrew, it means judgment or sentence. And yes, Yawm ad-Din has been taken from Hebrew in Arabic and means day of judgment.
Yeah.
But deen by itself in Arabic means something very different. It means an obligation, a system of religion, that kind of thing.
But this doesn't. You can't always prove a root because some words in Hebrew and in Arabic they'll mean something different. So, like the word lachem in Arabic means meat, in Hebrew it means bread. So you have differences. And the word, for example, the word.
But you used masjid. Hang on, because you added the meme and you said place of this. That's my point.
Yeah. No, but
things like that's different. It's different.
No, generally Arabic does work like that. When you put a meme in front of something, it means the place inside where something happens.
Hang on, is Tehran still there? Tehran.
If it's from the UK, it's 5 a.m., so he's most likely fallen asleep.
Yeah, man. I think.
So if it's okay with you guys, I'd just like to also leave the stream. And Q, I would like to apologize if I've offended you in any way. That was not my intention. I wish you all the best. And yeah, take care. And Sam, all the best to you as well. Take care.
Cool. See you.
Salam, guys. Good night.
I'm also heading off. Apologize for any offense I may have caused or anything disrespectful. Of course, I never meant it. We're just here for discussion, and I'll be heading off. Assalamu alaikum.
Take care. Salam.